Hello, everybody. This video is a compilation of all my Silksong gameplay videos. This is basically my playthrough of the game that I did on the channel. I say playthrough, but I think this is something like 10 hours of footage, and my playthrough ended up being about 50 hours, I believe. So, it's about 1/5 of my playthrough, but anyways, I hope you enjoy this very long journey through Hollow Knight, Silksong, Hollow Knight, Silksong. And by the way, this video is entirely whispering. Only my Silksong playthrough was only whispering, so I hope you enjoy, my friends. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Hollow Knight Silksong. After so many years, it's finally here. And I wanted to record my very first minutes with it and make a video out of it. So they see your beauty so frail and fine, they see your peace woven of faith and toil, they forget your heart bound in slumber and servitude. When you wake, they shall see your truth, a beast's nature bare to all. From far looms folly. So, I have been tremendously excited for this game, and I'm very happy that it's finally here. We have the intro cutscene going on. And here is Hornet, a character from the first game, and now our player character for Silksong. So, this is going to be my first, hour and a half with the game. I'm just playing it as normal. I just, dropped in and started playing, so it's just going to be straight gameplay, me exploring, me, looking at abilities and stuff, so there will be a little bit of, just that live play element, I suppose. But I wanted to do some voiceover on it and, release it for all of you to check out if you are curious about Silksong, or if you are a Silksong fan, give you something to fall asleep to after a long day of playing the game. Bind. So that is how we heal ourselves. So, as we kind of get started here, this down dash move, I'm just trying out the controls here. This down dash move is one of the major things that I was struggling with in adjusting to this game. In the original Hollow Knight, your downward jump attack just did just a downward swing. Also, we're wearing a hunter's cloak, simple protective garb, and we have a tool pouch, basic pouch designed for holding tools, traps, and crafting materials. A needle, long sewing needle uniquely balanced for combat. The blade is marked by time and use. And we have silk, versatile thread naturally produced within the shell. When enough silk is stored, wounds can be healed and skills executed. Attack enemies to replenish silk. And the sewing needle, of course, is an interesting weapon. In the first game, you fought with nails. You had a nail that you fought with. But as I was saying, that downward dash attack, in the original game, it was just a swipe immediately below your character. And you could, bounce off of enemies. But here, the down dash is a diagonal shooting motion where you go, flying on the diagonal. And it has taken me quite a bit of getting used to. I'm sort of starting to get a handle on it by the end of this video, but my instinct is to just attack enemies when I'm right above them. But that doesn't really work with this new moveset, so yeah, adjusting to, right there, I was just above it and ended up shooting off and missing entirely, so that's the one element of the moveset here that is giving me some trouble. Should I do a little bit of beard scratching while we're playing? We collected a mossberry. Mossberry, sweet fruit that grows in, sweet fruit that grows in moist environments. Its seeds are toxic to most creatures. As I was playing, I tried to give myself time to read descriptions and dialogue and stuff. But sometimes I might miss a word or two, depending on how fast I ended up going. Of course, you can pause the video and read stuff if you're curious. But yeah, the downward slash is the only major change so far to the basic moves that I've encountered. Everything else up until then, plays pretty similarly to the first Hollow Knight. And of course, I'm sure as I collect additional abilities, Hornet's moveset will start to differentiate itself more and more from the original game. One thing I will say about Silksong and Hollow Knight is I am actually not a fan of the Metroidvania genre, which is basically a genre where your character is exploring a large map, and you're collecting abilities and stuff as you go along. And there are, it's kind of one of the defining features of Metroidvanias is the fact that you will come across obstacles, roadblocks, challenges that specific equipment or abilities to overcome. And you will need to return to those places later after you acquire those abilities to overcome those, blocks. Like, you need the double jump ability to get onto certain ledges or whatever. And I really do not enjoy that gameplay loop in Metroidvanias. It's just, personal preference, but I do not like having to sort of keep a mental map of like random bits of exploration that I need to do, and make sure that I return to everything later on when I've acquired more abilities. So, the Metroidvania genre overall, I am not a fan of. But Hollow Knight was awesome, and I really enjoyed it. I did not enjoy it because of those Metroidvania elements. I enjoyed it in spite of those Metroidvania elements. It was such a good game that I was able to sort of overlook my issues with the genre. So here I'm coming back to try to get this mossberry, and I'm trying to line up this enemy just right so I can get that mossberry down. I love Hollow Knight, I love I think, first off, Hollow Knight doesn't do quite as much of that backtracking as some other games. It does, it does a fair amount, but there were also like other ways of accomplishing tasks if you were creative, oftentimes. And so, if you wanted to be, really fancy and jump off of enemies to clear gaps or bounce across hazards or whatever, it might be easier later on when you have other abilities, but you can still do it if you're creative and skillful. But just the Hollow Knight gameplay is what brought me in. The boss fights, the feeling of how it played. I just really, really enjoyed the gameplay, and the character design and all that stuff was very charming. And so the exploration and the environments and interacting with the world and the characters I found quite enjoyable. And that, combined with the very tight combat system and the high level of challenge, which I, as a fan of like the FromSoft games, I do really enjoy high challenge games, and Hollow Knight certainly provided that. Here we're fighting the Moss Mother, which is our first boss of the game. Pretty simple once you see its moves. Doesn't get very complicated. And very forgiving. I'm getting hit a lot here, but it only does 1 damage per hit, so it's not that bad. So, yeah, it's kind of embarrassing watching this again, actually. Playing pretty poorly. But yeah, the high challenge of Hollow Knight was a lot of fun. And I actually 100%ed the like all of the achievements and everything. There's a ton of challenges in that game. You know, speedrunning the game, achieving 100% completion within a certain time. One of the hardest things I feel like I've ever done in gaming was beating the Pantheon DLC. The Godhead, or whatever it was called. God Home, I think. And basically, the end of that DLC culminates in a boss rush, which was extraordinarily difficult to complete. But anyway, we have an NPC here. Let's, up with you, up. I won't have you dying on my floor. Ah, awake at last. You should mind your strength, traveler. There's no use wasting energy on an old nobody like me. And this is the chapel maid. I see that now, madam. My welcome to your land has not been kind. I had reason to be wary. So you're another pilgrim, then, scuttled out of the darkness to climb the great path and bow at its gilded peak. I am no pilgrim. I am Hornet, and I arrive in your land by no choice of my own. I was brought to your kingdom by force, captured by strange bugs clad in veils. Oh, how curious. The bugs of the citadel at the summit of our land. They veil themselves in service to their faith, or perhaps as slaves to something greater. Then I shall seek their citadel. If these veiled bugs would go to such lengths to bring me here, I intend to find out why. Oh, ferocious, intimidating, yours is no pilgrim spirit. You've the bearing of a hunter. Welcome then, fierce traveler, to Farloom, our holy yet haunted land. Before you depart, permit an old bug a brief warning. Best keep that weapon drawn. Our kingdom is gripped by a curse. Its paths grow wild and dangerous, and though some still attempt the climb to the citadel at its crest, none return to speak of what they see. New objective, the Great Citadel. Ascend through the lands of Farloom to reach the citadel at the kingdom's peak. Alright. So, down this way we have, a door, something walled off, can't go that way yet. But let's talk to the chapel maid a bit more. You bear your blade well, hunter, and you've skill, no doubt, so I don't mean any unkindness when I say you still seem a little frail. I was a long time spent captive, bound by seals strange to me. My strength is diminished, but recoverable. By the time I reach that citadel, I'll be ready to face what waits. If the veiled bugs have an interest in you, enough to brave the wastes beyond our borders, then you must be rather special, yes. In my own lands, some may once have seen me so. In this place, with my strength sapped, I am just another traveler. Oh, a traveler, but still something more. I can see it now, of course. That focus. is who they snared. Perhaps it is they who should be worried, eh? Few are as foreign as you, hunter dear. Visit me when you care. I look forward to hearing how your steps might shake our world. Oh, yes. Alright, and just like in a Dark Souls game, you must speak to NPCs until they repeat their dialogue. And that's how you know it's time to move on. So, here we have one of the veils of the bugs that captured us, and the little bells they were carrying. The path that we fell down. And here I was like, I'm pretty sure this is just going to drop me back down to where we were before, but I wanted to fall down and see if there was some kind of secret, but I was just double checking over here to make sure that it was the same area that I thought it was. So there's no secret if you're watching this before you play the game. You don't have to drop down that hole, okay? I've done that hard work of exploration for you. So, this area is the ruined chapel, where the chapel maid resides. And we will pass through. So, as the chapel maid said, we are bugs. Bugs. All of the characters in this game, in the Hollow Knight series, are like bug-type creatures. Spiders and, beetles and stuff. This area is called Bone Bottom. Bone Bottom. That's what people called me in high school because of my flat ass. Sorry, okay, a fellow pilgrim, are you about to start your great journey to the Holy Citadel up top? Says the little pilgrim. I am no pilgrim, sir, though it seems we will be traveling a similar path. Not a pilgrim. Well, it makes no difference, I suppose. We all must walk the roads up and up, though most of us will fall long before we see the grand gates. If you're wise, you'll stop here and rest a while before heading out into that dangerous world. Rest here with me as long as you like. I'm not ready to leave yet, and a little company is always nice. So, I think this is our hub area. As in, the first game, there was a little community that you kind of added more residents to as you played the game. And I believe Bone Bottom will serve that purpose in this one. Fearful pilgrim, oh, you've come to hide down here too, then. 'Tis a fearful world out there. If you can keep quiet, I don't mind you joining me. You've chosen a curious place to rest, ma'am. This pit of bells and the structure around it, they suggest a station for travel, though one long abandoned. Aye, rumors in the camp say these bells run throughout the lands, great veins of them, forged by our ancient kin. And some even say bugs used to travel through them, in gilded carriages no less. Surely such fanciful travel would be a sin for us pilgrims. We must walk and climb and crawl, using only our meager claws. Only thus can we prove our devotion. Anything else? Down here you can't hear the cries of the pilgrims above, only the faintly ringing bells. I'll stay and meditate a little longer before I start start my own pilgrimage. So yeah, in this world, there's like praying mantis characters and all sorts of creatures, maggots and grubs and insects of all stripes, and obviously, as I said, even not insects like spiders and stuff. Peb. Oh, traveler, destined for the citadel, yes. Well, before you embark, won't you stop and make trade with an old pilgrim? I'd see your wares, madam, though I fear I may have nothing worthy to offer in return. Oh, worry not. If you lack fine goods to trade, we can barter still. In this devout land, we deal in the currency of faith. Rosaries, those finely carved beads of prayer. If you will only share some with me, I will trade you something fair. Alright, so we have a bunch of things to buy here. A magnetite brooch, a mask shard, a craft metal, probably something to use for our sewing needle, a simple key, and a rosary string, which I think helps you protect your money, because in this game when you die, you drop your money where you died and you have to go pick it up. I think a rosary string might help protect that money. What's this you're building, sir? A sign of some kind? Aye, you're a sharp bug. A wish wall. It's past time for this old camp to have one. As the resident fixer, I've taken it upon myself. They're a popular thing about Farloom wish walls. Useful too. So many prayers left unanswered. Gives 'em a place to go. This is Flick the Fixer, by the way. Once this wish wall is up, bugs will be able to seek help from any able shell around. You could even try granting a couple of wishes yourself, missy. Alright, and that's all that Flick has to say. So now we can get started on our adventuring proper. Leave Bone Bottom behind and start exploring this strange kingdom. So, there are two types of currency, it seems, in this game. Many of the enemies drop these, I think they're like shell shards, but other enemies drop rosaries. So, I think you can, rosaries can buy you some stuff, and shell shards can be used for other types of purchases. Yeah, you'll definitely see me getting used to the down dash as I play. And I think we're entering like some sort of hot area here. Lots of red. Looks like, a volcano or something. All these red ember lights coming upward. So in the first game, of course, you are exploring a cursed kingdom, basically, a fallen kingdom. And so it seems we have found our way to another kingdom upon which ill times have fallen. This was a common feature in the first game as well. These little arena areas where you step into a room and the was kind of close off. Oh, that was pretty bad. I got hit and then knocked into the wall where he was then charging, and so I got double hit. And both of his attacks did 2 damage, so it was a close one. So once you beat the arena battle, you can continue exploring. And I'll probably have the sound on for this. I'll turn it down low. But even though it's like combat and stuff, I think it'll be nice just to have the audio for it. You know, a lot of my videos I cut out, more potentially disruptive sounds, but... Hoy, did you see it, Red Maiden? The great gate heard my song, and in its infinite and ancient kindness opened the way forward for us. What luck for us to meet at this moment. We can set off on the great road together. Or perhaps I'll tarry here just a little longer. I want to sing a song of gratitude to this noble gate. I'm Sherma, by the way, just another humble pilgrim like yourself. If you ever need assistance on the road ahead, sing out my name and I'll be sure to find you. Me and my lucky chime are at your service. Gate, 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 nicest gate I've met. Gate, 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 greatest miracle yet. Ha ha ha. But yeah, just because this is like basic, gameplay, more so a let's play than the other stuff I do, which is, more structured around being relaxing and slow-paced. I think a little bit of game noise would be appropriate here. I love the animations in this game. They're all so clean, just like watching how Hornet moves, how she turns around when she changes direction. There's something, just very fluid about it, very smooth. So, music certainly seems to be a major theme in this area, in this kingdom. Pilgrim, you are blessed to walk the foundations of Farloom. Humble yourself before the shells of those who gave their lives to hold our kingdom's weight. There's, all these bells around, and, characters singing and stuff, so... Here we are in the Marrow. It's like a lava chasm area. And then, obviously, Silksong, so whatever the music theme in this game is, was strong enough that they put it in the name. And then the other part of that name, the Silk, of course being, so Hornet, I think, is, my memory of the first game is a little rusty, but I believe Hornet is the daughter of the king from the first game, and the, giant spider creature. So, I think she is her dad was a beetle, and her mom was a spider, and so she has the powers of silk. She can generate silk, which you see a lot in the first game, where she darts around on threads of silk. A Hollow Knight lore video would actually be pretty cool. Maybe I'll do one of those for this game because it'll be more fresh in my mind as I'm playing it when I beat it, or one for the first game, I don't know. Let me know if that's something you'd be interested in. I think it would be kind of fun to do, but you know, it's been a bit since I have played Hollow Knight, and so brushing up on the original lore, well, I don't know, I mean, I still remember most of it. There was, you know, this kingdom and this corruption, this disease, basically, and, the king had to, like, okay, wait, sorry, maybe, is it a problem to give spoilers for Hollow Knight while I'm playing its sequel? I would say, well, probably not. The game's been out for a long time, but at the same time, maybe, you know, maybe now that Silksong has come out, it's actually like a moment where a lot of people might be trying out Hollow Knight for the first time, so I guess I won't go too in-depth into the lore of the first Hollow Knight, but, you know, the kingdom was facing this infection, and you know, sort of fell because of that, and there are some strategies being employed to fight the infection, and you end up sort of interacting with those. A native of these fiery lowlands approaches. Have no fear, my friend. We fleas are but humble travelers. Well met, sir. Though like you, I am not of these lands. I am merely journeying through. Oh, a kindred spirit. It's good luck for wanderers to meet on an unfamiliar path. And now that we have met, know that I am Flea Master Mushka, leader of this caravan. Our own journey has barely begun, but you are most welcome to tarry here a while, stranger, where ways are dark and winding. Good bugs must stay close together. Stranger, will you hear my worry? The time has come for us fleas to find each other and to travel together, as has happened through generations before. The many fleas of this kingdom should be flocking to our caravan, but times have become dangerous. You feel it too, yes? Our poor cousins out there in hiding. Could you help us find these poor lost fleas? We daren't continue our journey until some of the poor dears have found their way here to us. So, promise wish, wayfarer, the lost fleas. Though I understand you rightly, stranger, you will help gather the lonely fleas to our caravan. Truly, I am traveling these lands for my own reasons, Flea Master. However, if I happen upon any fleas on my travels, I will aid them as best I can. Oh, I could ask for nothing more. They must all be hiding or stuck in dangerous places, but if you rouse them, they are sure to find their way here to us. May the kingdom bless your travels and keep you safe, stranger. You are welcome to rest here with us whenever the roads bring you back. There are many lost and lonely fleas. You'll find the little deers in all sorts of strange places. Alright. Grishkin. Dodeshna, I am saying welcome to our caravan, stranger. You are a very funny, very strange flea, isn't it? No fur at all, and your wings fall off. Har, is just jest, of course. Us fleas famous for giving jokes. My fellows give much worry for the other fleas, but I'm not a give-it-all. They will find their way to us, and if not, who keep count of them anyway? So that's Grishkin. We have Varga. Dodeshna, stranger. You can rest with us here if you wish. It's nice and dark, and warmth from below brings good health. Still, you should make care not to stay much long. You are not a flea after all. The beasts here are much frightful, scary, but it gives them space. They live alone. You respect beast. Beast respect you. I don't know if this is a reference at all or if I'm looking too much into it, but the name of that middle flea, Grishkin, I think in the first game, there was this traveling circus caravan thing, and I believe there was a little character in that called Grimkin, if I remember remembering correctly. He's a little guy that you carry around with you, Grimkin, sort of similar to Grishkin. Oops, I jumped onto the big guy. Yeah, just the really tight kind of melee combat in this in the first Hollow Knight, and the difficulty of it were just really kind of addictive to me. And I do love exploration in games. It's not that aspect of Metroidvanias that doesn't resonate with me. It's more the backtracking and the looping and the kind of like mental note-taking of places that you have to revisit because, when you first encountered them, you were unable to accomplish whatever was going on there. I like games, I love exploration, but I like when you can kind of, I don't know, the limitations are your own skill or intelligence, I guess, strong way of putting it, but like, in puzzle games or whatever, like in The Witness, I don't know if any of you have ever played The Witness, but that's a puzzle game that I really like. And nothing in that game directly restricts you, like mechanically. If you are able to solve the puzzles, then you can progress down a path. And sometimes I would leave because I would get so stuck and have to loop back later, but that was entirely, because I was unable to solve the puzzles myself, and not because the game had an actual mechanical wall, blocking me. It was, oh, here's a guy. Boshanga, edges sharp and senses keen. In my land, that is the way warriors greet each other, for though you are a child barely hatched, you are also a warrior. Your stance, your weapon, your movements all proclaim it so. You have keen sight for my skill, Bug, but my childhood is long since past. What has happened here? I see signs of battle all around. These strange, shuffling pilgrims, in the camp below they were docile enough, but up here they seem to have lost their senses. They cry out to the darkness and attack their fellow travelers. Yakanesh, keep your weapon drawn and your bearings true. The way ahead is winding, and to lose one's way invites only death. I am a navigator amongst my tribe, and have been making maps of these lands. I can trade them with you, and supplies, if you wish. So, we can buy some navigation items here. Maps and a quill, so we can add to the maps. A compass, which will show us our location on the map. Bench pins to mark the benches that we find, here so we can make our own marks on the map. In these lands, names are freely given, are they not? I am Chakra, wielding rings. If our hunts intertwine again, I will have new maps to trade. Until then, farewell, child wielding needle. I like that name. Who are you calling for, Chakra? Your voice echoes through the caverns. I came deeper into Farloom in search of my mentor, the greatest of my tribe. I could not keep pace, though, and her trail grew cold. She will have traveled much farther by now, but if I keep moving and stay vigilant, I will reunite with her. I love the name that Chakra gave us, a child-wielding needle. So, you know, the maps are very helpful in a Metroidvania game like this, especially if you don't have a very good mental map ability yourself. If you struggle to, you know, keep track of things that you've seen and stuff that you need to go back and do, can be very worth buying the maps and, you know, even buying some pins to mark down things that you need to revisit. I'm okay with the mental map making, sort of keeping track of things, but I do like to buy the maps anyways, just because, you know, as I said before, that kind of bookkeeping is not my favorite part of these games, so I like to have the tool. I like to, you know, basically have the game do it for me, or just have it all tracked within the game, but I don't have any money for the maps right now, so I'm going to have to take care of that. I also, one of the first purchases that I like to make, and which I almost never take off, certainly in the first game I didn't, is the, like, magnet charm. It's an upgrade that makes it so that currency, dropped currency, is automatically attracted to you, rather than you having to find it and pick it up independently. And again, I just sort of like to take away the busy work as much as possible, or what I consider, you know, the less interesting aspects. And so the idea of, like, after killing an enemy, I always have to run over and pick up the scattered currency is very unpleasant to me. And so in this playthrough, once I get enough money, I think the first thing that I buy is the magnetite charm back from the shop, so that I can just start drawing and stuff. However, it's a bit of a shame because that magnetite charm only attracts rosaries and does not attract shell shards. So, you know, that made me sad. Because it, you know, makes it easier to get the rosaries, but there's still gonna be a bunch of junk lying around for me to pick up. But I don't know, I mean, maybe if, do a little hop on that fly there to jump this gap. But yeah, maybe there will be another charm that will allow me to automatically pick up the shards, the shell shards. I think that's what they're called. I might be saying that wrong this whole time, but yeah. So similarly to the map, I just like to have all this junk taken care of for me. Activate activate this elevator here. We come over here, we got all these little flies. These guys are pretty similar to an enemy in the first game. I forget what they're called. But they had that little pincer mouth and would fly around. Also, that guy has a little pickup that I need to circle back around for at some point, but I never end up actually doing that in this playthrough, or in this this video. I will next time I play this game go do that before I forget. So here I buy the magnetite brooch and go and get that equipped. Magnetite brooch, holy stone inscribed with a prayer for rosaries. Any loose beads will be pulled toward the wearer. Shard pendant, crude trinket worn by collectors and crafters, allows one to collect more shell shards from defeated creatures. So here I was trying to figure out how to equip both at once, but it seems that in this game the charms are like category locked, and so these are both of the same category, and so I cannot have them both equipped at once. Which is a shame, because that shard pendant is actually pretty good, I think. Getting more money, especially, you know, starting from early on, is a good thing. Maybe at some point you'll be able to equip multiple crests of the same category. So here I'm trying to... Yeah, I get the idea there, but I'm still working on the down dash. Still working on making that intuitive. It's okay though, we just ride back up the elevator and try again. I came to Hollow Knight relatively recently. I only played it for the first time a few years ago, so people had already been, by that point, you know, waiting on Hollow Knight Silksong for a very long time. And so I have not been, I've not been in the struggle in the way that many of the other, loyalists have been, desperately waiting for this game to come out. What do we have here? Okay, yeah, this part is, this part I tried for quite a while to kill this creature, just by doing this, and eventually came to the conclusion that it was invincible. I don't know, it felt weird that I could hit it and it would flash white. So it might be possible to kill it. I might just need to do a lot more damage. I'm sure at some point you can kill it, but I smacked it for a while and wasn't able to kill it, so I eventually just decided, okay, this thing is probably invincible to my current abilities. The other problem is that I'm kind of sucking, it's pretty hard to hit this thing, because you have a very brief window of opportunity to jump up, and then it has to be in the right position. But yeah, so we can just sit here together and enjoy as I waste my time slicing this thing. But I do eventually give up. But yeah, the Silksong community, I know, is they have been very long-suffering. They've been waiting for this day for a very long time. So, my, congratulations to all of them for surviving this long and, never giving up hope that this day would finally come. And, I've only been in the community, as it were, or a fan of the first game for a few years, but definitely the hype for Silksong was pretty real even for me. So I know there's some people out there who are incredibly happy right now that this day has finally come. So I'm very happy for all of the Hollow Knight fans who have finally made it here. But yeah, this, I think it's pretty close at this point that I just go, okay, you know what, we're done here. Oh dang, yeah, and I just got hit by one of those globs. Yeah, here we go, I just make a run for it at this point. A little Hollow Knight beard scratching. Something fun about this one is that Hornet talks. In the original Hollow Knight, the character was a silent protagonist. And in this one, so this door needs a key. Probably that key that we can buy from Pib back at Bone Bottom. But that thing was like 500 rosaries. Also, I'm pretty sure this water will kill us. I think it's like acid. And I didn't want to lose my stuff here and have to come all the way back, so I decided not to risk dropping in and checking it out. Especially with only 1 bar of health. I apologize. Oh, and yeah, we had a death there. So, I have to go back and get my stuff. I apologize if you can hear this lawnmower that has started up outside. If it gets really close, I might have to pause this video, which I really don't want to do because I want to try to get this video out today because I'm recording this Friday. I should really be working right now for my actual job, but my normal release day for videos is Friday, and I didn't schedule a video to release today because with Silksong coming out on Thursday, I wanted to try to get some footage and then record a video in time for Friday. So yeah, so I really want to finish recording right now, but if that lawnmower gets closer than it is now, I'll just have to bite the bullet and maybe get the video out late or even get it out tomorrow, depending on how stuff goes. But yeah, this week has been insanity. My job is like crushing me underfoot right now. Things are going to turn around soon enough. I don't know if I've talked about this before, if I've complained about work, but basically what the situation has been for a while is I do contract work, and this company is like, they contact me and they're like, we have so much of this like type of work that needs to be done. We are so bottlenecked, we are freaking out, and we need help. And so I'm like, okay, let's do it. We lock in, we get it all done, and get the company afloat again. And then they're like, okay, thank you. And I'm like, okay, do you have anything? Can we get ahead of this now? Can we, do work in advance? So that we don't end up in this situation again. And then they're like, oh, no. I'm like, okay. So then, I stopped working for them for a few weeks. And then they contact me again. They're like, we're freaking out. We're bottlenecked. Everything is stacked up. We're log jammed. We're losing it. And so that is the pattern. And this is the worst that it's ever been. Like, between my various obligations, and stuff that I'm, like, working on, and the YouTube channel, and some other stuff I have going on in my life, every day is just, like, working on, all my free time is going to this job now, because the logjam is huge, and all this stuff is overdue, and we have deadlines, coming up. And so I talked to, anyway, sorry, this is probably really boring and bad content to talk about during this Silksong video. I'll wrap it up quick, I promise. But so anyway, yeah, our the manager that, like, coordinates this work that I do, there was a good manager for a while, and everything was fine, and then he quit to go, he just moved to a different part of the company, and so then this new manager came in, and that's when things just went downhill. She was horrible, and, like, just non-communicative, and, like, let all of these log jams happen, and would say, oh, I'm gonna do all of this work, but then at the last moment would be like, actually, I'm not doing any of this work. You guys need to do this work now. To, various subordinates or whatever. And at that point, deadlines were like the next day or had basically already passed or whatever. So, anyway, all of this is to say, I think things are going to turn around now because I have taken over that managerial responsibility. I am now, like, in communication with the boss of those previous bosses directly, and I see her, like, overall game plan and when things are due, and I know now based on when things are due for her, when they're due for me, and the people that I work with. So anyway, it's in my hands now, and I can trust myself. Like, I'm a good worker, so fortunately, once we clear this logjam, which is, like, still, there's an insane amount of work to be done, even though my team has been working on it all week. Once this is all dealt with, because I am now taking over that managerial responsibility, things will be fine going forward, and stuff will be done, like, well in advance, and there will be no more stress, and no more last minute, nuclear bombs of, like, we have 100 hours of work that needs to be done yesterday, and blah blah blah. So anyway, sorry, that's my work woes, to dump all that onto you. Thank you for listening to me rant about that. Alright, so here we have that symbol, that little sign was on the, like, bell station thing, from back at Bell Bottom, or Bone Bottom, rather. And, I'm just, trying to slash through all of that, silk. So, you can kind of put together that this is, like, a transit station that unlock that that one with that creature tied up there. And you got these little guys that jump backward and spit moss balls. These little pilgrims here. Gotta find a way up, so have to circle back around and jump across these platforms up above. Can't quite make that jump. I like Hornet's design, character design. It's just like the really big, like shell headpiece, and then the very narrow neck that kind of flares out into this dress. But then like the little thin feet underneath. I really like the silhouette of the character, I guess. In the inventory, it has Hornet's garb listed, which I wonder if that means you'll be able to find alternate outfits as you progress, and if you can equip those, or if it's just if that is just put there as basically flavor or whatever. But yeah, the sewing needle is fun, as carrying on the tradition in the first game where you have strange, like unusual objects being used as weapons, like a nail, a little bug using a nail as a sword. Choral commandment, order issued by the Citadel, the once gleaming seal has worn with time, a relic of Farloom's past, interesting to collectors of historical items. What was I saying? Yeah, and, a little bug using a nail as a sword is a very fun idea. But then, of course, with Hornet, who is a, like, spider-type creature that has the power of silk and thread, right? Using a sewing needle as a weapon is appropriate and a fun little thing. Weaver of Farloom, by grace you warded, by thread you healed, for your favor eternal we offer our song. So, Silksong, right? The Weaver of Silk, and then in gratitude for the Weaver, they offer their song, so we get the two parts of Silksong, right? And more silk there. Get these little crawling pilgrims jumping at you. Little freakazoids. And I haven't quite put it together at this point. Or rather, I'm just putting it together now. Those little cords are traps. If you slice a cord with your sewing needle, it throws up a bunch of spikes on the ground. So you have to be wary of those little threads. Inspect. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Bind. So that sign on the wall, or the image on the wall, bound the silk skill, silk spear. Bound the silk skill, silk spear. That little art on the wall of the little circle with the eyes on it, that is the Weaver, or like the spider creature. Or art's not there anymore. But that is the character that I believe is Hornet's mom from the first game. So we have a little ranged attack now with Silk Spear, Frayed Rosary String, and the Silk Spear also cuts through those silk thread walls that are otherwise impassable. So we now can go back to that Bell transit station where that big creature was all tied up in the silk. Go through this path. Have a nice bench here. And at the end of this tunnel we have Moss Druid. Who is it? An intruder, terrible, to interrupt a humble druid as they work. I meant no intrusion, druid. The sound of your laughter drew me to investigate. This settlement is built around an old structure of the weavers. Do you know of them? Do they inhabit this land still? What settlement? What weavers? You speak nonsense. You're here, in here, so why did you send you? Did you hear my wish? Granter of wishes, you. Granter of wishes. Wishes, yes, my wish. I need fruits of the world. 3 little darlings, I need them, so I wish. Does the kingdom not send you, little you, to grant my desire? Berry picking. Wish promised. Promised then, a binding stronger than sin. Bring me the 3 moss berries, precious fruit. Grant my wish, and then the work begins. So we already have 2 moss berries, so we just need to find 1 more. And there's that little bug that we saw flying around earlier. But we're not actually going to end up needing to go that far back, because there's one right here. Just gotta kill this guy, and boom, there is our 3rd mossberry. Seems to be all in this hidden room. So we will move on and go turn in our quest to the Moss Druid. As promised, Druid, I have your berries. What is your need for such common fruits? Common? No, special, cherished. Only a Druid knows it. The berries bright, for my wish so dear. This is them, the precious promised fruits. Drop them in, there they go, and now at last we can begin. Some crazy stirring of the pot. Oh, the smell is right, like the others, but very young. Oh, voice of the woods, oh, dance of the queen. Oh, beat harder, let us hear it. Oh. The pain, my mind aches. Why, the berries, the nasty fruits, oh, the visions. You, wish promiser, wish granter, you brought me what I needed and stayed by my side, companion through my ordeal. I could ask for nothing more. Berry picking, wish granted. And for the parting, a gift, an amulet of we druids, or me druid, no others, I think. May it ease your sorrows, wish granter, may it cry for you when no tears are left. And we got the druid's eye. The moss berries, do you still want them, little you? My wish was granted, but clear now that more are needed, more. Bring more moss berries here, yes, we will trade. Precious rosaries for fresh berries. Druid's Eye, amulet of protection formed from moss berries. As the bearer takes damage, charm. Now that we can destroy Silk, I wanted to go break this creature's bindings. Bell Beast. So, we are in a boss fight now. This thing can come up and charge across. You can also jump overhead like that. So we're learning its moveset here. Got a little too close that time. Got a little too close that time as well. Yeah, I thought you might be able to hit those bells and like knock them away or something, but does not seem to be the case. This reminds me a little bit of the dung beetle knight from the first game. He would often he would dig underground and he would jump back up from out onto the ground and throw up like balls of dung. And just a little reminiscent of this fight here. Keep whittling down the bell beast. I like all of the bells in these bell tunnel areas. I like how it's just like they're hanging from the ceiling and embedded in the walls, and the ground is covered in them, and every motion and impact just like throws up this explosion of bells. It's pretty cool. Here I'm getting a little more comfortable with that move, so I'm realizing that I can pop in right when he throws up the bells, get a hit in, and then dodge the bells. Oh, and that was a bad move. That was a fatal mistake. Running away from the jump rather than into the jump. Alright, let's go take another crack at that bell beast. I think we have it this time. That was a warm-up, you know. Yeah, the Pantheon in the first Hollow Knight was insanely difficult. Just this boss rush of every boss you fought in the whole game. Some of them were upgraded, and honestly, it was like a lot of the difficulty, of course, was fighting the bosses and doing well enough to fight them all in a row without dying. But one of the most like difficult parts in a slightly zoomed out sense was like it was at a certain point you got really good at a lot of the bosses and you could zoom through the first 3/4 or whatever of the bosses, and there were just a few at the end that were the real challenges. And the difficult thing eventually was just committing like 45 minutes to a single run of the Pantheon, and then knowing that it all was going to come down to like that one dude that summoned the swords. You know who I'm talking about. I can't remember his name, but he's one of those like the ghost warriors that you meet in the area in the open world that you can duel, and he summons swords that like shoot out at you, and you have to get close enough to hit him while also avoiding the swords that he's summoning, and they take away the floor, and it's just brutal. But anyway, it's like you gotta fight for 45 minutes through bosses that you're not going to lose to because you know them all so well, And they're all relatively easy, I guess, compared to the end stuff. Just to get to that guy and actually see if you can beat him. So anyway, it was a really, really difficult thing to do, but very, very satisfying when I did eventually beat it. There's a small handful of moments in video games, challenges that have made me drop my controller on the ground when I win and just scream in victory. And definitely completing the final Pantheon in the first Hollow Knight was one of those moments. So we got some kind of reward here. Let's see. Let's see what this has to say. Unconscious on the ground. This spider web area, we feel it. We feel it. Child spider. Our silk. Jump up into the little ball. Come, child, witness our waking. Consumed a silk heart. Regained the power to regenerate silk within one's shell. So I think that means that when we have no silk, we will regenerate 1 bar of silk. I think that's how that works. And we have the Bell Beast back now. But seemingly friendly, docile, and will actually carry us through the bell tunnels, serving as our fast travel system in this game. We have a giant bell here about to go bong. 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 Which also spawns a bench. We'll see what's out this way. Okay, so this takes us back to the marrow. And I remember this earlier. I think we came from the underside there. We couldn't go over the top. But that will be our exploration of Silksong today. That is as much of the kingdom as we will check out today. And we will now make our way back to Bone Bottom so that we can chill out and sit on a bench and get some rest. Nice friendly bell beast. The bellways, we can travel on the bellways. Of course, in the first game you traveled by stag. By stag beetle. Speak. Beast. Horrible beast. Says the fearful pilgrim. Sorry, I hate to say it, but I apologize if you can hear my belly. It's my sign to go eat some food. Alright, I don't think we'll buy anything from Peb right now. Hang on to our rose rosaries. Once we find a craftsman, we can buy that metal. Oh, back again. The wish wall is up, ready for all the poor souls who've been left behind down here. In Farloom, wishes are granted to those truly devout, or so they say, and there ain't no harm in us dregs having wishes too. Why, I even went and added a little wish of my own to the wish wall. Fair's fair, I did build the thing. Seems like the kingdom should be granting my wish before anyone else's. So, Bone Bottom repairs, Flick of Bone Bottom. A lot of repairs to be done around here, but I need more materials. All I wish for is some shell shards so I can get to work. Not asking too much, am I? 200 shell shards for Flick. I think we can do that. Garb of the Pilgrims, residents of Bone Bottom. Those mad, violent pilgrims who haunt the Great Path. We could make use of their shawls here in Bone Bottom, and filling them would surely be a mercy. Alright, so go kill some of the crazy pilgrims. But let's use up pretty much all of our shards here to help out Flick. Bone Bottom repairs. Also, we want to get our hub city upgraded, right? Well, look at that. You've gone and donated all those shell shards just like I wished for. I can scarcely believe it. Those shards are valuable, alright. Brilliant for crafting and fixing. Very versatile. More than that, though, it was a warm thing you did. The sort of kindness you don't see much in this weary place. What's this kindness? I must take care to learn of this land and claim what advantage I can from it. Answering requests like yours can often fit those ends. Damn, Hornet, why you gotta be like that? Don't be rude. Oh, it's like that, is it? Well, even still, the help's well appreciated, miss. Best of luck in your travels, and may every wish of yours be granted. Common stuff, shell shards, but very practical. I can use them to patch almost anything. Oh, okay. Old me was skipping through that dialogue. I said you're not gonna get to read that out. Alright, well, we have another quest to go collect some garb from the pilgrims. It's kind of grim, isn't it? Going up and killing people and taking their clothes to bring back down here. But hey, if they, if they want the clothes so much, I will help them out. It's faith, you see, all those pilgrims now and past. Our devotion holds it together. The camp will remain and provide, no matter the troubles. Must be terrifying out there, beyond the settlement. Nothing but monsters and madness lurking in the darkness. I've heard tales of a safe place, though, just up above here, where the moss paints the stones green. There's an old village, bit of a holy place apparently, well protected. I visited the settlement you speak of. It was built around a burial spire, corpse home to an ancient weaver. It is hardly safe, though. The terrain is treacherous, and predators prowl its commons. I advise you avoid that place. Oh, I see, of course. Nowhere is really free of danger, is it? That's just the way for us pilgrims. Alright. Well, I suppose that's the end of our excursion into Silksong. Thank you for joining me as I check out this game for the first time, this game that I am very excited for. I found this first 90 minutes very enjoyable, and I will, be very happy to continue my playtime and see what other adventures and surprises this game has in store. So, if if you are out there playing Silksong as well, I wish you good luck as you traverse the kingdom. And until next time, my friends, thank you for joining me and Hornet. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hollow Knight Silksong. Hollow Knight Silksong. So, between our last session and this one, I got myself into a bit of a pickle. I wandered around for a bit, mopping up some enemies, exploring new areas, and then I wandered into the Hunter's Run, something like that. The place with a bunch of ants and spikes everywhere. And deep within that area, I died. And as I tried to make my way back to where I had dropped my stuff, I died again. And this is a sort of Souls-like game, in the sense that if you do not collect your things, you will lose them. So I ended up losing somewhere around 500 rosaries, which was a pretty crushing blow because that was most of what I had earned up until that point in the game. And to add insult to injury, I had not purchased the maps for many of the areas. And so I traveled out again in an attempt to find more rosaries, find some new areas where I might get a nice little chunk of money, and then return and buy the maps. However, I got hopelessly lost and just kept on wandering through areas I had already been in, repeatedly stumbling into dead ends that I had already seen. At the 7th bell tolls and 30 measures, 4 beats smoke rock, 8 beats sweet smelt, mark of fealty, all workers. At the 9th bell tolls and 20 measures, 2 beats smoke rock, 7 beats sweet smelt, mark of fealty, all workers. So, you did not miss much. I, eventually just farmed enough money to, buy the maps, and then I saw the path forward, an area that I had not gone down, and then I explored a little bit over here. I encountered a new boss that I had haven't beaten yet. I'll beat her in this video. And so yeah, you didn't miss much interesting. It was mostly me wandering around areas, being very lost and confused. Which, as I've said before, is one of the aspects of Hollow Knight, the first one, that, you know, I don't really like. I'm not a fan of the Metroidvania genre, but I like Hollow Knight enough that, you know, I sort of persist through that stuff. is a... Oh, let's talk to Forge Daughter. Oh, small pointy bug, why do you bother us at our work? The sound of your craft called me to investigate. What is your duty here? Are you a smith of some kind? A smith? Hardly so crude. We are Forge Daughter. How can a pointy bug not tell? Ours is the ancient line and honored rule. These docks and lands around are fortunate to have our skills. If you are as talented as you suggest, would you lend me your aid? I've lacked for my usual tools, and I suspect you could craft fine replacements. Blades and traps, no doubt. We know your type. Of sorts, but maybe strange to this land. Some would likely prove fine challenge for your craft. Then we'll construct them, but you'll provide the materials and compensation for our time. So, Forge Daughter can make us sting shards, magma bell, seems to reduce or maybe negate lava damage, a crafting kit, and a shard bundle, which is not very useful to my mind. Converting rosaries into shards. What I really need at this point in the game is something where I can convert my shards into rosaries, because everything is so expensive with rosary cost, and I have no rosaries like ever. Bello says, if you need something, talk to the boss. I'm busy. Yeah, every time I get a handful of rosaries, I'm always immediately spending them on trying to open up a new Bell Beast station or whatever. So, they go quite quickly in this land. Here is a heavy door chained with a simple padlock, so I have to remember this place and return when we have a key to open it. But yeah, I get smacked around pretty heavily in this episode today. I think it's down in these forge areas. The enemies that do double damage are pretty brutal down there. And I might be playing a little recklessly, so plays into it, but there's a guy who has been on my channel for a bit now. His handle is Spirit of Negation, I believe. And he was talking about, oh, by the way, this is a boss called Lace. She had a little intro dialogue when I showed up the first time. And I gave her one shot, and then I got pretty close, but decided that maybe I should beat her on camera, so I recorded. This is our second duel. But Spirit of Negation had left a comment on the first Silksong video where he talked about how crazy the amount of double damage was in this game. And I am inclined to agree with him. I have encountered lots of enemies that are doing double damage. And I would say this game is substantially harder at this point, in my experience, than the first Hollow Knight. Like, I'm out of practice. But I'll talk about that in a minute. Because I have sort of a theory about why that is. But yeah, Silksong is pretty brutal. The first Hollow Knight, I'm pretty sure I never lost my stuff. Like when you die, you can go collect your stuff again. And, you know, realistically, I probably lost it once or twice. But I really don't remember ever actually struggling to get back to where my stuff dropped. You know, Hollow Knight was a tough game, but it wasn't, like, insanely difficult, in my opinion, until, like, the DLCs, where I felt the difficulty amped up pretty heavily. But Silksong is kind of kicking my butt. I'm getting smacked around a fair amount. And I think part of that is that it's a harder game and less forgiving, but also, as I said, I think I'm kind of out of practice. Part of that is just because it's been a long time since I played the first Hollow Knight. But I also think it's because of how much Night Rain I've played. Elden Ring, Night Rain. That has been, you know, my main entertainment game in recent months if I have some time for a bit of gaming. Also, this is a new area called Far Fields. And the thing about Night Rain is that it encourages speed and maybe even a bit of recklessness, you might say, in the combat. And so I have been playing a lot of Night Rain and have observed myself becoming more and more reckless, focusing more and more on dealing damage over defense, trading hits rather than, you know, fighting safely. And Hollow Knight is reminding me that that is not the optimal way to play these kinds of games typically. Or at least, you know, for me, you really want to focus on defense a lot more and not get greedy with dealing hits. Because if you can just stay alive and patiently get your damage out, you will prevail. But with the Night Rain, I'm just like a charging little demon. That was really embarrassing. Just dropping into the lava twice in a row. But yeah, that's, I think, part of what I am having to relearn as I'm playing Silksong, is I actually need to be kind of cautious and play slowly and more intelligently. But I'm sort of improving. I've played again since recording this video, and I'm starting to actually, you know, have a little more sense, I guess. Actually, like, preserving my own health rather than just recklessly trying to deal as much damage as possible. So I'm relearning the skills said, is quite difficult. And I think, maybe they could have just, reduced your number of starting masks and then made fewer enemies do 1 damage, or rather 2 damage. That doesn't really, it's not a huge deal, but there is a lot of 2 damage stuff. I also, as I said, find money to be very, very rare. Shell shards are useless. They're not actually useless. I mean, you craft items with them. Oh, this area, I get absolutely stomped in this area for 3 lives or something, so prepare to watch me get wrecked a bunch down here. Getting used to the AoE of all the various enemies down there. Yeah, shell shards, at least at my level of progression, are very unimportant. You just kind of passively accrue all the shell shards that you need. But the rosaries are very few and far between. You can, farm basic enemies for them if you want, but I am a little, I don't know, it's fine, but I think maybe they're being a bit too stingy with rewards. Again, just at this point in my playthrough, how I'm feeling. Oftentimes I'll beat a boss, and I'll be like, wait, no loot. Or I'll find a hidden area, and it will just be, a box of shell shards or something, and sometimes even, actually nothing. And that's a little disappointing. But I don't know, it's probably intentional. For some reason they want you to be more desperate, I guess, in this game. Maybe they want your resources to be stretched thinner. But as I said, I'm barely making enough rosaries to open up, the bellways stations that I come across. I rarely even buy benches at this point because I just don't have the money for them, and even if I do have the money, I'm like, I need to, I need to save that money for the next bell station that I find. Because as I said, as I've alluded to in the past, exploration and mobility in these games is one of the parts that I find a little tedious, sort of returning through areas that you've already cleared a lot of times. So I do highly prioritize buying maps and buying bell stations so that I can maximize the efficiency of my playtime, I guess. I don't have to spend as much time running through areas repeatedly. And the maps help me make sure that I'm always, exploring new areas and not wandering around places I've already been through. But yeah, this area, I'm pretty sure I die again. These little slug creatures, they just do crazy damage. And then that big boy over there throws bombs that do 2 damage, and it's all AoE, big attacks and stuff, so I was getting kind of donked down here. But such is the life of a hornet. was thinking about the vibes of Silksong versus the first Hollow Knight. And one thing that I was feeling, again, having played a bit more of this game than I even get to in this session, I've been feeling more, I guess that this game is a little grimmer, maybe, has a little less lightness to it. And I was thinking about why that is, because, you know, there's been funny NPCs already. I've certainly encountered plenty of NPCs that, you know, have quirky personalities and bring some of that entertainment and the lightheartedness of, you know, that was pretty common in the first one. But then I was thinking about it more, and I was thinking that the reason this game feels a little more serious, I guess, is because of the player character. It's because of Hornet. Hornet is a very serious character. In the first game, the Hollow Knight that you play, the vessel, is, first of all, he doesn't speak. Well, also, he's not a he. For some reason, I mean, that's just how I think of it. I mean, it's hard to even describe. Does this thing even have, like, a personality? Is it, you know, how do you... Anyway, I'm not gonna get into the whole, philosophy of what that character even is, like, basically just a bowl, but, obviously it's quite different, from, I mean, Hornet being a girl is called out specifically because she's called the gendered child in the first game, which suggests that all of the other, children of the Pale King are, you know, non-gendered. For some reason I can't help but think of the main character as a boy, though, or just using he, him pronouns. But anyway, with that tangent thoroughly explored, in Hollow Knight, the main character doesn't speak, first of all, and is also very small and cute. Just kind of adorable. And has to, like, look up at most enemies and look up at people that he talks to. And it, I don't know, it just adds a lightness to everything that you do, because the character, the knight, is always, I don't know, just looks a little funny, looks a little silly, brings a levity and a brightness and a sort of humor to every situation that you find yourself in. But Hornet, on the other hand, is physically, you know, design-wise, does not have that level of comedy. She is taller. She has a less silly design, a less sort of cute design. The knight from the first game is like this little square head, and it's just, you know, it's just adorable. Hornet has a sleek, more sort of predatory design, and is not cute in that way. And added onto that, she speaks, obviously, where the original knight does not. And her personality is a very serious one. It is a very humorless one. She is rude off, not like a jerk, but there's that one quest where you return like shell shards to Flick the Fixer, and when he says thank you, Hornet's like, shut up, I didn't do it to be helpful. I did it so that I could gain some advantage over you. And I was like, yo, Hornet, like, why are you like that? Don't be rude. But that's fine, that's her personality. But it adds to a lack of humor and a lack of brightness in the game, because she is like that, and she's putting that personality onto all of your interactions with the NPCs. So, it's not like a major issue or anything, but I do find myself missing the ever-present lightness from the first game, because the first game was very dark. It was a world of collapse, and anyway, I'm gonna talk to this person, so I'll stop yapping for a minute here. The seamstress. Well, aren't you a sight? No, don't tell me. You're as odd as they come. Your poise, your form. Are you hunted, pursued? The Citadel would see a fine price in you. It is as you say, madam. Veiled bugs brought me to your land. I seek them now for answers. Fears too. These are bleak times, but a powerful stray like you could certainly cause some change. Well then, I've no love for that holy caste, and I do worry for this kingdom's alien state. If you're seeking to settle a score, perhaps I can lend some aid. If you're planning to ascend from these low fields, you'll be needing some lift, and I'm just the bug to help. Head for the caves beyond my home. The bugs within produce a marvelous spine, flexible yet strong. Collect their spines, return to me, and I'll soon have your old cloak transformed into something far more buoyant. Flexile spines, wish promised. A smart choice. Get out there and gather those spines, and best you be quick about it. As nice as it is to have the company, if you hang around too long, those Citadel bugs will turn their gaze on me as well. Alright, so we have a quest now to gather spines to make a cloak, which will give us more exploration potential. Will give us some more movement abilities. And you'll see I don't quite grok the exact specifications of how you collect these spines. I thought that these spines just dropped from killing the enemies, but it takes me a bit to recognize that I actually have to pick up the spines from the ground where they land. Spine core, flexible fiber. So anyway, if you're yelling at me to actually break the spines and pick them up, I will get it eventually, but I'm being a little silly at first. But yeah, as I was saying, I do miss the humor of the first game a little bit. know, it's fine that it's not here in this one, but the first game was just so dark, and this one is as well, with a lot of the, context of the game. These collapsed kingdoms, people falling to madness, existential threats of, like, mindlessness and insanity and all this. To have a bit of brightness, a bit of humor added into that mix goes a long way for some variety. But it's not a massive problem. It's just something that I've found myself thinking about as I'm playing. Other than that, let's see if I can think of any thoughts I've had. Definitely progression is a lot slower, I think. It feels that way anyways. I've been playing for maybe about 5 hours now, and I've only collected one mask shard. I could buy another from the starting merchant, I know that, but that feels pretty slow in comparison to the first game. And, see, I guess, I mean, there was you could increase your nail damage in the first game, but you had to get, like, all the way to the City of Tears. That might have been longer than 5 hours. That was not deep in the game, but, somewhat deep in the game. So, I don't know. It definitely feels like progression is slower. That's partially, as I said, with my feelings about the rosaries, where the game is really stingy with handing out rosaries. And so, obviously, certain players could prioritize buying more abilities and things. As I said, I tend to spend my rosaries more on maps and bell stations. But, yeah, other than those, maybe semi-critiques, and they're not even critiques so much as just observing differences between this game and the first game. It's not inherently worse to have a slower progression, right? It's just a different choice, a different style. Just wondering how long it is before I finally realize that I have to actually attack the spines on the ground. I remember at this point I was wandering around and I was like, damn, like, the first few enemies dropped spines and now they haven't dropped them in, like, 8 kills or something crazy. That's kind of annoying. I was thinking, why would they put drop rate percentage on a quest like this? And of course, I'm just being very foolish. But there we go. I finally made the connection. But yeah, other than those thoughts, it plays pretty similarly to the first game. I have discovered new movesets. There's a crest system in this game where you can find crests and they change how your needle moveset works. And they also change the number of crest adornments. I forget their actual name, the little, abilities that you can put on your crest. was getting used to Hornet's diagonal pogo ability, which I was struggling with. That was a big issue in my, why I died in the ant area was because there's a lot of pogoing there, and I was just messing up the diagonal pogo a lot. But I have found a couple of new crests, and they both have a straight downward pogo, so I haven't, there's one that I've been using more because it has a special ability on it where it collects more silk, and that's pretty nice. You know, you use silk for everything. I mostly use it for healing, because I take a lot of damage, so I like to have silk stored up to heal. Well then, I can tell by the rattling from within your cloak, your hunt was a success. If you'll kindly pass over the spines, I can get to work. Give spine core, yes. Flexile spines, wish granted. Perfect. These should be more than enough. Wait there just a moment, and we'll soon have you soaring up and away from these lowlands. And the seamstress gets to work, modifying our cloak. Received the drifter's cloak. Hold A in air. Flare the cloak to ride strong winds, or glide gracefully. Oh, we're gonna see Naked Hornet here. This is fine work, seamstress. Your modifications will aid me greatly. You're quite welcome, dear. I have a rare opportunity to practice such intricate sewing, and a warrior sword like you will be able to properly appreciate my additions. Float away now, stray one, and do try not to die. I'd rather not have my hard work go to waste. I'll grant you my courtesy, stray one. I'll even offer aid where I'm able. Just don't be hanging around too long. I may not be a fan of that citadel, but I'm smart enough to avoid its ire. Yeah, I wanted to call out Naked Hornet because when I first played this, Drifter's Cloak, simple protective garb sewn through with flexible spines. When I was recording this footage and saw that little snippet, it made me laugh out loud. Just a moment, dear, before you scurry off. I'm loath to spoil the surprise, but curiosity begs me to ask, do you know why they pursue you, those citadel bugs? No certainty, but I've a strong suspicion. They hunt me for my nature, for the silk produced within my shell. Aha, truth, no doubt. In Farloom, yours is a rare skill, prized beyond measure, to channel one soul within a thread, soul and silk inseparably linked. It is a skill almost lost from Farloom. Those old weavers shared it, but they are long dead now. There is another alive in this kingdom that shares my nature, or some part of it. I've seen silk similar to my own. It snares the shells of those upon the roads. I've seen it wrap them, possess them whole. There is will within that thread, one that seems to come from somewhere above us, the citadel. campsite you've got, that citadel, all roads towards and all answers waiting, and a long climb up there, my dear. Now, it's time you get going. Your style and your silk sure are fine, but stay too long and you'll only be trouble for me. Alright, well, that ends our dealing with the seamstress. So, we can now ride these air currents. And that will give us a lot of ability to explore new areas. And we can also drift like this, which also makes me laugh. It's the same reason I laughed when I saw Naked Hornet, because just the tiny little skinny body is so funny to me. You know, you see, you're looking at her big cloak the whole time, and it gives her kind of form and body. And then you see the little stick figure underneath, and I just found that pretty funny. So, yeah, overall I'm finding this a great sequel so far. It's interesting, like, going up as the primary direction now. In the first game, you know, you were generally heading downward. In this game, you're largely starting at the bottom and then moving ever upward. It doesn't really seem like a huge change, but I don't know, I think it gives sort of more of an effort to everything. You know, if you're always going down, there's something easier about going down because, you know, you can just fall. And as long as you're falling, you're probably going the right way. Bone scroll, crude journal made of coarse fabric and bone, left by a fallen pilgrim. A relic of Fartham's past, interesting to collectors of historical items. So we will, at some point, be finding, as in the first game where you could sell historical relics, it seems that we will be finding an avid collector of historical items at some point, which will be a nice way to earn some more rosaries. I also need to sell my moss berries to the moss druid. I don't know how many rosaries that will give you, but given my struggle for money, that would be a nice way to make a little more. But yeah, well, now that I've talked about Silksong for a bit, maybe I should do a little inaudible whispering, perhaps. Been mixing that into my videos a little more recently. Doing some inaudible stuff, I know I've been doing that for a while. For video early access period. Sometimes that's more or less time, depending on how quickly I'm able to get the videos voice. Have no fear, pilgrim true. Believing is a happy choice. Hi there, aren't these fields marvelous? And above us are the bountiful moors, where every pilgrim can fill their belly. These hot fields are a wonder indeed, but hunters prowl the long grass. Playing your instrument will only alert them to your presence. Well then, alert them I shall, for where many gather, great songs are sung. This poor traveler finds her resolve waning. When I first greeted her, her voice was so hoarse I could scarcely hear it. 'Tis no cause for worry though, my song will lift her from her torpor. Join your voice with mine, red maiden, and together we shall rouse our fellow pilgrim. Sister, sister, tired and glum, we will sing and you can hum. Together we shall overcome. We can talk to weary pilgrim who says, ooh, ah. Here's where I made a little mistake. I inserted these rosaries and then walked away, not realizing that the door would close. So as it turns out, you have to insert rosaries every time you want to enter this building. So I was robbed of 30 rosaries there. Pilgrim's Rest. Here's Mort. Come to rest your weary body. The climb is agonizing, and even the devout must mind their limits. I'm impressed to find any without firm claw upon a weapon that could ascend so far. Indeed, we're lucky to have made it here, luckier than many others. Or perhaps the difference between the lucky and unlucky is merely faith. Now, while we rest, shall we make trade? If you have rosaries, I'll take them gladly. He sells a weighted belt, a tool pouch, a memory locket, and a rosary string. So I'll buy the memory locket and a rosary string. By the way, you spend 80 rosaries on it, and then you get a string of rosaries, which is worth 60. Yes, that's better. Sharing your devotion with me will surely bring you luck. So, it's a way to keep your rosaries secure, but you pay a 25% cost to do it, so it's a bit of a tough price to pay, in my opinion. Certainly, a nice thing to do if you really want to make sure your rosaries are safe, but the price is pretty steep, so just something to be aware of. Not interested in trade, I wonder. Alright, we will leave this rotten house that charges you 30 every time you want to go in. Curses on its name. And I think that will bring our Hollow Knight adventure today to an end, as we sit here and listen to Sherma's song. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you next time. Until then, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye. 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 Silksong. We are going to go exploring in a new area today. In between the last video and this one, I purchased this simple key. And I want to go open the door in the top left that is locked. So, up, up, up we go. So, it's probably a Sunday when I'm releasing this video. I am starting the last video I posted of Silksong. I decided to do it on Sunday, and my normal video schedule is Tuesdays and Fridays. But I'm starting Silksong Sundays. Silksong Sundays. And basically I'm doing that because I'm playing a lot of this game, and I've made a handful of videos for it. And I don't want to just flood my channel with nothing but Silksong videos. So I decided to start posting videos on Sunday as well, but just Silksong stuff. So it doesn't mean that every Sunday we'll have a Silksong video, and Silksong videos might still fill in the occasional Tuesday or Friday, but the idea is that the bulk of the Silksong videos that I make are going to be posted on Sundays. So, happy Silksong Sunday. Also, somebody in the comments said that this guy can be killed. You just have to hit him for a while. And that he drops a unique reward. So, before we go to the locked door, I wanted to smack this guy around. But with his double damage and his ability to usually double hit me if I get bumped by him, he is pretty dangerous. Also, he just has a lot of health. But we will keep chipping away. So, I have been having great fun with Silksong still. I have played more since recording this footage, and I've actually recorded footage for the next video on this that I'm going to do, because you know, I'm still trying to make my other regular videos, and I need to in particular get the two voted on videos for this month ready, which is the Half-Life Highway 17 video, part 2 of that, and the Grand Theft Auto 5 Interesting Locations Exploration video. So I recorded half life today. But anyway, all that is to say is, with how much I'm playing Silksong, which is, I mean, honestly, not like, I'm not binging it, but I'm playing it faster than I'm able to make videos, and so as I said, I already have the footage for the next part recorded. And that play session is pretty brutal. We'll get there when we get there, but pretty much the whole video is just two halves. The first half is me searching around an area, trying to complete a quest, trying to find the last item needed for a quest. And then the second half of the video is me fighting a boss, and just, fighting it over and 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 over again. And the real number of attempts is probably like 2 to 3 times as many times as I said "and over" there. So also, I'm just smacking these guys for a very long time because I'm trying to kill them, but I don't think it's possible to kill them. This is kind of similar to those centipede type enemies from the first game that would, come out of the ceiling or the walls and just go in a straight line all the way. But these guys are much smaller. This whole area is a little, so I think we need a double jump to get up there. This whole area is kind of claustrophobic and labyrinthian, with lots of narrow passageways and enemies that kind of take advantage of that to attack you. Especially these little dudes that burrow up from the ground. And lots of spikes to avoid. So, oh yeah, so like right here, it's kind of a little trap area there, I guess. Those little guys like to come at you in these very thin tunnels with low ceilings and mess you up because you have nowhere to run to. But it's not too difficult in here because you can restore your silk by hitting these enemies, and they're not threatening if you just stand in a safe position. So it gives you lots of lots of breathing room to just refill your silk and heal, and refill your silk and heal. And we're in a big towering shaft here. Something that makes me very sad about is the fact that rosaries, when they fall onto spikes and other deadly hazards, are destroyed. And I think that's kind of lame. I think that the magnet charm that I'm wearing should pull those rosaries up off spikes to me. I don't know if it's because they don't want it. Maybe it's like too fast to farm rosaries if there's an enemy right by a spike pit and a door, and so you can keep reloading the area and just knock them into the spike pit, get an insta-kill, and then retrieve the rosaries. I don't know if that's their motivation for that decision, but it always makes me sad when I'm fighting an enemy and I lose the rosaries because they happen to be by a spike pit. Greetings, Chakra. It was a welcome surprise to hear your call echo through these crumbling tunnels. How goes the search for your master? Boshanka, it is a difficult task to track anything in these caverns while the worms ceaselessly churn the rock. Still, I can see that my master has traveled here. Her path within this land winds strangely. I wonder at her intent. It is no matter though. She can enlighten me when again we meet. Until then, I will continue in her shadow. And Chakra here can sell us many things. A lot of pins that are stacking up that I have not purchased. He can also sell us a map of the area. Yeah, in my last play session, ended up buying a bunch of pins from him as my map was expanding and I was starting to encounter, more merchants and bellway stations and stuff. I just figured that I would like the visual clarity of knowing exactly where those things are and having them mark. Dead bug's purse, discarded purse of a fallen pilgrim, allows the bearer to retain some rosaries upon defeat. So, you can minimize your losses with that one. I don't know how significant it is, how much of a percentage you keep or whatever it is, but it's not a super appealing charm to me. What are those called, by the way? I keep calling them charms. Which is what they were in the first game. And I've also called them crests, but I think that's what... They are not crests. I think that you slot them into crests. I don't know what their actual name is. But out of the wormways now, things are green again, so seem to have found our way into a mossy area here with lots of these hanging chains. Are they elevators? You can use them as elevators in some areas, but they are very small and narrow. Here we have a bench that we can buy, and I very rarely buy these benches because, as I've said, the rosary expenditure in this game is pretty intense to me. Also, we're in a new area called Shellwood. Yeah, the rosaries in this game are... I desperately need more of them, like all the time. There's always so much more stuff to buy. rosaries are always on the mind. And benches. There's enough free benches around that Also, this is where I make a little mistake here. It's my first time encountering this machine, and I want to know what it does, so I insert my rosaries, and it gives you a rosary string. So it just does what you can do at the merchant. I'm swinging my needle at it because I'm very annoyed. Basically just wasted 20 rosaries. Yeah, looks like I'm just gonna crack this bench. Yeah, I'm not generally in the habit of summoning these benches, just because of how valuable my rosaries are. And the benches are nice to have, but honestly, a lot of times, you end up, there are free benches that you can find, and oftentimes they can be in more useful positions anyways. And then, the worst thing that can happen if I don't buy the bench is that I spawn a little bit farther away, but usually the benches are in kind of safe places anyways, or places that are easy to reach, the ones that you can buy anyways. There are a lot of times by bellway stations, for instance. But yeah, I'm hoping there comes a day where I am a little more lush with the rosaries. Cartography, the charting of caverns. Yeah, and as I said, I think in the last video, I lost like 500 rosaries when I was exploring the ant area, the big red, the Hunter's March, I think, which was a pretty brutal loss. 500 rosaries, it could have paid for a lot of benches, let's put it that way. But all in all, I'm making, I think, good progress in the game. Even with that setback, there's some stuff like that I would be curious about if I had more rosaries, but are not really blocking progression. So, for instance, the Forge Mother merchant, she sells like new equipment, new tools, and an upgrade to your tools. And I'd be curious to try out the new tools, but it's very low priority for me compared to, say, opening up bellway stations. So I'm just trying to set up a classic Hollow Knight activity where you bring an enemy right where you want them so that you can use them to pogo. And I missed the pogo anyways. Maybe, no. Not sure if I ever actually get up here. But, yeah, so far I am really enjoying my time with this game. I think I said last time that I find it significantly harder than Hollow Knight, and since making that video, I still agree with that statement. As I said, I just fought a boss recently that took me like said, I'm definitely pretty rusty. So I think I could have learned my lessons faster and beaten the boss quicker, but, you know. Some of these little guys, a little moss spitter. I'm also finding some more lore stuff that's kind of interesting. I'll hold off on talking about that just for spoiler reasons, in case you guys are playing along with me. I don't want to give that stuff away. Although if you're watching this, I assume that to some extent you don't mind minor spoilers. I don't know, what do you think? Should that be a topic of conversation? Would you mind if I talk about the story stuff as I, what I've been discovering? Or would you prefer these videos to remain largely spoiler-free, besides what happens in the video, of course? So we're back in the wormways. I'm just continuing to explore, trying to find no other secrets. And this is the kind of thing where I should have purchased, this is a fool's errand. I tried for a while to hop up there, or maybe I do in a minute, but I try to pogo off a guy and there's just no chance of it ever happening. Also, we have an old friend here. These little blue, cherry things, very reminiscent of the first Hollow Knight, where you could find these guys all around the map, and they would give you some more hearts. There was a fun little secret area in Hollow Knight. It was a big door down in the depths of the map, and to open the door you had to have, I think, like 10 extra hearts from those little blue pods. And you could get some of them from charms, but you did also have to actually collect them and then get down to the door without taking enough damage to, not meet the requirement anymore. I don't remember what was at the end of that path. It was a charm, I believe, but I can't recall what exactly it did. But I remember that being a fun little challenge, figuring out how to get all of the hearts that you needed to open that door, and then trying to safely navigate your way there. It was kind of a miniature version of what do I do here? Do I do a foolish thing or a smart thing? Okay, I did. Oh, right, I dropped down on the wrong side. See if the chapelmaid has anything to say. Nope, nothing new from her. I think I realize at this point that I dropped down on the wrong side, and I think I go all the way back up and around here, but that happens at some point in this video. I don't know if it's right now or if I circle back later, but we do get to the hidden area behind the chapel. The chapel, the chapel, the chapel. Still no new quests. No new quests on the wishboard. The wishboard. already off on my way to do that first. So I try to remember where the flea caravan even is. What is, certainly fun about these games, these Metroidvanias, is the flexibility in path. There's so much freedom in where you choose to go, what path calls to you. There have been areas that I have neglected for a very long time at this point. Alright, here we are with Mushka. Look, so many fleas have joined the caravan. What a miracle. We cannot thank you enough for honoring our humble wish. The lost fleas, wish granted. There are still many fleas for us to be united with though, and we've rested long enough. The caravan must head higher. Oh, but stranger, how remiss of me. I introduced myself earlier without ever asking for your own name. Forgive me. Please, what shall we call you? You may call me Hornet, Flea Master. Know that I, like you, am glad to see your fellow fleas safe with your caravan. These are dangerous lands to travel alone. I still have a long journey ahead of me. If I come across any more fleas, I will assist where I am able. Oh, Vaventa, that is to say incredible. What a beautiful thing for me to hear. Dear friend, Miss Hornet, our caravan must be away now, toward the wide moor high above. Would you travel with us as our honored guest? Travel with the flea caravan? Yes, I think we will. Excellent, excellent. Let us make preparations and be off without delay. Rouse yourself, fleas, for the caravan roams once more. So, the flea caravan, of course, is sort of filling. I love this. All the fleas with their different facial expressions, and Hornet just sitting in the middle of them. It's quite adorable. The fleas in this game sort of filling in the role of the grubs from the first game. The journey here was long, but we didn't lose a single flea. I'm told it's good luck to bring a guest along when traveling, so we must have you to thank. I trust the trip was agreeable for you. A pleasure, perhaps, nestled in with our dear little ones. They certainly make for energetic travel companions. I've not often had opportunity to socialize with such spirited sorts. Splendid. And now you must go and see Krishkin sitting there by the bubbling cauldron. After long travel, we drink to revive our spirits. Alright, we have a little flea wagon here. And inside is Varga Dodeshna. Want for shelter from the thick grey air is heavy and wet. I'm sorry for the little flea's health in this land. Pardon me, I'm worried for the little flea's health. And they make play in the filthy water. I say them stop, but they just laugh and splash on me. They are lack respect. Most bugs instinctively obey those with strength and will, speak with authority, or your commands may go unheeded. Really, his flea master's job to teach the flea such. I will have rest here until it's time to move on. Strange beasts prowl these grey lands. I hear them roar and shriek outside camp. It's best to stay inside and make quiet. Alright, and that's all that Varga has to say. So let's go check in with Grishkin and see what he has for us in his bubbling cauldron. Dudeshna, Miss Hornet is it? Welcome to our new camp. The traveling is done, and so we drink. Is no better way to revive spirit than to drink the famous flea brew. I have just finished the batch, bubbling and warm. Your friend, finder of lost little fleas. Here, take bottle of flea brew with you. Will keep you warm while you travel. I am always brewing here, so have no fear to drink plenty and return whenever you are wanting more. Alright, we have a new tool, Flea Brew. Invigorating beverage prepared by the flea caravan. Temporarily increases the speed of movement and attacks. So, a little buffing tool, which is kind of fun. Getting in more attacks in, short boss opening windows is pretty useful. And I will say, however, when you want to get more pilgrim, this settlement welcomes all who step the holy path. May you ease your shell within, that your strength renewed can carry you higher. I found a couple tools in this game that are regenerated by spending rosaries. So we have a little cutscene here of Hornet stepping into the settlement and finding all the bugs suspended by silk. A pretty disturbing sight. Haunted Bellheart. So the fleas, for instance, if you want more flea brew, you need to go spend some rosaries to get more brew, which in the end is not really a huge problem. It's not super expensive. You can just go kill a couple enemies and farm it very quickly, but as I've said many times, for a man who is very unhappy to part with his rosaries, it does concern me. So here we have another bell beast station. So I'm going to break some of my rosary chains to open this up, because as I've said, I do like to prioritize opening bellway stations for faster traversal around the map. So here comes our old friend, our little buddy. And then there was a little hidden tunnel down here, so we will go check that. bells of bells. The frequency of bells in this game is kind of cool. What do you want, slave?
That's fine.
Slave. I am a traveler, a stranger, not a slave. This is the Bell Hermit, by the way. Exactly what a slave would say. Be gone. We will not be gone. You bother me again. Be gone, I said.
Buenita.
I ask only if you know what has happened to the bugs above us. They hang trapped in a vast snare of thread. Hardly surprising that there's the final fate for all in Farloom. Death comes seeking a little sooner for them above. Surely, oh surely, you don't imagine your own end will be different. All that hunger and fear and pride filling your fragile heart, you too are bound to end ensnared. Begone. In Farloom, only a fiend believes themselves free. You want to cut them down? Yes, you look cruel enough. Once the strings are cut, pain will return to them. They will remember fear and longing. What a choice you make for them. Such power you grant yourself. Always no more words on a slave. Begone. Alright, well, that is the end of our time with that rather unpleasant little hermit. But perhaps we will revisit them when we end the curse on Bellart. And I'm just, as always, just checking walls. Always gotta run into walls in this game and see if you can break them. Break open little hidden tunnels and such. So let us return to Bone Bottom. Back to Bone Bottom. I was, just thinking I've been seeing a lot of Hollow Knight stuff on YouTube recently, and it got me thinking about a little problem, which is, when you're interested in something and then a new installment of that thing comes out. So in this case, I like Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight Silksong has just come out, and so I'm enjoying watching Hollow Knight videos. There's a very tricky thing where, spoilers, right, people are posting stuff, all the, posting stuff from the game, posting late game bosses and late game like narrative events and stuff that happens with NPCs and all this stuff. And it kind of blows. It's a very tricky situation because in some sense, you want to be part of the zeitgeist, right? I like Hollow Knight, and it's very exciting that Silksong is finally out, and so I'm watching Silksong stuff because because I'm enthusiastic about it. But then you run into the issue of stuff is getting then recommended to you. You're getting recommended a bunch of Silksong videos, and some of them, some proportion of them, end up being spoilers and, telling you information that you would rather have not learned. So, it's just kind of unfortunate. I don't think there's really a way around it, but just something I've been thinking about as I've been seeing some spoilery stuff. I see you've gone and opened up the great bone gate back there, and without even asking my permission, feeling curious, were you? This is the chapel maid again. There is a vast grave beyond. I'd assumed most bugs died climbing the path, but it seems many fell before their trek had barely commenced. Aye, lost their lives to beasts, or to luck turned rotten. Others were simply formed too frail. At least those poor souls can rest together. Death and death and death, the eternal promise of our eternal kingdom. Eventually it claims us all. Alright, well, Chapel Maid just has that to say. Now we can explore this grave area back here. Some rosaries. A little stairway up here leading maybe back up to where we came from. A mossberry. A mossberry. Another mossberry for the moss druid. Which I still haven't been back to sell my mossberries. If I need to buy something really expensive, I'll go back there and cash them in. Plus, she might have other rewards, right? The Chapel of the Wanderer. So, I've been to one of these already, one of these chapels. And it's how I got my new needle. The one that generates more silk for me. Well, pardon me, it's not a new needle, it's a new crest, which changes my needle, my needle's moveset, I guess. And, this one is less, combat-oriented, I guess. At least at this point, it's mostly just wandering around with traps, but here we have some combat, okay. Now we have some actual pilgrims to fight. Yeah, the Chapel of the Reaper, I believe, is what got me my current crest. Don't hurt me, especially that big bell guy. He does 2 damage on a hit. I was talking in the last video about how many enemies do double damage, how many enemies deal 2 damage on a hit, and I was totally dead there if that guy had gone like an inch farther. And what was funny is that my brother, who doesn't know anything about videos that I am playing it sent me a meme, and it was like the types of enemies that dealt 2 damage in Hollow Knight, and then it showed, you know, one of those giant armored bugs from the original Hollow Knight. And then it was like the type of enemy that deals 2 damage in Silksong, and it was just like a little slime, which I thought was funny that I had you know, been talking about that, and then he happened to send me that. Bound the crest of Wanderer, cut swiftly and nimbly with short, precise strikes. So here we have a new crest, and it will automatically equip it for us. It's kind of faster and more agile than the one that we are currently using, but I did swap back to my Reaper pretty quickly. This one has some fun stuff, like you can sprint and slash at the same time, but that doesn't actually seem super helpful because, I mean, actually, I don't know, I haven't used it in combat, I don't think, but if it doesn't, like, stop you or bounce you back or something, then you will just be, you'll just then run into the enemy that you didn't kill and take the damage from colliding with them. But I'm sure it's a good crest, I just haven't, no comment from the chapel made on going through the chapel. I'm sure it's a good crest, I'm just kind of used to my Reaper one at this point. Hunter, Reaper, and Wanderer. Yeah, the memory lockets to expand the crest. I think I upgraded Reaper at some point, but not right now, I guess. I'm just holding on to that memory locket. I was spending them at first when I only had the one crest, because I didn't realize that, you know, there were going to be other options of what to spend them on. And so at this point I was in a mood of being like, maybe I should hold on to my memory lockets a bit more, in case, you know, some other good options pop up. But I did end up deciding that with how much I like just using the Reaper crest, I should upgrade that one some more. Also, having walked into the water of the chapel, it called my mind back here. In the first video, I believe, I came down here and said I didn't want to touch the water because I was afraid it was acid, like in the first game, and would kill me. But it was not acid, and it was actually hiding a shelf fragment or a mask fragment. And if you collect 4 of those, you get another heart, basically, another block of health. So I'm back in the wormways. Here, I think, is where I try to get fancy with it. But it was a fool's errand. What you really must do here is come back with the wall jump ability. It's a little too high to bounce on the enemy, but nevertheless, I am giving it my best try. I don't watched Hollow Knight speedruns. They're very impressive, but one of the things that they utilize is, jumping off of enemies and shade bouncing, which is a really cool thing where in the first Hollow Knight when you die, you dropped a little shade that would attack you. In this game you just drop a cocoon that just stays still. But in the first Hollow Knight, speedrunners would lead an enemy over to a specific spot and then let them kill them there. And then they would go back with their shade and fight the shade, or, rather just lure the shade to a particular spot and then use it as a pogo pad. And I think you could still do that in this one. It's just that the cocoon isn't going to, you're not going to be able to move it around like you could in the first Hollow Knight, where the shade could be kind of manipulated. And so I think that probably limits its usefulness in speedrunning a little bit. But I'm sure when we start getting Silksong speedruns, at some point we will probably see a cocoon bounce. The challenge runs of Silksong were a lot of fun as well. It became kind of a joke about how, what no Silksong for 7 years does to a person, does to a community. And, then it would show some challenge run that somebody did. Like, I know some of the Hollow Knight YouTubers. There's like Fireborn, Mossbag. I don't know if Mossbag does challenge runs or mostly just talks about the game. There's another YouTuber that I can't recall at the moment, but I've seen them do challenge runs. Anyway, the one that comes to mind with that meme in particular is the challenge run that somebody did where they removed all of the textures or art from the game, basically, and so it was just the hitboxes. All you could see were hitboxes. And so the Hollow Knight was a little rectangle moving around, and all of the landscapes were just big squares and rectangles, and all of the enemies were squares, and the boss's projectiles and stuff were all squares. So there's lots of fun Hollow Knight challenge stuff online if you're into that. In addition to the speedruns. I think I'm pretty much realizing at this point that there's not really anything else to do in the wormways for me at this moment. So I think I move on here. Once I finish exploring whatever up here is up here. No, I've already been up here. And spikes. claustrophobic labyrinthine tunnels over Deep Nest any day of the week. Although I'm sure with this game more prominently featuring arachnids, there will be a horrible Deep Nest type area in this game at some point. I've seen some pretty nasty little spider enemies already, and I fear for my life that those spider enemies are going to have a whole area of tiny little tunnels to themselves to just trap you in place and bully you relentlessly. So pop a quick squat on that bench, then continue on our way into the Shellwood. The Shellwood. So this way, that sign, I believe, points to the haunted Bellheart area. We have some pogo roses, and Chakra is here again. Needle child, I encountered a settlement near here, at the core of a vein of old bells. The bugs there were snared silent on a web of silk. It seemed the pernicious trap of some unseen predator. I left quickly, making sure to avoid the glimmering threads. I passed the town myself, the thread sickness. I have seen its like upon the roads, but there it does not discriminate. The curse that strikes the town, it is driven, focused, a cold use of silk at a concerning scale. If the path permits, I will investigate its source. So, Chakra has the Bellheart map for me as well, and the Shellwood map. So I'll go ahead and purchase both of those. Always good to have some, situational awareness of the areas. I get lost easily enough as it is, even with a map. Without a map, I can quickly fall into madness. As you will see in the next video, when I wander hopelessly for like 40 minutes. So we can start climbing our way up in the Shellwood. And seems like these little flower enemies are initially kind of indistinguishable from our pogo flower buds. I should go back to the ant area now that I have a much easier pogo. And actually, I did pretty much clear the ant area at the time. The problem was that I didn't have the movement tech that I needed. I hit certain areas that I could not progress any farther. I was actually pretty annoyed. Not annoyed, just disappointed, I guess. There's this big, high shaft in the ant area, and through a lot of pogo, with my diagonal dash that I found very difficult at the time, I managed to eventually get up as high as I could. But then I was blocked off from going any higher, and the only reward was a box of shell shards, which I think I've talked about in the past. Makes me very sad, because shell shards are basically useless. So, looks like a little harp thing. Oh, ooh. I think I need to come back here. I won't spoil it, but I think I have something now that might be applicable there. I'm not sure, but I gotta go back and check it out. I like these stick bug guys. They're kind of cool. They have a fun design. These things are nasty to me. For some reason, they're bulb. They're like head-looking bulb. I find sort of unnerving, and the way that it thrusts out like that. Let's go, a rosary string. I'm rich. I'm rich. Yeah, just looking around this area. Remember, there's a little arena fight down here, but I don't remember what its point is. Forget if this unlocks something. Let's see when I beat it, what happens. The stick bugs. The stick bugs. Stick bugs are kind of messing me up here. Dang. I died. I died. I died. I died. And I didn't even buy that bench. Because I hate benches so much. So, off to go get my cocoon again. These little hunters here, they insta-kill the water bugs in this pond with their spears. If one of their spears hits a water bug, it instantly dies. Oh, I remember this part. Pilgrim, spare a song for those who lay here silent, by strength abandoned, they fell before the final ascent. Oh, I should come back here too, that might be a clue. Yeah, I actually end up losing my sorry, I'm just watching the disaster that's about to happen. Yep. I lose my cocoon because I went up there and got knocked around by Big Boy. Big Boy with his rosary chain whip. That's why you should just go straight back to your cocoon. Okay? When you die, don't mess around exploring new areas. Just go get your stuff back. This guy is brutal, though. Another two-hitter. I end up just kind of cheesing him here. I just wait for him to come over to the edge and get these cheap shots. Alright, it's called tactics, okay? You wouldn't understand, you've never read The Art of War. Me, I know that this is actually the noblest way to fight. dropped almost 40 rosaries, so that's not bad. It's not bad at all. But I do believe I kind of decided this would be a good place to wrap it up, so I think I'll be finding my way back to some bench or someplace soon enough. And we can rest until our next visit to Hollow Knight. So up our Pogo Trail. If I can remember how to Pogo. Oh, I'm a little yawny today. A little yawny. What was that, that internet thing that got passed around? It was the audio clip, and it was like, Yanny, Yanny, Yanny. You know what I'm talking about? Or it's like Laurel or Yanny. Everybody heard different things. It was it's the dress, you know, blue and black or white and gold or whatever it was. Come here, boy. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? He's my best boy. He's my best boy. Alright, we're going to return to Bone Bottom and take a load off. I love the little bug dog that carries you through the bellways. Alright, what am I doing over here? I'm just checking for more quests. No more quests. Thank you for joining me again in Hollow Knight Silksong. I hope you're enjoying checking out my playthrough. I don't know how long or frequent this series will be. I'm certainly playing the game, whenever I have time for a little gaming, so I definitely will be, finishing the game, but I can't promise that the videos of it will be as frequent as they are now. And, in fact, may even dry up entirely, so. But we don't need to worry about such things now. Until next time, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye. 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 Hello, everybody, and welcome to Haunted Bellheart. Haunted Bellheart. We have come across this once seemingly thriving community. But now, its residents are all suspended on haunted strands of silk. We have encountered this silk many times in our journey, finding pilgrims on the road to their driven to a frenzied violent rage. Today, my hope is that we can rescue the citizens of Belhart from its haunted state and cut the strands of silk that have ensorcelled the townsfolk. First, however, my mission is to acquire some flowers. I am looking around for purple flowers in the shellwood. And once we acquire those flowers, I will turn my attention towards Belhart and its silken affliction. So, I will say that my quest here does not turn out so well. We have run face first into one of the problems that I have with these Metroidvania style games. And while I am thoroughly enjoying my time with Silksong, these issues do pop up from time to time. So the problem here is that my information tells me that the flowers I am searching for are scattered throughout the shellwood. However, as it turns out, the last flower that I will be searching for is through a tunnel that is filled with bells, indicating a transition to the Belhart biome. And so it simply does not cross my mind at any point that the flowers I am searching for could be through that tunnel. And so what happens is I eventually just give up on this quest and decide to go do the Belhart quest. And then when I do, surprise, surprise, there are the flowers. So, I will be doing a lot of fruitless circling in this opening segment as I loop all around the shellwood over and over again in an attempt to find these flowers. But even though the visuals may not be especially interesting, as I am not making much progress, I hope that the ASMR aspects of this video will still make it somewhat enjoyable, as I whisper in your ear to help you relax, focus, by the way, for those of you with romantic partners, how do you deal with ASMR in bed? Do you use headphones? Do you simply play it through a speaker? What is your strategy? Does your partner like ASMR? Or do they find it annoying? For me, I try to turn it as low as I can and put it on my bedside table. And it just fades into the background enough. But I know a lot of people use headphones, and so that wouldn't present an issue anyways. I have listened to ASMR with headphones to fall asleep, but I find that I don't like having the headphones in my ears, the earbuds or the headphones. These sands mark the edge of Farloom's territory. Something at this kingdom's height still hungers for me. Were I to flee now, I would again be pursued. Until I find the source of that hunger and slay it, I will not be free. Yeah, I find that earbuds or headphones hurt my ears when I sleep with them, and I don't like waking up with that pain. So even though I think the experience of listening to ASMR with headphones is better, I do not typically do that. I usually listen to ASMR with headphones if it's one of those times where I am working on something and want to listen to ASMR while I do so. But yeah, the Silksong experience so far, to change topics, has been quite enjoyable. I think I've said before that I'm finding it pretty difficult compared to the first game. And that has not changed yet in my time playing. The game has, if anything, only gotten a bit harder. I haven't hit a point yet where I am really, really stuck. The boss fight that you'll be seeing today has been the hardest one for me so far. Even compared to numerous bosses that have come later in the game. But I do think I'm pretty rusty, and that explains part of why this boss fight ends up being so difficult. And so once I worked out the rust with this boss fight, it has helped me remember my training, so to speak. and actually try to internalize the boss's moveset rather than just face tank it every time. As I said in the last video, that's a bad habit I've acquired in Elden Ring and Night Rain. Which has had its Deep of Night update somewhat recently, which is a more difficult mode. Here's one of the flowers that I'm searching for. Acquired a polyp heart. Yeah, I am spending most of my gaming time playing Silksong, but I do occasionally play Night Rain to do some Deep of Night runs with my brother, who also quite enjoys the game. And this elevator takes us all the way up here. There's a few times, especially later when I'm fighting the boss, where I accidentally run into an elevator without meaning to, and then have to slowly ride up and then slowly ride down. And Elden Ring, Night Rain, Deep of Night has been pretty fun. They've added some new relics and new relic slots, so you can be even more powerful. Also, I came to turn in the quest thinking that I had acquired all of the blossoms, but unfortunately not. At this point, I realize that I still have, I think, one more to collect. And let's see here, I make the realization I collected 5, but I needed 6. So I go out again into the Shellwood, quite frustrated because I had thought that my searching was at an end. Yeah, Deep of Night is cool. I wish that it threw in shifting Earth events a little more frequently, because I think they're fun and add some variety. But you're mostly just on the normal map. But it's a fun challenge because at a certain point I pretty much just stopped losing matches because I got so efficient with my team, which was usually my brother and a random, and occasionally our other brother. So having the extra difficulty to actually put some fire under our feet again has been very nice. I have filled out quite a bit more of the map since I recorded this footage. So it's interesting seeing how much of the map I have here and getting a sense of how far I've come. Also, I spent a simple key to do something. I won't say what it is for, well, I mean it opens something, right? That's what keys do. I had found 3 places to use a key, and I had found 2 keys, and there was one path that would open up a new area, and there was one use that did something other than opening a new area. And I did not open the new area, but I'm kind of wishing that I had, because I haven't found another simple key yet, and I'm itching to know what's behind that door. So, these are the painful choices that a game like this presents to you. Did I miss a simple key somewhere, or have I simply not reached the spot on the map where it is? Also, as an update on my finances in Silksong, I talked before about how rosary poor I was. I have, thankfully, sort of accumulated a large sum of rosaries and bought out pretty much all the merchants that I have uncovered on the map at this point. And I still have a tidy little stock, still. Okay, did you guys find the knife throwers yet? It's a little traveling duo of bugs. They have this sort of game area set up where you have to throw daggers, and every time you play it costs, I think, 25 rosaries. And so the first game, you have to hit 15 targets in a row, and you can only make 2 mistakes. So not in a row, you have to hit 15 targets without making 3 mistakes. And that took a couple tries, but it wasn't too bad. I was, it was a little, I was getting a little sweaty with that one though. And then the next challenge added 10 more hits. You had to hit 25 in, without making 3 mistakes. And I tried that once or twice and thought, you know what? I don't think I want to send myself to the poorhouse. Especially because he tells you what the reward is, and it's just a necklace of rosaries. And probably a pretty valuable one, but even so. I was sort of suspicious that by the time I actually earned it, I would have probably lost more rosaries than it would have given me. But, that kind of thing also compels me to go back and do it for completion's sake. Because what if there's another item gated behind that one? What if it's 30 in a row and then you get some new tool or something? But the 25 is pretty hard for me. So I do think I'll go back at a certain point and try to fiscally irresponsible for me to do so. So we're still running around the Shellwood. I have not connected the dots in my head yet that I should just give up because it's taking too long. But I just never, didn't think that it could be hidden outside of this area, outside of the Shellwood. Now I don't know if on the mini-map the tunnel into Bellheart is technically in the Bellheart biome. It's probably in the Shellwood biome still. But the fact that there are a bunch of bells forming a tunnel certainly indicated to me that there would not be any flowers there. So one thing I was thinking, which I've been doing recently and do enjoy, is to do a good chunk of inaudible whispering. So I will commence with that. Maybe I'll whisper until we reach the boss that I fight in this episode. Good. and welcome back to Hollow Knight Silksong. While I was exploring recently, I encountered a strange enemy with a cage on its back. As I was fighting this bug, it shot out globs of sticky goo, which held me in place. And then he pulled the cage off of his back and slammed it down on me. The next thing I knew, I awoke in this prison, stripped of my hunter's cloak and my sewing needle. And speaking of which, the bugs above hold them as trophies. It is my purpose now to find my way through this prison, unarmed as I am, and recover my equipment before making my escape. So, I explored this place a tiny bit before starting to record this footage, and then it occurred to me that this would be a fun episode for our little playthrough together, so I started recording. Hornet is quite weak without her sword, using just her body to attack, kicks and punches. And it takes a long time to hurt these enemies. At some point I come to the conclusion that I should just stop trying to fight them and instead just run through the areas. And what's more, it has changed my moveset to an unarmed moveset, which brings back the diagonal dash, my hated foe. So, it is a little tricky to run around with Hornet. Grindle. Oh, you're looking a little stuck there. What a pity. We meet again, little thief. Are you familiar with this place? If we ally our efforts, our escape could be made that much easier. Oh, you jesting? There ain't no allies in prison. You can just throw yourself against the walls in there while I go sniffing for goodies. So there goes Grindle. And I don't think I recorded it in one of my earlier playthroughs, or one of my earlier videos rather. But I found Grindle in a prison some time ago and freed him from his cell. It seems he has found himself on the wrong end of the Citadel's laws again. This prison in which we find ourselves, by the way, is called the Slab. The Slab. And, ironically, it is as close as I have yet been to the Citadel. just need to focus on getting our equipment back. And once we are armed once more with our weapon, these foes should not prove to be too difficult. How are you all enjoying Silksong if you're playing? I saw that they recently, Team Cherry that is, recently released an update that decreased the difficulty of the game in some areas, making 2 bosses easier and decreasing the damage that some environmental hazards did to Hornet from 2 masks to 1. Hey, we thought one of them buzzing bullies was sneaking up on us, but it's just a mangy jail bug. Why you in here then? Caught thieving, were you? Greedy, greedy. I've stolen nothing. Rather, I suspect the wardens are servants of the Citadel. The cage used in my capture bore similar runes to the one that first brought me to this land. Bound in that cage, I'd have proved a fine gift were they to deliver me to their masters. Bah, there ain't nothing fine about you, jailbug. We recognized a fellow thief as soon as we saw you. Now don't be lingering around here. Those guards will be wanting to pop you back in your cage quick. They'll not get the chance. I will reclaim my belongings and leave this grim place with haste. You seem to have some familiarity with this prison and its guards. Do you know a path to escape? Escape? A little jailbug like you ain't ever escaping anything. Get us out of here, will you? Stop bothering us. You got nothing to... Sorry, I said get us out of here. Lots of good stuff tucked away in this old prison. Lovely place to bring a lucky little snitch bug like Grindle. What a favor those lugs did us. Also, I had to record a video of this section because Hornet's body is so funny without her cloak. I made one of my thumbnails from an earlier episode showing off Hornet's body because there's a part where she changes her cloak, and it just made me laugh out loud. Her massive head and her tiny little black stick figure body. It's very goofy. So, because I had referenced how funny I thought Naked Hornet was in that earlier video, once I saw that we were going to have a whole gameplay segment where we were controlling Naked Hornet, I knew that I had to return to this playthrough for this segment. Sorry, also, I have not eaten, so my stomach is proving a bit adversarial right now. I hope it's not too loud. So yeah, I heard that they updated the game. They made 2 of the early game bosses a bit easier. One of which I fought already, and the other one apparently I missed because I rode with the flea caravan. And I heard that if you ride with the fleas, you don't fight the boss, which is a bit sad. I would have preferred to fight the boss. But the other boss that they nerfed was pretty easy, so I was a bit surprised by that. So far, my current feelings about the difficulty are that it is, it's definitely significantly harder than the first Hollow Knight. But so far, it hasn't felt unfair. There have been moments that I found a little... Just died there. You have to use these saw blade traps in this room to your advantage to help clear out these enemies. Yeah, one aspect that I might be finding a bit annoying, but or just a little bit overtuned at the moment is, I find some bosses have sort of annoyingly large health pools. And I just mean that, you're fighting a boss and how do I put this? My feeling is that when you fight a boss, you should be displaying, before you can win, you should display that you have somewhat mastered the boss, right? From like a gameplay, challenge, a game design perspective. You want the player to prove that they know largely how to fight the boss. You don't need them to be a perfect challenge runner type of expert at the boss, but they should be, reasonably good. That maybe they can make a few mistakes, but overall they know the boss well enough to defeat it without major issues. What I'm finding in Hollow Knight Silksong with some of the bosses is that it feels like you prove that you've mastered the boss, and then they say, okay, and now just fight the boss for an extra minute. And it's fine, it's not really a huge deal, and it's not even that it adds a ton of difficulty per se. It's more so that if you make a mistake and happen to die, it's kind of annoying, because then you think, oh, I was so far into the fight that time. It's really not a huge issue at the moment, but I did, in the, gameplay after this was recorded, I did fight a boss called Phantom, and it was a fine boss. It was really, pretty easy, and yet I found it, I beat it first try, so it wasn't like it's not like I wasted a ton of time on this boss, but as I was fighting it, I was like, dang dude, I've been in phase 2 for so long, and I don't know, it just felt like the health might have been a bit overtuned. From my, game design argument, right, of you should make the player prove that they have reasonable mastery over the boss. I don't think that means the player should prove that by, like, fighting a boss for 10 minutes. You should do the minimum necessary amount of time in a boss fight to make sure that the player has actually kind of mastered the choreography if you will, of the boss. But anyway, as I said, it's not really a big deal at this point anyways. It's just something that I've noticed. I noticed it with the last judge boss as well. I was like, okay, your attacks aren't really scary to me anymore. And yet I'm still just having to beat on you for quite a while here. But, you know, I could also equip that charm where I do more damage, but I also take more damage if I wanted to make that process faster. There's options. And I'm not optimizing my gameplay, I will say. I don't often use my tools. I don't often use my silk powers. I am pretty frequently just falling back on my basic moveset. Part of that is intentional. I do like to have my silk stored up to heal. I prefer to be more of a defensive player. And so if I do end up getting hit, I like to have a full store of silk to immediately heal it up. But I know that I could be more skillful, and you know, if I incorporated more offensive options and then just made up the difference by not getting hit so much. So this area is, it's on a frozen mountaintop. Or I don't know about mountaintop, it's just a snowy area. And if you stay out there for long enough, your body cools down too much and you start taking frost damage. So you have to pop inside or go to the little warm-up stations from time to time. The lore of the game is also starting to get pretty cool. I'll talk more about it in my next video, where I will be in the Citadel itself. But the Citadel is pretty cool, and the stuff that I'm learning in there is pretty cool. To be honest, you know, it's not like Hollow Knight was ever a game for me where I was obsessed with the lore in the way that I'm obsessed with, you know, the FromSoft lore or whatever. The main draw of Hollow Knight for me was the gameplay, but the lore was enjoyable. And, you know, I did quite like it, so. By the way, we have recovered our possessions here, just have to beat this arena battle. Yeah, the lore of the first game was not, for me, a major draw. I wouldn't recommend it on those merits necessarily, but it was good enough to not detract from the game. And it was quite charming and interesting for what it was. because I'm working through Silksong, I might just wait until I am done with Silksong and then do a Silksong lore video, rather than doing a video on the original Hollow Knight. But we'll see. Sometimes I talk about videos that I want to do and then they sort of never happen. So lore videos are tough as well. Not I love doing them, but they do take quite a while. So I can't get them out very frequently, which isn't really a problem per se, but I have been enjoying getting out 2 videos a week with my Tuesday-Friday schedule. If I started doing lore videos more frequently, again, I would probably have to pull that back to the 1 video a week. But I might do that in the future. I might ease off on the videos and do some more lore stuff. You know, there was a time where this channel was mostly lore videos, and it's honestly just a matter of where my interests are at the time, what I want to do. I really liked the lore videos when I was doing them, and then I stumbled into the kind of map exploration videos, and I really liked those for a while, and I still do. I still release those pretty regularly, but I've also mixed in a little more regular gameplay stuff now. I have a roleplay coming up soon, or maybe it's already out. I'm not sure when this video will go out, but probably somewhere around the time as the roleplay, which is more of a comedic type video, but anyway, I would definitely love to do some more lore stuff. I just need the bug to strike, you know? No pun intended, considering what game we're playing. So, now that we have our stuff back, we can mop up in the slab for a bit, and then find our way out. We've recovered the keys that we need. I am interested to know how long this game is. I've recently started Act 2 and have put somewhere around 18 hours into the game, I think. And I've heard there's an Act 3 as well. I don't know if they're all equally long, but you know, it could be that we're looking at a 40-hour game easy, right? I've seen in the achievements list they have the speedrun achievements as they did in the first Hollow Knight. And I think there's an achievement for attaining 100% game completion in under 20 hours, which is pretty crazy. I think in Hollow Knight, that 100% achievement was somewhere around like 10 hours, maybe a bit less even. So that should speak to how much larger this one is. Do we have any idea if they're going to do DLC for this game? One of the things that made that 100% achievement a touch easier in the first game was the fact that the DLC added additional percentage, so you could get, I think, up to 106% completion. So you could pick and choose 6% worth of stuff to skip or avoid or whatever. And I don't really have an intention of getting the speedrun achievement here. Just because, I don't know, different times in your life, if I, for whatever reason, ended up with a bit more time, that's when I tend to do achievement hunting. I was not, well, achievement hunting, by the way, if you're unfamiliar, is just, game challenges that developers put into games, and they have a sort of unified framework across platforms like PlayStation and Xbox and PC. Maybe I'll remember to talk about achievement hunting later, but we are at Bellheart now, and I want to talk to a lot of NPCs here, so, because I haven't talked to them yet. The noise from above has returned, that pitiful clamor. The threads have been cut. It was you who cut them down. Do not deny it. Why should I deny it, sir? I severed the thread and defeated the creature guiding the curse under the town. Are you displeased? Displeased? If I breathe, if I live, I am displeased. Only the dead are satisfied. Relatable. You are a slave and a nuisance. Be gone. I'll waste no more words on a slave. Be gone. So, now that we have a wall climb, we can explore these little bell tunnels here. And then I will talk to the residents of Bellheart because I have not done that yet. But, yeah, achievement hunting is just going, for those challenges that the developers put into the games. So, it's a bit of a subculture in the gaming crowd of people who put a lot of time and effort into getting these achievements. When I was younger, I did achievement hunt to some degree. When I was in like middle school and stuff, when you could just come home from school and you had nothing to do all day, and to find some way to keep interested. So one of the things that I got into was achievement hunting. Try and do 100% games. Over time, that impulse faded away, honestly, just as like I got more busy and other things came into my life, the appeal of achievement hunting lost its luster. These days, I very rarely try to 100% games or even achievement hunt too much. But what I do occasionally do is when a game is very good, when I really enjoyed it, if I find it was kind of meaningful to me for some reason, is then I will try to 100% the game. It doesn't happen very often, but I view it as kind of a last thank you to the game for existing or something like that. Some kind of little bow, a little button up on my time with the game. So, again, I don't have to do it. Disco Elysium is one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm missing most of the achievements in that one. There's something in that case, it feels almost disrespectful to achievement hunt in it. Because for me, just playing through the game a bunch to get the other achievements feels almost disrespectful to its highly narrative identity. But that's just me. But I did 100% Outer Wilds, which is one of my favorite games of all time. I only had a couple by the time I beat the game, and so I thought I'll just mop these up. And it, it's just to me a little, some kind of sign of love for the game. And I did 100% Hollow Knight, just because I did really enjoy the game. Sometimes achievements are kind of stupid and annoying. Like there'll be like grindy stuff like collect 1,000 giblets or whatever, right? And it's like, that's just you're just wasting my time. You're just giving me an objective to do that has no sense of satisfaction or anything. But then other times I find the achievements point you in. They offer you new, interesting challenges. They allow you to play with the game in a way that you wouldn't have before. So like in Halo, the Master Chief Collection, a game that I'm kind of trying to 100% very slowly over time, they have the lasso achievements, which I did with a friend. I could talk about that more, but the citizens of Bellheart, let's hear what they have to say. So this is a little man with a bell on his head. He is very silly. And Gleaming Rest, if you play your needle in, he will sing with you, which is pretty awesome. Almost there, Gleaming Rest. We serve safe for the pilgrims many. You seem hard at work, good bug. Are you a hunter of a sort? This is pond catcher Reed. Of a simple sort, I'm a pond catcher around these parts, the last remaining in fact. Us few bell herders are badly needing for fresh food, so my lone shell's carrying quite the responsibility. At least Shellwood Pond's still full of good meat, especially if your aim with a long pin's as good as mine. Bellhard's lost much of its luster, but we still offer some comfort to the pilgrims who climb this high. You've met Frey, miss. She's usually stocking useful items for travelers such as yourself. If you're heading out across the pond, be wary of the other catchers. They're all long lost to Farloom's haunting. Weak minds, the lot of them. Still, their long pins remain sharp enough. And we have some quests here. Silver bells. When searching the bell veins, collect some silver bells. And we have my missing courier from Frey. My dear little courier was last seen in Chelwood. Please someone find Tip and send him home, along with all of his precious stock. We will accept that wish. We have Crawbug clearing. Crage of the halfway home. Those plastic crawbugs are falling on my roof. Come up with a clever solution to keep them away, but Turtle needs some help. Inquire at the halfway home if you're fit for the task. Alright. Well, we have some quests from Bellhard. This is Frey. Greetings, shopkeeper. It seems you've recovered well from the silken affliction. Ah, well, I'm a clever bug. When that strange thread struck down from above, I shut up tight and huddled in my bell home. Might have been a problem for the others about here, but my store was flush with supplies, so no fear I'd go hungry. Your preparedness served you well then, although your store now seems quite bare. Yes, I'll admit, the wait was longer than I'd anticipated, and a bug has to eat. I'll have more to offer you once my courier turns up. No doubt he's been avoiding Bellhard since the curse set its sight on us. He would have been wise to do so. If, on my travels, I happen upon the errant bug, I'll make sure to send him your way. So she has a memory locket for sale. She can also tie up our rosaries in a rosary necklace. Welcome, welcome, weary pilgrim. Though glorious Bellhard may be past its finest shine, it still remains the last friendly stop before the citadel. It is the task of I, fair Pavo, to extend the warmest of welcome to those passing devout, such as your good self. Your town seems returned to healthy form, good bug. I had some concern that, upon cutting you free, I'd find only husks. Yes, well, most of our residents did not fare so well. Still, it's no good to dwell on dark things. We shall build and grow and welcome, as is any good bellbug's task. What do you remember of your time caught upon the thread, Pavo? It is difficult, upsetting even to think about. Strange, sad memories, not my own, and my own thoughts smothered amidst the tangle. If one could choose to connect themselves to something grander, that curse may seem a wonder. For myself, it now seems a horror. Welcome, welcome, travelers all. Rest your weary shell and revive your flagging spirit. Bellhard, glorious, gleaming, and very, very safe. Stay a while before you begin your final climb. Alright, well, we have Sherma here too.
Oh, hi there. Why, I must have dropped off to sleep as soon as I arrived.
wondrous place, golden bells for weary shells. Ha ha ha. This settlement offers safety now, little pilgrim. Perhaps you should make a home here. You've done well to make it this far, and the roads ahead will only be more dangerous. Oh, dangerous they surely are, but I will gladly tread any path that holds wonders as magnificent as this red maiden. I'll be off soon, once I'm good and rested. Beyond the wood lies the final climb, and then at last we shall reach the citadel. Which of us will reach the grand gate first? If it's me, I shall wait for you so we can enter together. Alright, Sharma's journey takes her ever closer to the citadel. So we have 2 more buildings here. And we have Chakra. Pushonga, child-wielding needle. This heart home is cut free of its curse. Tell me, was it your blade that brought it saving? My shock would be great if another here managed the feat. I slew a tall creature above the town, a weaver I suspect, though one twisted in purpose. By voice and claw it aided, perhaps guided the thread that strung the town. Weaver, those vicious old things. To our young we tell the tales, but I thought them long dead. Only corpses bound in spires. This one still lived, though if it was a weaver, it was broken in a savage way. Its own silk was bound, pinned deep within its shell, a cruel punishment I've not before witnessed. Even broken, my envy remains. A weaver's fabled skills. To meet one in combat means great challenge and great pride in victory. So yes, markers for sale for us. We'll just go ahead and buy these, buy out chakra stock. You have purchased the last of my mapping stock for now. Stay alive on your journey, and when our paths next cross, we may trade again. I haven't seen chakra in a while. I have a handful of areas that I don't have maps for yet. What? Who is it? What have you got? What do you want? I am just a traveler, one hoping you are not too badly affected by the cursed snare set upon this town. What binds them outside means nothing to me. None of them have my keen sense, my respect for the past. You seem able, though. Sneaky, too. If you find any old stuff, anything with a history to it, bring it here. I'll take it. But what's this? I smell something on you right now. You have a relic for me. We will just hold on to our relic. What? You refuse to pass it on? What good do you think it'll do you? This is a relic seeker's scrounge, by the way. By Claw, are you then our savior in the shell, standing so calm and cool on entrance to Pliny's bell home? Pinmaster Pliny, what clue, sir, tells of my part in your town's liberation? Why, your blade, fierce warrior. Any fine pinmaster would detect the sign of deadly work upon that needle's edge.
vile curse that struck here. No simple bug nor basic pin could have granted our release. No. That blade, though, so expertly clutched in claw, that could well have met the task. It was you who cut us free, yes.
I'll grant you sharp sight, Pinmaster, and your saving is fortuitous. This blade that restored your town would now benefit from your service.
Well, yes, I have a busy backlog of pins to tend, but your gracious heroism decrees that unique weapon receives my care this very moment. What say I take a look?
Sharpen needle. We will, of course, sharpen our needle. This will allow us to do more damage to enemies. Needle sharpened.
Bonva, it is done, brave warrior. By my expert claw, your strange blade has received some fast, sharp shine. It shall cut cleaner than ever before.
Your efforts provide great aid, Pinmaster. You have my thanks. Your skills are impressive. My needle sings from your care. But I must ask, can the blade be honed further?
You seek further sharpening, further than Pliny does provide. Impertinence. But, maybe. But, no.
You hesitate. Then it is possible. Are you incapable? Should I seek others within the kingdom?
Wait, yes. Seek not others, but an oil, fabled and fine. With it, the citadel once brought a gleaming edge and point to its pins. Though the citadel's pinmasters are long gone, some small store of that miraculous elixir may remain within its halls. Were even a meager drop pilfered and gifted upon Pliny, your blade could shine brighter still. Just know, dear friend, the veiled bugs would be oh so unkind to the thief who'd claim that fine prize for themselves.
Pinmaster's oil. Wish promised. I will find the oil, Pinmaster. My needle has seen much use in this cruel kingdom, and I suspect many more battles are due. I will value your further skills upon my blade.
It is a dangerous wish you accept of this poor pinmaster. I welly hope this one's professional desire does not cost you your life. Up there in that citadel, the fabled oil is awaiting. Bestow it upon this fine pinmaster, and your blade shall sing louder yet.
I will find the oil, Pinmaster. Keep your skills sharp. Alright, and that is all that Mr. Pliny has to say to us. See if I can pick up on any of the threads that I had forgotten before. I was talking about, what was I talking about? I was talking about achievements, right? And I was talking about achievements that sort of encourage a more fun engagement with the game, or, you know, give you additional fun to get out of the game. So, for instance, in Halo the Master Chief Collection that I was talking about, they have a achievements for completing the games on the Lasso setting. And Lasso is a legendary, no pun intended. Oh god, I've said that twice in this video. Sorry, I just hate puns. The Lasso challenge is a fabled, let's say, challenge for the Halo games. Lasso stands for Legendary All Skulls On, and Legendary is the difficulty modifier, or the difficulty setting, and then All Skulls On means that you turn on all the skulls, and skulls make the game harder in a variety of ways. So you can take away your, your reticle and your UI and your gun with one skull called Blind. You can, have all these various difficulty settings, enemies dodge more frequently, and yada yada. So, also I'm just looking around for those silver bells that I had on that, for that wish that I took. But for some reason, they don't seem to have spawned into these tunnels, strangely enough. And so Lasso, I always, I knew about Lasso. I knew that it was a challenge that some people did, but I never had any particular interest in doing it myself. Those bugs, carried in their gleaming bills, they claim a common calling to serve the pilgrims as they make their path upwards. Such a crucial role they award themselves, surely worthy of praise. The sweet lie, of course, they, like their predecessors, are simply too weak and fearful to venture any farther, a settlement born from indolence. I'll waste no more words on a slave, be gone. So, I was never going to play the Lasso difficulty of Halo. It just, never crossed my mind to do it. But in the Master Chief Collection, they had achievements for completing all of the Lasso, completing all of the Halo games on the Lasso difficulty. And so, one of my good friends from high school, actually I met him in middle school, I might have even met him in elementary school, I'm trying to remember when we first met. Anyway, he was, a good friend of mine from a young age, and one night we were playing, and we just had this random thought of, hey, you want to try to get that Lasso achievement? And what that started was, over many months, we would schedule a play session to try to do another level of Lasso. And it is one of the, hardest things to do. It was so difficult. Especially Halo 2. Oh my god, Halo 2 on Lasso was insane. But this friend of mine, the two of us just conquered all of the Lasso games. And when we could go to 4-player in Halo 3 and ODST and Reach, we brought in a couple of other friends to do those as well. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful time. It was difficult, and also, are we might gonna get a message here? Sister Spider, husk-bound to branch, watch over these bugs passing safe, warded by fear, no longer your meal. Interesting. So yeah, in that case, going for achievements created an incredible bonding experience for me and my friend and our other friends that joined us. We, just had such wonderful times and struggled and laughed and had absolute tragedies. I mean, I tell you, trying to do a level in Halo 2 Lasso, if you're not like amazing at the game, is an hours long attempt. And so trying to schedule time after work, we would often have to start playing late at night, and then we would be up until 1 a.m. at the end of a mission, and then boom, pardon me, I had to go take care of something. What was I talking about? I was talking about my experience with my friend and doing Lasso. Don't remember exactly what the last point I was making was, but yeah, the point is just that I had these wonderful times with my friends that would absolutely never have happened if there wasn't an achievement for that. Now, of course, we could have just done that challenge ourselves, but there's something about it being a structured thing, right? An incentive. Anyway, here's career tip.
Oh, these horrible beastie beasts are gone. Much and many thanks for you, mighty warrior.
It was a simple thing, small bug. I assume you are Tip, the courier. Frey, the Bellheart trader, seemed concerned for your safety and for the cargo you carry.
She sent you? Bah, she needs to learn a little patience. I'm has barely been away, but still, is lucky for me you came.
My missing courier, wish granted.
Well, I must be off now. That old grubbly grub at the bell will come after me herself if she not get her goods.
And there goes Tip. So, I say all that to just point out that there are some achievements are just meant to kind of steal your time, I think, honestly. But some can also provide a wonderful little, I don't know, just a new way of engaging with the game. Something you wouldn't have done yourself. Solemn Pilgrim, what ritual calls you all together, Pilgrim?
Our brother, this poor wretch in my arms, has walked his last aching step. We gather here to sing him farewell and to mourn our great loss. For though, as pilgrims, we aim our sights high and never waver from our path, the loss of a brother or sister still stops our trembling limbs in place. Sing, brothers and sisters, sing and drown out this burdensome sorrow. Sing out the name of this poor pilgrim whose journey had nary begun. Who here knows the name of this little pilgrim? without death, all his pains and torments left behind, like the dust shrugged from a traveler's shawl. Farewell, little pilgrim. May your shell harden the path for others to tread. And away goes the body. Well, I'm not sure I mentioned it, but, fellow pilgrim, your journey ends. We carry your memory. Fellow pilgrim, fallen brother. Bone Bottom was attacked by a beast. And though I fended off the beast, the small pilgrim that rested by the bench was tragically slain. So, I will play my needle in to commemorate our fallen friend who conversed with us much as we passed through Bone Bottom. And until next we return to Farloom, I hope that you stay well. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hollow Knight Silksong. At long last, we have finally arrived in the Citadel. And while exploring the Citadel, I came across this frightening surgical ward called the White Ward. And it was a little spooky. And I thought it would be fun to record an episode as I begin my exploration of the White Ward. So, I'm just doing some charm management here. I wanted to test out this one that makes me deal more damage, but also take more damage. And I am thinking it is a little too punishing for my taste, so I'm not going to keep that on. I found an upgrade that lets me use an extra yellow charm even when, regardless of my crest, even when I have both of my charm slots for yellow charms filled up. Sorry, Tool, I can't help it, I just keep calling them charms or trinkets or whatever. But yeah, I'm hoping that I can find some other upgrades like that, because equipping more tools is a very nice idea. It'd always be nice to have more tools equipped. So, we are wandering through the White Ward,
razors. And the Citadel has been a very cool area to explore. I will definitely do a more Citadel-focused video. It has my favorite boss so far in the game, the Cogwork Dancers, which I thought were just a really well-designed, entertaining boss, and not very difficult. Took me like 3 tries, I think, but I've just loved their design, their music, the different phases. They pulled a classic little thing, a little final phase shtick that is always very effective to me. So I won't spoil what that is in case you go and fight them, but I really, really enjoyed them. Also, as you can tell, just doing a little bit of beard scratching. A little beard scratching today. My beard trimmer recently broke, and so I've gotten a little bit shaggy in the beard. I'm keeping it shaped with the razor, but the actual beard hairs are getting a little crazy. But I got a new trimmer at the store yesterday, so we will tame this forest later today. Oath of the White Ward, while song must be sung, none may falter. Infirmity, sickness, death, all are banished from our citadel. The citadel has introduced a lot of the narrative in the game, or a lot of the, a lot of interesting plot sort of elements, fleshing out the setting and so on. And I'm definitely interested in doing a full Silksong lore video when I finish the game. And exploring the Citadel has started giving some ideas of what the game's lore really is. Basically, what we're seeing is an oppressive ruler of some kind, some sort of weaver leadership that is dominating the bugs and forcing them into essentially slavery, under the guise of this kind of religious order. So of course, through the whole game we've seen these pilgrims attempting to ascend to the citadel to be met with paradise. But what we find when we arrive is that the citadel only offers slavery. guess, ludonarrative, what would, the harmony, I suppose, the opposite of ludonarrative dissonance, right? It has been very strong in the Citadel. So we're in a new area here, the Underworks, and we see one of the chorus creatures, or robots rather, hanging up in the distance there. And, yeah, the narrative of the bug's relationship with the rulers of the Citadel is done very nicely, or represented very nicely in certain elements of gameplay. So, for instance, this bench that I'm sitting on, many benches in the Citadel, unlike all other benches in the game, actually charge you to sit in them. You have to pay rosaries for the bench to pop up, and then you can sit on the bench. Or if you want to get silk, you can spend rosaries to get some silk from a machine. And the price for these things is really not worth it. Well, the benches are probably worth it depending on, your situation and if you need that checkpoint. But at the very least, even if it might be worth it for you to make that trade, it's annoying, right? The game has taught you that these things should be free. If you find a bench, you can just sit on it. But now you enter the Citadel, and suddenly the rulers of the Citadel are demanding that you pay some of your hard-earned rosaries in order to just take a checkpoint, heal, swap out your tools. So what it does, kind of narratively through those gameplay choices, to me, is make you resent the Citadel's rulers and feel that they are taking advantage of you, right? That they are unfairly extracting from your resources, right? You did all this work for these rosaries, and now the Citadel, for no good reason, is demanding that you pay for things that should be free. We rescued a flea here. So, I think it's a great bit of design on Team Cherry's part to make you despise whoever is at the top of the Citadel, and feel like you are being personally victimized, right? The setup for the game is that Hornet's kidnapped by the bugs in the Citadel, and that's annoying for Hornet, right? But we are not Hornet, and as developers and artists, you need to find ways to make your audience feel for your characters, right? In some way empathize with your characters or feel their pain. And there's a lot of ways that you can do that. But one, effective way that Team Cherry did this this was by making us, as players, feel aggrieved by the Citadel bugs. And so it kind of aligns us with Hornet, right? So, that's just one thought I had as I was going through the Citadel. And the Citadel is an awesome area. It is massive, massive. I'm not sure if there's anything really beyond it in terms of areas. I think I've been to most of the areas on the map. At this point, it feels very filled out. And I suspect that a lot of the game will just be reusing certain areas. And of course the rest of the Citadel, which I have not fully explored. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a whole bunch of new areas that will be uncovered in Act 3. I have done a ton of stuff at this point. I have cleared most of the areas on the map. I am currently, the last thing I was working on after recording this was trying to defeat the boss of the Bile Water section. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long, bind our strength to yours, and reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. So we will be uncovering a new silk power here. It's interesting to wonder about who is behind all of this. Obviously, the Weavers used to have a kingdom here of some kind because of their ruins all over the place. And silk is a major element of the game. Narratively, you know, it's all of the bugs are like powered by silk, basically. And this new silk power lets us grapple onto these hanging rings, which we've seen plenty of around the map. So it's one of those moments where, in a very Metroidvania style, we can now return to many of these areas that we have seen before, and now use our new power to unlock additional areas. Now you can hit enemies with this spear, but I do not realize that at this point. Or rather, what I mean by that is if you are platforming around and you shoot the spear at an enemy, it will pull you to them and then launch you in the air. And you can also launch it at walls, and it will pull you to the walls, but I don't really realize that right now. I think that it's only for grabbing onto hooks, grabbing onto the little rings that are hanging down on chains. And there is something kind of a little arbitrary or silly about these rings as like a navigation tool, because you know, you could just hang on to them with your hands, right? certain areas where, like right here, where you can activate mechanisms with the chains by pulling them down. And it is kind of silly, because it's like all those areas that I passed before where I needed I needed to pull the chain down. I could have just grabbed it and done it before, the skill. It's not like double jump, right? Where if you want to get to an area that has, you have to double jump to reach. That completely makes sense that you couldn't reach it before, because if you just can't jump high enough to do it, that's that, right? There's no other option. But with this, with pulling the hooks down, it's like I could have just pulled the hook down before. I didn't need. This silk spear doesn't really do anything to help me actually pull a hook. Anyway, that's not really a major critique or anything. It's just kind of funny. It's like doesn't I guess it's a little bit of that dissonance, right, between the narrative and the mechanics. So this area in the underworks is called the Cauldron. The Cauldron. And through this door we find a new NPC working away at a little drafting desk or something. It seems to be a workshop area, judging from the chorus robots. A locked gate bearing the symbol of an architect. So here we have the 12th architect. Master, you seem the lone maker left in this citadel. Are you my enemy? The other constructs of this place object aggressively to my presence.
Bugrid, I am a maker, yes. Enemy, no, I am an architect. Only an architect. To build, automate is not a choice. It has our nature directive cage. You are a weave type, yes. A first child. Rare, extinct, or not, it does so seem.
You see it true, Master. I bear the lineage of weavers, along with other strands equally strange.
Then on your request, Bugrid, as directive demands, for Farloom's first children and our kingdom eternal, I shall serve, I shall craft.
Cogwork wheel. A sawtooth circlet. I don't have any craft metal. A scuttle brace. Rather, I have one craft metal. But where I am after recording this video, I have not found any craft metal since. And there's like a bunch of stuff on the map right now that I need craft metal to do. And I don't know where it's all hiding. So if you all have any secret craft metal locations, where there's like a bunch of it all at once. Talking about my gun, I believe so, Master. A relic of their old workshop, lost and fitted. The parts suggest a weapon of thread, one I would attempt to repair myself had I endless time.
An architect's work owes much to the art of the first children. They set experts standard for the tools and talents of Farloom Eternal. If you desire to mend, I can remake the tool, though my own mind directives may produce a unique result. Silk shot. Silk shot. I'm not sure who else can fix the silk shot. Probably the Forge Daughter. And I don't know the differences in abilities, but I just decided to do this with the 12th Architect. I don't even really use it very much in gameplay. I tried it once or twice and it's fine, but it didn't really appeal to me too much. Usually, the tools that I use now, I have a ranged one, which is usually the long pin item, and then I have the flint gem, I think. Is that what it's called? The one where you can sharpen your needle and make it do more damage. I really like that one. For a while, I was like, I'll use the flea brew that lets me attack faster, and the flint gem that makes my attacks stronger, but I kind of ended up thinking that that was a little unnecessary. It was a little too much investment in making my needle stronger. Guys, I hate when you find these little shell sections that just hurl shell fragments into spikes. Also, am I crazy, or it's been a while since I've played the first Hollow Knight, but the magnet charm in that one that lets you, that pulls Geo towards you, like, Geo isn't destroyed when it hits the spikes, right? In that game. That's a new thing that they did in Silksong. I think that's right. But either way, I have really come to the conclusion that I don't like the fact that when stuff hits the spikes, it is destroyed, because it's just really annoying. You're often fighting over spikes and lava and whatever, or fighting nearby it, and then you kill an enemy and all of their rosaries go flying into the spikes, and you just lose all that money. It makes me very sad. But it is what it is. I got a new charm that gives me more rosaries for defeating enemies, and I've been enjoying that. It also makes you lose rosaries when you get hit, but I find it still generally, you come out on top. I don't have it equipped all the time. I only use it if I'm either looking to farm a few more rosaries to get a specific item, or if I'm just kind of bouncing around the citadel or someplace, doing a lot of fighting. But it's a nice little boost. Okay, also, I got access to a great rosary farming method when you reunite the courier brothers, and you can start doing deliveries and just making like 150 rosaries each time or whatever it is. I don't know
it or if they cut you off at some point, but I feel like it kind of solved my rosary issues. Because it really doesn't take too long to get a nice chunk of rosaries doing that. The economy situation at this point in the game for me is not terrible. I find that what happens is I usually get a ton of rosaries through turning in items, doing quests, exploring. I end up with a lot of rosaries. And then I find a new merchant and I go broke just buying all of their stuff. And the merchants are getting very expensive with their prices. So, you can get a lot of rosaries and then lose them all very quickly. Did I tell you that I'm in Bilewater right now trying to beat the boss there? And he's driving me nuts. There's just a handful of things in that fight that are all individually quite annoying. I really don't like the enemies in that area that hide in the water and then spring up momentarily and then dive back in. I've kind of come to a strat with them where I pogo on them, and that works pretty well. I look at where they're gonna come up, I jump above them right as they're coming out of the water, and then I pogo on their head until they are defeated. And that works pretty well, but they're still pretty annoying enemies. And then it's also crazy annoying in that area, the parasites that prevent you from healing, or rather, waste your first bind. You have to bind once to get rid of the parasites. So you combine all of those things in that boss fight in Bilewater, and it makes for a very unpleasant fight. I'm getting better at it, I'm doing okay, but he's definitely giving me trouble. Yeah, that's, okay, also, these silk things, they are so much more common than mask fragments. I feel like you go for like 5 hours without finding a mask fragment. Probably more, honestly. And then those little silk spools are like, I'm getting one of those things every 3 hours. Yeah, all of the loot just falling into the hazards every time you kill an enemy. It makes me weep. But yeah, the economy, I was having a lot of economy issues in Act 1, but I think in Act 2, it's really turned around. Stuff is still quite expensive, but you also have many more effective ways of obtaining rosaries, so it usually doesn't cause too many issues. Once I clear Bilewater, I believe I will have the map kind of finished. At least everything that I can think of at the moment. And then I'm going to be focusing heavily on the Citadel, which, you know, I'm doing right now here, but there's a ton of Citadel stuff. And there's a major quest that you get in the Citadel, like the main quest.
imagine, if you've played into the Citadel a bit, you know what I'm referring to. You have to explore the Citadel and accomplish 3 objectives. And I've kind of wandered partially in the direction of all 3 of those. But haven't actually reached the icon on the map of them all, so I'm going to be knocking those out next, I think, if I ever beat this bile water guy. Climbing up. Yeah, the Citadel is really cool. Overall, I am definitely having a great time with this game. I think I fell in love with it a bit more in Act 2 than I did in Act 1. Act 1, I was enjoying my time with it, but was sort of not in love with it. I was having a great time, to be clear, but I was sort of thinking like, yeah, this is good, but yeah, I don't think it's as good as Hollow Knight. In Act 2, so far, I've been kind of feeling that it is a lot stronger, and I don't know if it is better than Hollow Knight or not. Not that, we need to compare everything like that, but I do think it's very good now, and I'm really enjoying my time with it. The Citadel has been the most fun for me to explore. The other areas in Act 1, the general world in Act 1. Oh, here we have a little guy, and there's a little conveyor belt, like a treadmill, I guess. Except you're powering it with your own feet, so. But I had an idea here that I could go equip that tool that makes you run faster, and then maybe I could do something special with that conveyor belt. So this is just me going back to the bench and swapping out that tool. I also have the parry skill. I've been trying to get better at using it. As you can see here, it's I'm still kind of early in the learning curve. It's a very effective ability, though very powerful. Gives you iframes and pretty generous ones. And then you do damage to, I think, every enemy that's on the screen. You do like big AoE damage at the very least. And watching this platforming here. So yeah, it's a pretty effective ability. My only issue with it, oh, here's some of those benches you have to pay for. My only issue with it is just, as usual, I struggle to remember to use my tools and abilities in games like this, FromSoft games, whatever. I usually fall back on a very core set of moves, right? I just use the weapon that I have and just kind of use it in the most basic ways.
So in Silksong and Hollow Knight, in Hollow Knight I didn't use spells very much, despite the fact that they are incredibly strong. I mostly just used the nail, and in Silksong I mostly just use the sewing needle. But I am trying sometimes to remember to use my other equipment and abilities. Alright, so I'm on the little the little belt here, running on like a little hamster, powering up whatever this needle is behind me. You can watch it fill up this little progress bar. And I was very curious. I thought that I had stumbled on some great, secret. There was definitely going to be a charm or something behind this. And when I complete it, it pops out a single rosary. Loam says,
Good, me friend, good. When us works together is more holy, is more work done. Together let us work raw hard till them's above see how worthy us is. Me cannot say much more, friend.
So yeah, we got a little special line of dialogue from Loam. So Team Cherry was trolling a bit here, but I decided to run on it again, just to see if, I don't know, did something different the second time. So this is obviously, kind of a joke more than anything, but it does also speak to what I was talking about with the fleshing out your feelings about the Citadel, right? You do all that work to power up that wheel and you get one single rosary, which is, offensively low, so that was a funny little thing that they added. But yeah, the game is going well. I'm really enjoying it. I love some of the changes they made in this game. Some of them are a little tough, I guess, as well, but I've gotten kind of used to them. For instance, in Hollow Knight you could heal, modularly, I guess. You could heal one mask at a time and expend a small amount of soul for each one. In this, you have to burn a whole spool of silk to heal, and but it heals more. My favorite combo of tools here is the one that lets you heal 4 masks, but also makes it take longer, and then the one that makes you heal faster. So when you combine the two of them together, you get a very quick heal for 4 masks, which I think is awesome. And one of the other great things that they added, or rather one of the great things they added, was the ability to heal in midair. It is a really phenomenally potent ability that allows you to not just heal, right, but it turns healing into a useful tool. Is the boss, or are the enemies doing an attack that is hard to avoid, but you're in one safe spot? well, you can bind in that safe spot in midair, and you will hold there safely for the duration of the healing, which might give time for the attack to blow over, right? It also allows you to heal much more safely because, you know, if you have to heal on the ground and the enemies are charging back and forth on the ground, that's a very dangerous place to be. But if you can jump up into the corner of a room up against the ceiling, that is a very safe place to be. And so you can give yourself a better chance at healing without getting interrupted. One brutal aspect of the healing, however, it's just very punishing to make a mistake with the healing, because if you get knocked out of your healing animation before you heal the masks, you lose all the silk and do not get any healing, which is absolutely brutal. In a fight, it's often, I mean, it doesn't have to be a death sentence, but it often can be, because not only do you lose your silk and you don't heal your masks, but you also got knocked out of the healing, which means that you lost masks from getting hit. So it is a very unforgiving and brutal aspect of the healing. It is very important in this game for you to make sure that you are not going to get hit when you heal. So, just kind of wandering around this area. It's a bit of a maze down here. And I'm just trying to figure out how to progress. One of the most charming things in this game, as a side note, is the singing of the NPCs. I adore how, whenever you play your needle in, nearby NPCs will start singing along. And they range in quality in a hilarious way. And they just have a lot of character and personality. One of my favorite singing NPCs that I've met is Grendel, the little snitch bug. When you find his hideout, where he's hanging out with his buddies, and you play your needle in there, Grendel and all of his friends all start singing, and it is just this cacophony of horrible voices, and it entertains me so deeply, and I just love it. One fun thing about the Citadel is they throw in these silk stealing robot things. I think they're kind of random. I'm not sure if they can, I don't think they can pop up everywhere in the Citadel, but there's certain areas where they will pop up from time to time and add to the fight in a way that is fun. You know, in these games, the enemies in every area are identical every time you go in, and so having a bit of a randomness with that enemy is a fun touch. I think that's an idea that could be developed. You know, in a game like this, having a roaming enemy, for instance, some hunter that's chasing you down or something. And any cell that you walk into has, you know, a 2% chance of having that enemy added into the area or whatever. So we are back in the White Ward. And it has some cool lore. Kind of disturbing. They're like shoving silk into the bugs, and it's seen as a sin to die, because of course you have to labor for the masters of the Citadel. So I forget where the lore is, but there's something I found that talks about, like, you know, this bug died on the operating table, basically. He refused to come back to life. You know, he has sinned against us for ceasing his work, and he will be, you know, burned and thrown out without any burial honors because of that sin. Which is cool. So I'm just trying to finish off exploring the White Ward. The note about Silksong having a lot of double damage is, like, absolutely true. It only has become more and more true the more that I've played. I don't think the game has felt unfair yet. There are certain moments where I go, like, sheesh, that was kind of a brutal choice for them to make. But also I was running from that guy and didn't realize that his charge would just continue. Also, for some reason, I'm just not resting at the bench in White Ward, and so I have to do this run again every time. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that it sort of feels like they could have just given you fewer masks to start the game with, and then they wouldn't have had to make all these enemies do 2 damage, because it honestly doesn't, you know, maybe this doesn't matter, but it doesn't feel special at all anymore. Like, finding an enemy that deals 2 damage to you, it doesn't make them seem extra intimidating or scary or whatever. It just just watching my goofy gameplay here. I'm a real master of this game. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of, how do I put it? It's not really a problem, I guess. It's fine, but it's silly to have this double damage aspect, in my opinion, and then just have it be, like, everywhere. It's not really a balancing thing for me, because as I said, the game isn't proving, you know, like, it's not stopping me from progressing. I'm making good time in the game. I haven't gotten stuck on bosses for more than, I don't know, probably half an hour to 40 minutes at the longest. That one above Bellheart is still probably the one that took me the longest to beat. And that I feel like 2 damage enemies can be reserved for moments of, oh shit, this enemy does 2 damage, I have to be really careful. So it removes that impact when you're doing 2 damage everywhere. There are also some moments where the bosses, there are certain moments of repositioning that the bosses do. It's like, it's not when an actual, their moves are always telegraphed well enough and easy to anticipate, but sometimes there will be a boss that rapidly and unpredictably moves in order to set themselves up to then give the telegraph, if that makes sense. And I've gotten, there are certain moments where I feel like, okay, this game, it's kind of whack for a boss to rapidly reposition into you. You get hit with the contact damage, which does 2 masks. You get knocked out in front of them and are frozen while they are setting up their attack, and they blast something at you that hits you again for another 2. There can be some cascades of difficulty, right? Or disaster, I suppose. It doesn't mean that you can't avoid these things once you get to really know the boss, but I think part of good boss design is being intuitive, right? You should be able to interpret what the boss is doing just by looking at it. The first time you play, I'm sure that we've all played bosses in FromSoft games, or any boss games really. And you go into a boss for the first time, and you have like a crazy good run against the boss. And I think a large part of that is because the boss is intuitively designed, right? When you see the boss winding up their arm for a big swing, you can intuit that they are about to swing it horizontally at you, right? Or if they launch up in the air and then hover there for a second and there's a beat and then they start plummeting, you know that they're probably going to butt slam you, right? What would not be intuitive design is if the boss jumps up in the air, starts hurtling down towards you, and then immediately there are 2 summoned swords shooting in at you from either side, right? And the boss doesn't actually land on the ground. They freeze 5 feet above you, and then these 2 spears come in from either side and cut you to bits, right? Now, intuitive design is not a long-term problem, because as you play the boss, you will learn its moves, and then it doesn't need to be intuitive because you are just learning that when the boss jumps, they're going to, you're going to have to watch out for the side-swiping spears. But I do think, so this boss is the Unraveled. I do think that intuitive design is, I don't know, who can say with objective or whatever, but I think that is a kind of an objectively good standard for a boss to have, right? You don't want to fight a boss and just be deeply confused the first time by what it's doing. You don't want to be unable to parse what its movements mean. Right, if it readies a big bow and arrow and takes aim at you, and then suddenly from the ground, there's an eruption of earth and he's actually casting a spell, I think that's kind of bad. Also, I didn't realize this at the time when I was fighting this boss, or even after I beat this boss, but the design, this boss, this big one, this big guy, I recognized him later on. I'm sure you do as well if you've been deeper into the Citadel. But I beat this boss and only later on went to that area, and I was like, wait a minute, that's the guy that I killed down in the surgeon area. Do you love how this entire time that I have been dying and going back to the White Ward over and over and over again, I still have not just sat in that damn bench? Sorry, it just occurred to me, you sit in a chair. Go sit in my chair. But you don't sit in a bench. You can also sit on a chair. And you sit on a bench, that's fine. But you can sit in a chair. But you never sit in a bench. Fascinating, fascinating stuff. I think this boss is cool. I like the aesthetic of this area, the sort of surgical horror of the White Ward. I find pretty cool and compelling and interesting. And sorry, just hearing something in my apartment and wondering what it was and if it meant I needed to stop recording. I think we're good, though. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think this horror stuff could have gone a little bit further in the White Ward, to be honest. It felt like they were setting up for some, really monstrous, horrifying stuff, but never really got there. Also, I think this boss would have been a lot easier with a double jump. I kept on having to wall jump, sprint over to the wall, jump off and around, and then try to hit him in the back. Had to learn the corpses as well. They seemed kind of chaotic at first, but I came to eventually realize that he just shoots them. He shoots a lower one and a higher one. So, as long as you know that, I think he can change the order. But as long as you know the arcs that they're taking, it's a lot easier to dodge them. This fight was pretty good too. I did enjoy this one. I'm not sure how far I get here if I make it to phase 2, but phase 2 is pretty intense as well. Really just cranks up the intensity. I like boss phase structures where the second phase doesn't, radically change the boss, but it basically builds on the lessons of the first phase, but just makes it more intense, right? It adds more for you to juggle in your head. it's faster, or it's a little bit more chaotic, or there's whatever, but you're still fundamentally doing what you were doing in the first phase. It's just now ratcheting up the difficulty and seeing if you can handle the intensity. So we have another minion phase here. Have a couple of these little bugs that spin around. And there we go. I really love the Reaper moveset. What crest do you guys use? Yeah, I just don't think I'll be changing to anything else. I really have enjoyed the Reaper. I've really enjoyed, getting extra silk after you bind. And, oh boy, it's bad. Yep, there we go. That's a death. That is a death for us. So, I think that will be the end of our exploration of the Citadel today. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you again when we return to Silksong. Until then, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hollow Knight Silksong. We are starting today with my favorite musical accompaniment in the game, which is when you play your needlein for Grindel and his snitchbug friends. Their screaming voices are very entertaining to me. But today we are going to be working on a very specific task. Minor spoilers for the end of Act 2 in Silksong. We are going to be collecting the 3 pieces of the threefold melody, which will allow us to ascend the elevator to the top of the Citadel and confront whatever divinity lies there. So, we will be bouncing all around the Citadel to acquire these melodies. And I'm just popping up to Terminus here because it's been a while, and I've been just kind of curious if anything would appear here eventually. Due to unacceptably high injury and unsanctioned deaths, Ventrica travel shall henceforth be denied to all. For Farloom Eternal, a bug who serves doesn't seem that anything has changed up here, so we will get back to our search for the melody. So here on our map, we can see the objectives, and the first one here is the conductor's melody. We have a little room here that has a bit of a secret thing you can do in there, and Boshonga, it seems you to draw closer to your trail's end. Hornet-wielding needle, shall we fight together? So this is cool. I didn't know this could happen. Chakra is going to join me in this arena fight. I have tried this fight once before, and I got to the part where there were two of the giant hammer-wielding enemies. And I said, you know what, I do not want to fight through this entire gauntlet multiple times just to try to beat those dudes, so I left and have not been back for a very, very long time. But I guess if you complete Chakra's quest, she joins you for this fight, which is a cool addition. I have enough masks and silk and stuff. I've been very heavily upgraded since the last time that I was here, so I don't think it would have provided too much trouble at this point, but it's cool to have Chakra with me, who is a woman, I've learned. I will keep using the more masculine voice that I've established for her in my previous videos, but I have learned that Chakra is a woman, and I've also learned that Sharma is a boy, which I was definitely treating him as a girl, so yeah, listen, it's hard to look at a bug and judge their gender. Don't really have much context for how they typically present themselves, right? So, I have progressed very far in Silksong at this point. I have actually beaten the game, or at least gotten, well, I don't know. I will talk a little bit about the ending of the game. I will not spoil any story stuff directly, but I will talk about my feelings about it at this point. So, I don't think you need to be worried about spoilers, but if you don't want to hear anything at all about the ending of the game, you can tune out now. Actually, I'll talk to Chakra first. Bakana, a battle well won. The haunted bugs have been defeated, and the way forward is yours. Let us meet again soon, away from this dreadful citadel. And we will also talk to whoever is up here. A conductor behind a veil. Conductor Palador, a visitor. Now this is rare. I must apologize for not rising to greet you. After an age spent sickly, I find myself unable to lift from this bedchamber. I hope, good pilgrim, our citadel has shown you the courtesy deserved of a bug devout.
Benny Frank.
I've borne its hospitality well enough, aged one. Ah, my sympathies, pilgrim. We have fallen so far, and now, sadly, if you've come seeking aid or understanding, I fear I too shall disappoint. Whatever you would ask, I have only my melody left to offer. It is a simple thing, the smallest of gifts, but perhaps more special now, for it has been rarely heard in these quieted times. Quieted in these quietened times is what the text said. Is that a word? Quietened. Quieten. Quieted. I mean quieten. I guess that is a word. I would have said quieted in these quieted times, but if you can quieten something, then I suppose something could be quietened. Our song upon a silken thread, such beautiful sound, so long absent from our halls. Keep safe our melody, good pilgrim. You shall likely be the last to receive it. Alright, well, we have received the mantle of conductor weighs heavy. Had I known the cost before its bearing, would I have accepted the duty? What's kind of fun is we've seen somebody with that conductor helmet on in the Unraveled boss fight in White Ward. And then also there's a cylinder, a music cylinder that we can listen to called something like The Last Surgery of Conductor Blank. I can't remember his name, but the implication there would be that, you know, that conductor with the surgeries that are done to prolong the lives of the bugs of the citadel and inject them with silk. Seems that the conductor's surgery failed and he was dumped into that pit full of the Unraveled. So I'll talk a little bit about the end of the game, which is not really the end of the game. But it is credits roll, and you get an ending, but it is like not cathartic at all. It's incredibly unsatisfying, and I mean just a very lame ending, honestly. I don't know. It left a sour taste in my mouth a bit, to be honest. How they've structured the end of the game. You have to be very completionist. This is some of what I've read online, so if anything is wrong here, then, you know, my opinion will change, but what I've read online is that you have to do all of the side quests and find all of the fleas to begin Act 3, and I have begun Act 3 because I did something about the kind of just getting this really bad, unsatisfying ending. And also, I think the final boss of that ending is like incredibly easy. I fought the final boss twice. Once to get the bad ending, and then once to initiate Act 3. And I beat that boss without losing either time. So that was sort of unsatisfying, I guess. I don't know, yeah, there's something strange to me about having this end to the game that is so unsatisfying and so sort of unpleasant and unfulfilling that it so obviously is basically telling you, like, don't stop playing, keep playing, there's more to the game. But then also gating that more of the game behind a lot of completionist stuff. You know, yeah, I just found it kind of unsatisfying and kind of annoying, even though it didn't really slow me down because, as I said, I had already done all of that completionist stuff just as I was going along. But yeah, I just think about somebody who gets that boss fight and they think that's the end of the game and they stop playing. And like, what a lame way for Silksong to end. So it's obviously not the end of the game, but I don't know, to be honest, I've been experiencing this sudden lack of like motivation to play it now that I've beaten the game, or rather gotten that ending, and found it kind of unsatisfying. It sort of diminished my motivation. I can't really say why, I don't know, but I will push through, I'm sure. I've heard that Act 3 is really cool, so I don't want to not experience that stuff. But yeah, I guess I'll just say I found the structure of this a little unfortunate. I don't know. You think about the first Hollow Knight. You could play through the game, and there were secret endings and, you know, additional endings and the more like true ending stuff, right? But the base ending was not bad. It still sort of felt like you accomplished your goal. And I don't know. This ending just didn't have the satisfaction that the base game Hollow Knight ending had to me. Also, to collect the architect's piece of the melody, we have to solve this little puzzle. Puzzle is a strong word. It's just, I mean, it's basically like that little game as a kid, where you could rotate the segments of like a block that has people drawn on it, different pictures of people on it, and you could rotate the segments to change out their torso and their legs and their head. It's basically what you're doing here, just just matching the music notation. But yeah, the whole Act 3 thing has not started off in a very compelling way for me. Also because, holy cow, the double damage stuff before. If you think this game does a lot of double damage before Act 3, just you wait till you get to Act 3. It's insane. But anyway, I don't mean to be negative. I have, certainly enjoyed my time in Silksong. But I'm just a little unsatisfied at the moment. I'm sure that once I push through and get into the meat of Act 3 and start to encounter all the good stuff there, I'm sure I will be back in a very positive place with the game. The fleas are a very fun expansion of the grubs from the first Hollow Knight. In the first Hollow Knight, you would find these grubs and you could revisit the grub father periodically to get rewards. And the fleas give you far fewer rewards. But I have finished the flea quest line, and there's a really fun segment at the end that I enjoyed quite a bit. Here we have the architect's melody playing along, so we can pull out our trusty needle in and repeat what we've heard. And all these statues lighting up in the distance. Learned the architect's melody, one part of the threefold melody, entrusted to the industrious architects. Like that you can knock those little lights off the side there. The character design in this game is quite fun. Like just the shape of these bugs as you're searching for the threefold melody. The conductor, these sort of wide cylinders, and the what are they called? The lore masters, the scholars, the archivists. What are they called? We're gonna go over there now to find them. But I like their big conical hats. I'm a little tired, Leone. I always like the platforming sections in these games. The cogwork core there, it was a pretty simple one, but kind of satisfying. Alright. Sentinel, right? Is that what it's called? I have another piece of the cogwork heart, and I'm going to see if I can insert it yet, but I don't believe so. I think I need one more part. Oh my, that was some bad jumping there. At this point in Silksong, the difficulty conversation, I think it's not too bad. If you're used to these kinds of games, I guess. I struggled a little bit at the beginning, adjusting to the game and, remembering to play patiently and not foolishly. But once I got my sea legs under me, the game hasn't been too terrible. And there are some elements that are pretty punishing. Stuff like how healing works, where if you get hit while you're healing, you lose all of your silk, which is pretty brutal. And of course, the amount of double damage that you receive in this game. Like, these big guys, especially with the contact damage too, and I'm playing very recklessly here because I'm just trying to get my way down to the melody, but there is something I feel it would, I've talked about this before, but I feel like contact damage from bumping into an enemy's body should not generally deal as much damage as if they hit you with their weapon. There's like, if you're fighting a big lava enemy or something, that makes sense. But, we have, Vault Keeper Gardenia's here. What has he brought it? Sell our psalm cylinders. You charge up like this giant attack the enemy does, and they swing their huge warhammer at you and crush you, and you take 2 damage. But then you run a little too fast and bump your face into their back, and you take the same amount of damage as their massive charged up swing. And that feels a little off to me. I think it would be nice to, treat the severity of damage a little differently. I found, something in this game that does 3 damage when you get hit by it. And, it's supposed to be this massive super special attack. And so the fact that it does 3 damage does sort of land that way. It does make it seem ultra big and special and dangerous. But if that boss, every time I bumped into them, just did 3 damage, then their ultra special super attack wouldn't be ultra special and super. It would just be, oh yeah, that boss is really dangerous. They do 3 damage. So, I won't linger on that point, but that has been something that I've thought about as I'm fighting, especially in Act 3, where there's a lot of enemies that are dealing 2 damage all the time. I've been feeling more and more that it would be cool to introduce, I don't know, the tactical interest of these enemies not always dealing the same amount of damage, right? If you see them charging up their 2 damage attack or whatever, you know it's much more valuable or much more important to avoid that. Maybe you, at that point, just charge into them recklessly, like try to dash over them, because you know that even if you get the contact damage, you'll still end up better than if you got hit by the weapon. And that adds an element of tactical play that I think is kind of cool. But anyway, we are in the Whispering Vaults with the Vault Keepers. That is what they're called, the Vault Keepers. And we are trying to find our way down to that last piece of the melody. And I have no idea how to get down there, so I am just wandering around blindly. I've been seeing a ton of stuff online with Silksong, with the, the speed running and the challenge running and stuff. It's all already beginning. And it's cool seeing the sequence breaks that people are finding and the tricks you can do to circumvent what would normally be ability checks. And also fun stuff like soft locks. There's a channel, I think their name is Kilroy Was Here, and they have been doing a lot of this stuff and finding some soft locks as well. But we're putting in the cogwork heart now. Woken is this sentinel, functional is its shell. This is the second sentinel. Still devoted is this sentinel and awaiting your commandment. You speak, Gilded One. I've no command for you, but my curiosity is piqued. You call yourself a sentinel. What is it that you are charged with protecting? Defense of the sacred citadel and the voices that fill it is our eternal duty. I had assumed as much. Yet look around you, Gilded One. During your slumber, the citadel has fallen, and its voices lay silent. This place is dead, or very nearly. Some would argue that standing guard over a kingdom's corpse is a foolish task, empty of meaning. I wonder then, will you still hold true to your charge? Eternal is the citadel, eternal is the devotion of the sentinels. While its shell is functional, this sentinel will off flies the second sentinel, and we can start encountering them in the citadel, attacking enemies, which I'm not entirely sure why they do that. Because presumably all of the enemies controlled by Thread are... Alright, my roommate got home, so I might lose some of that recording as I determine what noises were interfering when I'm editing, but what was I saying? I was talking about how I thought it was interesting that the second sentinel was attacking bugs of the citadel when they would presumably be on the same side. If the sentinel is attacking bugs of the citadel, that seems like the opposite of its charge, right? Gardenias. So, I'm just trying to find my way down to the Vault Keeper melody here. I love these little spider guys that crawl around with their big hats. And these guys, those little, like, bat-like things that sort of throw themselves at you head first. Is there any point to releasing them? If I remember correctly, they're not in the room initially, this area. Initially, you have to go into a little side room, and then you, I think, turn off a light or turn on a light or something, and then you see them all fly out of the room, and then they start to appear in this area. So is there any benefit to doing that? Do you have to flip that switch for some purpose, some boss fight or something? Because otherwise it just seems like something you should avoid doing, right? It just introduces more bad guys for you to deal with. I mean, you know, if you want to fill out your hunter's journal for new, that's one of my favorite little bits of comedy in this game, is Hornet slapping people. It's sort of a recurring gag where some character will start creeping their way up to Hornet, and then Hornet will just whip out her little bug arm and slap him across the face. It's happened with Grindel, where he's like, "Let me look in your pockets." And it happens with New when she wants to kiss you, I think. Does she want to kiss you? No, she wants to, like, taste you, right? It's happened, I think it happens with that creepy flea, too. But yeah, it's a funny little bit, and New is a little weirdo. What is New? If you're unfamiliar with the game, there's this character named New, and she is like this little pink creature. You don't even know. I mean, she looks like a little alien, is what she looks like. And she's obsessed with the creatures of Farloom. She wants to know more about them and like what they taste like and smell like and stuff. And I don't even know what creature she's supposed to represent. Not like she's sort of slug-like in that she has these little eye stalks. But yeah, I have no idea. She's sort of unlike anything else in the game. Also, rosaries are not a concern anymore. I'm hoping that there's going to be some more merchants soon in Act 3, because right now I am just accruing more and more rosaries with nothing to spend them on. Actually, that's not true. I could go buy stuff for my house in Bellheart, but I just haven't done that because it's all useless stuff. I mean, it's like, I think it's all useless. I think it's all just sort of decorations for your house. And I didn't want to spend my money on that in case I encountered a merchant that actually had something useful to sell me. O great land whose flame doth falter, as choir conductors all doth fail, observe, take heart, that spark still burning, yon butterfly of crimson grace. All bells shall peal and voices raise, when brave Tropio steps at last upon the stage. So we have the private room of the great Tropio, who I have so far in this playthrough not encountered. O drab and trembling squib, you who timidly step upon the great stage, fate has seen you chosen. Cast away your fear and join me as my partner. Farloom's flame may flicker, but together we shall spark it ablaze. Let us enliven this citadel lost to silence. Let us rouse the soul of this once great land. Trobio. So we have a vainglorious butterfly here named Trobio. And this is my first time encountering this boss. But I like his style, I like his theatrical presentation. So I like his character design. Just admiring it. I like how his I don't know, I mean his like big pink cape, shawl sort of thing. I like the sort of silhouette that it adds to his body. Things are not looking good for me here. Oh, but I knocked him unconscious. I got some free hits. Very valuable. Yeah, I've one of my favorite favorite bosses I also encountered recently. I'm not sure if I've talked about this in a previous video, but that was really bad to take damage there. That was very, very bad for my silk stores. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think we might be cooked, chat. Yep. But I talked about how my favorite boss in the game so far was the cogwork dancers. Did I talk about that already? I think I did. But I'll just reiterate, they are, at this point, maybe my favorite boss. But now they're kind of tied for favorite with the first sinner. They're two very different fights. The cogwork dancers are, they're very easy, they're very meticulous, and telegraphed. You know exactly what the boss is going to do before it does it. You know, they literally put it on screen. And it's just very satisfying to play through. So I like the cogwork dancers a lot. But I recently played and beat the first sinner, which was an extremely high speed fight, very kind of high octane. The first sinner is teleporting everywhere, and at first I fought them once and I was like, how am I supposed to do this? They are so fast. By the time I get over to them, they're already gone. And jumped into the tornado there. The lucky dice, by the way, I really enjoy that tool. The lucky, or the magnetite dice is how they're called. But having a chance to avoid damage every once in a while is really nice. But yeah, the first sinner, you have to play very aggressively and sort of sprint constantly or near constantly, because they're not going to stay in one position for very long, and so you need to be charging at them as soon as you have an opening to get some damage in. You can also, learn their moveset well enough to find some additional moments where you can get a down dash in or something like that. And what I found with the last sinner was I tried them once and I was like, holy cow, this is gonna be so hard. And then I tried them once more and sort of found the footing, and like using a lot of charge attacks, I really enjoy the also I'm getting smacked around right now. I really enjoy the charge attack in this game, where you're sort of sprinting forward and then you transition that into an attack. And in particular, I like the Reaper's charge attack, which is the crest that I use, because it launches you up into the air. You do this upward slash, which carries you upward, and I really, really like it, because
defensive movement as well, because it immediately takes you up and out of the path of the enemy, right? So, you can charge in for these sort of quick hit-and-run strikes, where you sprint in, hit the boss, and then you're already up in the air to double jump and dash or whatever, away from the boss's attack pattern. So, yeah, I ended up beating the last sinner in like, I think 3 attempts total, and that last attempt was just like, it was one of those moments that I live for in these games where you just completely enter the flow state of the combat, and Trobio beating me again. Yeah, you enter the flow state of the combat and just feel like you are, you're just like one with the controller, you know? So I really loved The Last Sinner, and I don't know if I'm going to play this game again to, get more achievements or whatever, because, that's just, it's a lot of time. But if I do, I am definitely going to be looking forward to the Last Sinner boss fight again. I think I talked before about how I did all of the Hollow Knight achievements, which have stuff like, completing Steel Soul mode in under a certain amount of time, and attaining 100% game completion in a certain amount of time, and all that, and that was, that was a lot of fun doing those challenges for Silksong, for the original Hollow Knight. But I don't know, Silksong is just a bigger game, and I have less time these days, and I sort of feel like for Silksong I might just finish Act 3 and say, that was a lot of fun, but I am done with Silksong. So, sorry, yawny boy. Sorry, I'm so tired right now. My brain is not working right. Honestly, it's been taking effort in recording this video just to try to think of things to say, because I'm very sleepy. But anyway, yeah, I'm really enjoying Silksong, but it might not be the kind of love where I go crazy with the 100%ing of it. Also, I tried fighting Chakra. There's a little friendly duel you can do with Chakra, and I'm transfixed by Trobio. He's so beautiful. What a consummate performer. And Chakra was kind of like the last sinner, where it was just hard to pin her down. She was bouncing all over the place.
But I was kind of bummed out because I didn't realize that when you start Act 3, you lose the opportunity to do that fight. So I didn't get to finish the chakra fight, which was too bad. I did find a fight with Garamond and Zaza, but they were not very powerful. Garamond is running around like fighting all of these infected bugs everywhere, and seemingly a great warrior. And then you fight him in a duel, and I was like, you're not much better than Zote, bro. Oh, there goes Tropio. A beautiful, tragic defeat, complete with fireworks and flames. Sing a little dirge for him on my needlein. We get a claw mirror. When binding emits a dazzling flash that damages surrounding enemies. Could you combo that with the witch? The witch crest to get some real nasty binding damage off. I don't really know how the witch crest works. Do you only heal if you hit people with it? Pretty much as soon as I finished that quest, I swapped off and put back my Reaper crest. Also, with Trobio defeated, we can ride this elevator down, down, down. Very, very far down in the Citadel. Send it back up and to open the little path below. And we have found a shortcut into the underworks here. Which I've been into that room in the underworks numerous times, wondering how you get through that door. We have these little arachnid dudes that go crazy with their claws. So we are on the trail of the Vault Keeper melody now. Defeating Trobio proved to be the key to getting up to the melody, so just exploring around here, seeing where the path will take us. By the way, one of my recent videos I talked about my friend's wedding. That is why I am so tired. It was a lot of fun. I gave a couple of speeches at different events throughout the weekend. I think that went well. I was kind of nervous about those, but people were very kind and said I did a great job, so I guess they were okay. Yeah, and then there's just a lot of, partying and stuff, and I am a little worn out from it all. I'm still recovering from
all of that nonsense. So hopefully, my next videos will be a little more awake, so I recover from the shenanigans. But I was so happy for my friend. I was getting all teary. I was standing up by the officiant. And because I was in the wedding party, so I was up front during the ceremony, and we got a sacred cylinder. To learn the melody upon the cylinder will require a working listening device. This one here has long ceased to function. And there's a giant dead worm here that last keeper still seen in the vaults above. Their chambers hold just such a machine. I need only return. So, as my friend was walking down the aisle, sort of, appearing and popping in and out between the people, and the music was playing, I was losing it a little bit. I was like, oh my god, my friend, it's so beautiful. Such a happy day. I was overcome. And then we partied late into the night, and then they got in the car and drove away. Off to go do whatever it is married people do after they get married. Which I have to imagine, and I'm not married, but I gotta imagine that they're not usually just going back and having sex, right? You're probably really tired, right? That's what that's what the joke is always, right? Like, oh, they're going back, we know what they're gonna get up to. But I have to imagine that after all the stress of the wedding and everything, you probably just conk out. Anyway, Gardenia's vault keeper, I recovered a psalm cylinder in the dark chambers below here. I believe it contains the melody unique to these vaults. I would have you play it for me now. She has visited the pontiff's depths and stolen the sacred song. Where is your respect, weaver spawn? Our venerable dead deserve better than to have their chambers transgressed by your filthy foraging. In this moment, Vault Keeper, I've slim patience for your impudence. Either prepare the cylinder and stay silent, or ready yourself to learn regret. I give a psalm cylinder and play the third part of the threefold melody. The weaver's pawn, she has found it, our pontiff's sacred cylinder, stolen from the dark below. Never, states our law, never must our melody pass to a bug-not keeper, but you, fool weaver, would shatter those tenons with reckless ease. Your pontiff is gone, vault keeper. Your fellows have fallen to husk or thread. What laws once bound of these vaults died with them. Fine, cursed she, claim the sacred song, and bane to you if we both are damned forever for it. Alright. It's kind of strange now that I think about it. Gardenia says that nobody other than a vault keeper can learn the melody. And yet when we go to the divine music of the soul of Farlow maternal laid bare, that our cursed age could still receive such blessing. So, weaver spawn, our melody is yours now, held in mind to carry beyond our walls. Was the learning worth its thieving? It was, vault keeper,
and know to me your service continues. Keep the cylinder safe, along with any others I may bring.
Benifray.
It's strange to me, because when you go to the elevator, the speaker tells you, like, hey pilgrim, you've come this far. Now if you want to meet us, if you want to, go up and meet divinity, you need to go collect the pieces of the threefold melody and sing it for us. And yet, Cardinia says that nobody besides a Vault Keeper can learn the melody of the Vault Keepers. So I don't know if that's a contradiction. You wonder, the Citadel is such a... It's a place of lies, right? It's built on lies and deceit and faith in a false god, right? Or, faith in something that is malignant. And so is the idea that you're just never supposed to actually learn the threefold melody. Is it intentionally impossible? Or is it that you're supposed to become a Vault Keeper so that you can learn the melody? It's like part of the trial. You've made it to the Citadel, and now you need to become a Vault Keeper to gain their piece of the melody. I don't know. Also, the Sentinel is here. You can see it just attacked those enemies, and those are like guards or servants of the Citadel, so I do find that a little confusing, why they would be fighting the Sentinel. But anyway, this is very exciting. We are almost here. So we will activate this again. Pilgrim of Farloom Eternal, you rare chosen who hath ascended to this final threshold, listen to our wish, deliver it, that you may rise above and see your pilgrimage end. We would hear the song of the architects at the core of our citadel. They who sustain our realm, its walls, its floors, and its voice, even as others fall silent. We would hear the voice of the keepers within their grand vaults. They who guard our history, our prayers, and our secrets across the ages. We would hear the melody of the conductors high in their gleaming towers. They bury in the heaviest mantle who would guide our land ever on to greatness. And now we play the threefold melody. So that we may ascend to Farloom's Peak. Farloom's Peak. The architect is satisfied. The Vault Keeper is satisfied. And the conductor is satisfied. Pilgrim, hold our song within your shell, rise above, offer your most devout self unto our sacred heart. And there we have it.
choose to send underground, the elevator door opens for us, and we can rise above to confront whatever awaits us in the cradle of Farloom. So thank you for joining me in Silksong today, and I will see you next time. Until then, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Act 3 of Hollow Knight Silksong. This video will contain major spoilers for Act 3, so click off the video immediately if that concerns you. And with that warning given, cowards, here you hide, even as you cause your own land's demise. The snail shamans are revealed.
You seem displeased, old one. We only did as you asked, yes. The snare is sprung, the creature consumed.
You bound it to that void.
Don't play daft. You should well know our family's fixations. Surely you had a hunch. How else could we hope to trap one of your pale kin, or see her consumed with such insatiable efficiency?
Then you have miscalculated gravely. The White Knight, she fell with the mother.
Oh, the quakes, yes. We have felt their force even here. So the mother resists the dark to save the child.
That is my guess. I must descend to the void below and see clear that truth for myself.
Oh, how unfortunate. All of Farloom will fall to her flailing.
So it may, but I will not watch idle while it crumbles. The groaning docks, beyond the caverns of bone. There I have seen a vessel able to pass below, a heavy bell built for descent. I need only gain access and an operator to assist. I will investigate the docks and uncover the means.
You'd be the first in an age to dive so deep, old one. That space below remains long unseen, even to our family.
For those depths, I am more prepared than most. I will reach the base of this land and know the truth of the new disaster we, together, have wrought. We will talk to them a bit more.
The quakes, this collapse will take Farloom all.
If the void doesn't claim it first, surely you've seen them, the black threads that rack your lands, the dark leeches up, possessed upon the fallen monarch's silk.
compilation. It is a shock the monarch can resist so long. We'd thought none could survive that void.
That's fine.
She will have retreated within her protective form, that cocoon of thread. Even as the dark eats its outer, she will split silk anew. The effort would be immense, and it will strain her soul thin. But what other choice remains?
Nesvir.
This is the desperate act of a dying god, a defiance that, left unchallenged, will bring your kingdom's ruin.
Enough chatting, old one. Best you get heading below. Whatever action you're planning, time is against you.
Alright, so these three shamans, Flickering Flame, 5 Masks, Swirled Soul, brought and broiled 4 stones, rage baked, crushed, powder coarse. Three shells fresh from pilgrims fallen to contain and age. So, these snails, these shamans, we have encountered the 3 of them over the course of our travels, but they kept their true nature hidden from us. Now they are revealed as their true selves. So, to catch you up a little bit on what happened at the end of Act 2, we sought to trap Grandmother Silk, the monarch at the top of the citadel. And in doing so, we sought the help of these snails. However, though we succeeded in trapping Grandmother Silk, her daughter, Lace, fell into the trap with her. And now Grandmother Silk fights against the void that contains her, desperate to protect her child. And now, to descend into the void, we speak to the Forge Daughter. Forge Daughter, these black quakes that now wreck your lands, I am seeking to see them quelled at their source, below the lakes of flame.
You wish to descend so deep, Pointy Bug. It is true these dogs possess a craft capable. Alas, we ourselves cannot help. Whether volumes health or fall, our charge ties us to this forge, always. Balor there's the bug to ask, and if our fate is as dire as your action suggests, we are sure he is only needing of some quick convincing.
Alright, let's check in with Balor. But only after pogoing on his head a bit and making the Forge Daughter laugh. Sir, I have need to head below the lakes of flame. There is a diving bell at the base of this structure that seemed fit for the task. I require it opened and an operator to send it deep. As one of few upon these docks with mind still sound, that role must fall to you. Can't you see I'm busy, miss? Ain't got time for naught else while the shoveling needs doing. Choose to aid me, or all your efforts efforts will soon be wasted. This kingdom crumbles, its collapse is inevitable. If you wish for your work and your life to continue, you must help me now. So it's gotten that bad, I guess if that's how it is, I'll be your bug. Meet me below at the diving bell. We'll see if I can get you ready for the drop. Alright. Having secured Bellow's help, he heads off to the diving bell. And we must now make our way there as well, so we will head off in that direction. So there will be a little bit more dialogue when we meet up with Bello. But on our way there, I'll start rambling a little bit, and I'll pick it back up after the dialogue again. So, in my last Silksong video, I talked a bit about how I had finished Act 2, and I had found the ending, the sort of, the bad ending, I guess, very unsatisfactory. And obviously, you know, with the bad ending, that makes sense, but what I mean in particular, also, I don't know what to do with this bucket of flintstones, so if anybody has a clue for me, or just wants to tell me outright, let me know. But I had complained about the bad ending, and how it left me quite unsatisfied, but more so how the context around the bad ending left me unsatisfied. How I thought the conditions for avoiding the bad ending were kind of dumb, and I got some good responses in the comments. I heard some interesting opinions, so thank you for sharing that. I do still not enjoy how the ending is structured. You know, you think about the original Hollow Knight, where also we're at the diving bell here, so we will read some dialogue here. Oh, miss, as always said, a lot of dials to be tracking, but at least the controls seem in good order. From here, I can guide your belt down, best as any bug. Then you've no prior experience with this type of transport. No one does, miss. Them that used to die are all long dead, a cursed half-life, and there ain't no bug left alive who's been brave or stupid enough to try. Till now, at least. Are we brave or stupid? Maybe both. I'll work it best as I can. Can't do much more, I'm afraid. At least the fortune of these dogs were built to last. Now he's only got to pray they hold for you. Here's the key that'll see you inside his metal belly. Pop in there once you're feeling good and ready. In the meantime, I'll get the same thing set up here. Alright. Bello has given us the diving bell key, and we can now head inside and see what awaits underneath the lava. just sat on the bench here, and I just sat here for a while thinking that it would eventually trigger the diving bell to begin, but that is not how it works. You need to do talks here, so... Sir, I wish to depart. Please ready the bell for travel. Sure thing, miss. Sit on the bench and I'll send you down. Alright, alright. Here we go. We are being lowered into the lava. So we get a little cutscene here. I like a hornet strapped into the chair there. That's funny. And darkness is take a whelm, retreat, simple. We awake in the wreckage of the diving bell. Sir, if you can hear me, there has been an accident during the descent. In this broken state, the bell is unfit for travel. Retrieve it if you may, but I shall not return within. Is like well, retreat, simple. Alright, we smash the door open and find ourselves in the abyss. The abyss. Killing our first shadow creeper. An enemy I remember from the first Hollow Knight. The abyss. But yeah, I won't talk long about the ending of Act 2 because I talked about it a fair bit last time, but basically my feeling is that I'll compare it to Hollow Knight 1, where the game goes out of its way to tell you, hey, there's a better ending, right? You find Hornet, and she says, hey, if you really want to save this land, if you really want to avoid the mistakes of your predecessor, come meet me at the kingdom's edge, and we'll see. We'll see if you're worthy of saving Hallownest. And that gives you the clue about what you need to do to achieve the true ending, right? If you go to the Temple of the Black Egg without doing that, you can anticipate that you're not going to get, the best ending, whatever that means. So, I liked that because it gives you a warning about what you need to do specifically to avoid the crappy ending. And if you deviate from that plan, then you know that there's something better that you could have done. And in Silksong, there is nothing of the sort. You have no idea that you are hurtling towards the bad ending. There is no clue given to you about what you need to do to reach a good ending. And that's maybe fine. That's a design choice or a narrative choice, right? Like if the developers want Act 3 to be really secret, a secret act, then that's effective. If you want people to have to like look it up online or whatever. However, what also kind of rubbed me the wrong way was also I'm just getting beat up on in the abyss right now. What also rubbed me the wrong way was I talked before about how I thought having to be very completionist to get Act 3 by doing all of the side quests and finding all of the fleas was kind of an annoying choice. But what was very funny was that I did all of that. I did everything you needed to do to unlock Act 3. But I had been, checking places like Bellhart over and over again. And then at the very end of the game, a new quest pops up there and it's like, hey, come talk to the snail guy at Songclave. And I just didn't see that quest because I had been checking that town over and over again, and there was nothing new. And so at the very end of the game, I didn't think to go back and check it. So I completed the requirements for Act 3, but didn't do the thing that triggers Act 3, which was kind of silly. So, anyway, I've talked enough about why I think the ending of Act 2, or more specifically the requirements to do Act 3 are, I don't like them. I think it's a kind of a lame, ineffective way of gating the Act 3 storyline. But, it is what it is, that's fine. You don't have to love everything about a game. So, I didn't care for that, and it did, to be completely honest, it has kind of killed my momentum in the game. I am going to keep playing, but normally, like when I record a video like this, my Silksong videos, I've already played a significant amount more after recording the video. And this is the first time with one of these videos where I have not touched Silksong since recording this footage. So my motivation is a little shot. But I do really want to continue playing it. I want to finish Act 3. And I'm excited to do so. And doing stuff like this void trip was fun. I liked the platforming segment at the end where you have to get back up to the surface, so I am definitely not done with Silksong. I will be returning and finishing the game. I think these videos are probably almost done. I will definitely have at least one more Silksong video in this series, but I would be surprised if I had more than 2. I think 2 is probably the max after this. just because I'm getting so close to the end of the game and my enthusiasm has waned a little bit. So I, just don't feel as passionate about making these gameplay videos. Which isn't to say that I'm like annoyed at making these or anything. I would only be doing it because I want to. But just as with my other types of videos, like sometimes a certain topic comes and goes, and the Silksong playthrough is definitely going. This is also, why I don't really have interest in doing Let's Play, like, series in general. This Silksong Let's Play is very unusual for my channel. It's kind of one of one. Well, I guess I did do that Oddworld Stranger's Wrath. Pardon me, Munch's Odyssey Let's Play, but that was a while ago. So anyway, I do not intend to do a lot of these full game playthroughs. Not that this is even a full game playthrough, but it just goes on too long, and I like to, I love to make a video about a game, but it's like, I could play a video game for 10 hours, or 50 hours, or 100 hours, or whatever, and have fun the whole time. Depending on the game, erase our fear, eliminate our desire, to suffer no more, void cleanse us. Obviously, you can play video games for a very, very long time. I can play, Night Rain or Silksong or whatever, for a very long time. But you can't really talk about a game for that same amount of time. Games are a very long process to play through, many of them anyways. But also, at the same time, after talking about a game for a few hours, how much could I really say about Silksong? If I said all my thoughts about Silksong, by the time I had finished the game, I could, I don't know, would that be 10 hours of thoughts? That's probably a lot, right? So, yeah, it's much harder to talk about a game for a long time than it is to just play that game for a long time. But here we have the abyss. We are looking down into the abyss. Here you lie, monarch, sunk so deep, yet still you cling to life. Would you let your lands be choked black to protect just her? Spider dear, what a delight to have you visit. It is oh so lovely here at the bottom of the world. Lonely, it is oh so lonely here at the bottom of the world. I cannot share your mirth, child. Your small rebellion above now causes this kingdom's collapse. Letting you live was my rebellion, Spider. I've denied my mother your silken strength. I've won. She can thrash and waste, and know her pathetic broken child caused the mortal wound. Rejoice, and let it all come down.
not. I have already stood as the sentinel for one dying land. That role I will never play again. While I live and possess the strength to resist, this kingdom and the bugs within it shall not fall. Spider, spider, what a marvelous specimen you are. You fight and fight, heedless as the world crumbles around you. Farloom and her bugs will be crushed to dust, and still you'll be vainly swinging your blade.
That's fine.
There may still be a way to prevent that fate. I will claim the hidden power, the bloom that repels the dark. Those snails share some fault in the snare, and their callous use of the void. They shall help me now to seek its counter. I will return, child, when I bear the strength to dive below and cut this land finally free of your mother's grasp. Alright, we have spoken with Lace, trapped as she is in the void. But yeah, you think about a gameplay series, and it can go on for a very long time, and can I still think of new things to say about a game for that long? And you can do the Let's Play sort of thing where you're just commenting on what's happening in the game at that moment, right? I could play Silksong for 50 hours and the whole time just be saying like, alright, I think I'm going to try climbing up into the citadel. Alright, so we have an enemy here. Oh, that one throws a bell. We've got to watch out for that in the future. That's pretty tricky. So I might try the parry now. I think I need to put some more time into trying out the parry. That might be a good build. And that's fine, if, for people that want to do that, but I do not want to do that, so all of that is to say, that I really like Silksong. I feel like, that might all come off as like bad vibes or something, but, just having a bit of a negative experience with the game, does not mean I don't still, quite enjoy it, and I'm very excited to finish it off, and I think it's a great, great game. I think they did a great job. And I've heard that these final boss fights in Act 3 are really, really good, which I'm very excited about. That's the next stage where I'm at in the game after, you'll see it by the end of this video, because as I said, this video ends where I have, last played to, but the next quest I have is to go hunt down these 3 major bosses. So that's very exciting, very exciting. The Abyss. If you didn't play Hollow Knight or don't know, the lore of it, the Abyss is a major component of that game. Much more significant in that game, much more present than it is here.
sort of machinations of the original Hollow Knight revolve around this king who tries to use the void to defeat a threat to his kingdom. And it fails, but then kind of ends up working out eventually. Just not in the way that he expected, not with the candidate that he had chosen. And the snail shamans that we have encountered here. They are much larger characters in the first Hollow Knight as well. Void tendrils lashing fragments of pure darkness shaped into sharpened tentacles. The void that will claim all things. In the barbed form, it chooses its nature can be seen. Barbed form it chooses, the barbed form it chooses. The barbed form it chooses. So this is, I remember dropping down there, I was like, there has to be a secret down here. There has to be. But it doesn't seem that there is. Unless any of you know that there is. Oh yeah, please, by the way, always feel free to comment if I miss anything or whatever in the game. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. So we are getting another silk skill here. Bound to the ancestral art Silksong. Fling the needle upwards and launch true to tremendous heights. So I was consumed by the void. I was killed. Hornet is dead. In real life, Hornet would be dead there. There's no coming back. Farlum is defeated simply because she couldn't figure out how to use her ancestral skill fast enough. This is a Farsight. Retracted Weaver surveillance instrument once assembled a device with observation over vast distances. The Farsight can be assembled in a home. Alright, I forgot I picked this up. Need to go, need to visit Belhart again and put that in. I also need to visit Belhart because I have oil to upgrade my needle, and I have not used it because that damn needle master is charging me rosaries, and I'm all out of rosaries. I ain't got no cash on me. I'm broke. So, sorry, people are stomping around my apartment. Stomping around my apartment upstairs. The recording situations recently have been nuts. By which I mean there's so much noise going on every day, and it'll be like a different thing every day. So today they were like shooting air. They got this big compressor. They were blasting air through the sprinkler system at my apartment complex. Because you need to get all the water out before winter, before it all freezes. So they were blasting all the water out, but it was very loud,
and so my normal recording time did not work out. So I'm having a bit of a late recording today, which I don't love to do because I value my sleep very highly. Very highly. I can't remember who said this, but I got a piece of advice one time. Somebody, I don't know who it was, I don't know who, maybe it's a teacher or something, but I can't remember the context that they would have been saying this. But they gave us the advice, fight for your sleep, fight for your sleep. That's what they said. Fight for your sleep. And I believe that that is very, very good advice. Sleep is so important. It's so important. I just think about, and you know we're all different, but for myself, I think about how much having a bad night of sleep impacts my sense of well-being. You know, how much it messes with just my my very feeling of being alive. It's worse to be alive when you're exhausted or you got bad sleep, you're not fully rested. It feels so good to be fully rested. It's very important. Very, very important. So I will pass along to you the advice that I received, that I have carried with me for many years. Fight for your sleep. In silence your voice, in darkness your form. We hire who see you seeking, our shells yearn for your embrace. I don't know what's going on. Is that that's in the original Hollow Knight, right? Like the higher being, higher beings, these words are for you alone. Are we the higher being now? Is that the player? Is that supposed to be the player, or is that divine bugs? Are they breaking the fourth wall or not? I don't know. But yeah, it feels like these things down here might be in that same vein of address. I will say, it will be nice to finish off this series because, I've been having a ton of fun making it, but I said before that I didn't want this, I didn't want Silksong to just take over the channel fully and have the channel be all Silksong. And so I started pushing for 3 videos a week and just doing my regular schedule plus a Silksong video on Sundays. And with Silksong over, I can ease back on the work a little bit, which will be a nice little treat. Alright, so this is a little platforming segment. I had actually heard about this before reaching this moment. I heard people talking about the abyss climb or the abyss escape or something, and how it was very difficult. So it was I don't know, cool to get to this moment and see for myself. Of course, I'm always checking for secrets. You always have to check for secrets in these games, so I am dropping down on either side of that
chasm and smacking the walls looking for little hidden areas. It's crazy, you know, I feel like I find a ton of secrets in this game. I am not using a guide for this game. I'm doing it blind. But I do, you know, see YouTube videos about this game occasionally. And like YouTube shorts. And it'll be like, you know, look at this secret room in Hollow Knight. And I watch it and I'm like, oh my god, I did not know that existed. Yeah, and again, just like me feeling like I find so much hidden stuff in this game. I really do feel like I find a ton of the secrets. And even so, there are just so many hidden things. Also, this part is really messing me up. There's a trickiness for me with the glide, or the drifter's cloak, and the double jump, because you have to double jump before you can glide. And so, in certain situations like that, what I want to do is just start gliding, but you first have to double jump, and it's a little unpleasant. It can be tricky. It can make certain platforming segments more difficult because you're throwing yourself up into the air and maybe putting yourself at risk of hitting like spikes on the ceiling or whatever. It introduces more movement, which can be dangerous. Alright, so I think this initiates the escape here. Maybe not. Oh yeah, the lava was slowly coming up. Okay. So now we get the real stuff here. The real escape has begun. The lava climbs higher and higher, and we must platform as quickly as we can to escape the lava before it touches us. And thankfully we have these little floating bugs that serve as like claw line grappling hook instances or whatever. You know, I was just thinking about this just popped in my head. Because you use these bugs pretty often in these like more intense platforming segments, like on Mount Faye. But you're just like, you're killing them and you're murdering them. And Hornet's just like stabbing them to death. And they're minding their own business, you know, they're not doing anything wrong. They're not trying to hurt Hornet, they're not trying to attack Hornet. They're just chilling. But they get killed anyways, and I don't know, I just want to acknowledge that I think that that's kind of messed up. It's kind of messed up for Hornet to just kill somebody so that she can get a little double jump, you know. Alright, we have emerged from the abyss. We have escaped the abyss. We are back in Deep Dogs. Back in Deep Dogs. And having seen the abyss for ourselves, we must now return to the snail shamans. Report back
just consulting my map. You know I've never taken that compass off. That might as well be a locked charm slot. The compass stays on during sex. Anyway. So, I am popping down here first because I wanted to check if Ballo was still at the diving bell. I want him to explain himself. He probably cut us loose. Miss, hello. I see you survived. Somehow. I thought that drop must have been your end. It was not. I survived the fall and managed a treacherous return. For the diving bell's failure, the risks were clear to me. The fault lies not with you. Aye, as you say, this bell's old, and time has a way of breaking things even as fine forged as this. And you can see, for its failure I'd already been working at improving the design. Ended up being a useful test. Good. That return path is now closed to me, and your bell may still be needed if I choose to descend again. Again? Well, if you're game enough to try a second time, once this new shield shell is fitted, it'll surely withstand the drop. Surely. Diving bell will be ready again soon, miss. Once this new shield shell is fitted, it'll surely withstand the drop. Surely withstand the drop. Surely. Alright, well. Ballo is hard at work fixing it up for us. Forged by holy duty the work endures, heated. Shape it, that's Ballo singing, I guess. Tempered, molded, the work endures. What I'm really trying to do is summon my boys. My little dudes, here they are. I'm so happy to finally have this ability. You can just teleport back to the Bell Beast whenever you want. It saves me a lot of running around. Which I know in a Metroidvania, it's kind of important for you to run around. You don't want to just be able to fast travel because, or at least not completely, because there are so many paths and secrets and stuff, hidden rooms and all that, that you kind of want the player to be traversing back and forth over areas they've already been through, so that they can keep finding things, find changes and stuff like that. Alright, we return to the snails. Smack them around a bit. Oh, back from the depths with nary a scratch. Is it as you feared? It is, and worse. Your snare has sunk the monarch deep, deeper than I can safely descend. To cut Farloom free, I must plunge below the surface of that lake of liquid nothing. No shell survives submersion in that void, old one, not even yours. Not without aid, certainly, though aid may exist.
flower that resists the dark. Do you know of it?
The Everbloom. We've heard the tale, but I thought it a myth. If ever it sprouted in our lands, we would surely have known.
Da, Fenestra.
I would not seek it in these lands. I need its power full, and it is too fragile to sustain here long. I would seek it in my memory.
Oh, so you'd have us wrench open your soul to retrieve the fabled bloom. Can such a thing be done?
Fadastama.
For another bug, no, but I am weaver enough to attempt it. In the distant past, I knew the flower. My thread still holds its faint memory. If the Everbloom is grasped strongly enough within my silk, it could be made to manifest.
Ah, so you're asking another spell of us, to reveal the flower clear, but to illuminate one of your kind's old memories so acutely. This is no easy thing, even for us. Old one, you must give us a moment to confer.
The snails are conferring.
We could do it. The spell can be cast with enough power, enormous power, equal maybe to that monarch.
Yanara.
I cannot grant you mine, if it even were enough. My strength is still needed to face her below. Where else do you propose we seek a source?
From Farloom. Remember, ours is a kingdom of wishes granted.
Farloom was not born of that monarch, old one. Power existed in these lands even before she bound them beneath her.
Seek the old hearts of our kingdom and the last successors to bear their strength. They're still out there, hidden away, much faded by the Pale One's long dominion. You must make them stir. We will teach you how, in the way befitting a weaver, a somber song to reach down into their memories and enliven them a final time.
And they teach us a new way to play our needle in. And we have acquired the elegy of the deep. Draw out memories of Farloom's forgotten past. Hold down and why.
The hearts you seek, we can share their locations as best we know. 3 will be needed to construct our spell and draw clear memory of the flower from your silk. Bring us the hearts, old one. Make 'em beat fierce and final. See for yourself the forgotten strength of this land of bugs before we burn those memories in its saving. for you. This is mortal power you would claim, the hearts of bugs. It will cost their last strength to save this land. Even we have some hesitation in this. Despite our desire to touch their power, we'd never wish to see it expended so utterly. Better to leave your land weak in wonder, if it means your shells and those of your fellows stay intact. Through their march at the far border of these lowlands, seek the last queen of the ant hunters. We can sense her still, just. In youth, her voice united the wild tribes. It gave them the strength to resist the pale monarch's will, longer than most, at least. Bring us the hearts, old one. Alright, they're repeating themselves now, so. Alright, well, we have our 3 objectives here marked on our map now. One in the Coral Tower, one in the Shellwood, and one over in the far fields, it seems. Let's look. So, claim Heart of Might, claim the Encrusted Heart, claim Heart of the Woods, claim the Pollen Heart, and claim Heart of the Wild, claim the Hunter's Heart. Alright, well, that will be the next task of Hornet. To save Farloom, we must hunt down these 3 legendary figures and claim their strength for the shaman's spell. So until next time, my friends, please take care of yourselves, and I will do the same. Goodbye. 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 Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final episode of our Hollow Knight Silksong playthrough. Today, I am going to be going through Act 3 of Silksong and finishing the game. I have edited this video much more than my other Silksong episodes because I wanted to, cut to all of the action-packed stuff. So today we will be fighting the 3 heart bosses from Act 3. Also, I mean it's obvious by now, of course, but this video will be full of spoilers. In this video, will also include my trip to the surface of Silksong, going through the platforming challenge that leads you up to the
wastelands of Hollow Knight's service. But first, we are ascending the Coral Tower of Crust King Khan. Crust King Khan. So, the primary gameplay premise for Act 3 of Silksong is that you have to collect 3 hearts from legendary figures in Farloom. The snail shamans will then use these hearts to help you travel into your memories and return with the flower that can repel void, which will allow you to descend into the void and destroy Lace, which will stop Grandmother Silk from being so protective of her daughter that she fights against the trappings of the void, which threatens the survival of Farloom. So, the first of the hearts that I went for is Crust King Khan's, an old ruler who once inhabited these lands. I really enjoy this segment. It's so much more colorful than much of Silksong, or at least colorful in a different way, with its rich blue and red and purple hues. We also have a more aquatic sort of aesthetic here, which is unique in Farloom. I mean, you go through the coral areas to get up here, but traveling into the memory of Crust King Khan is sort of a whole new level. So, you can see my kind of build here. I am a Reaper Crest user. As soon as I acquired the Reaper Crest, which was the first crest that I found, I have never taken it off, except for, when you are forced to equip a new crest whenever you discover it. So, I had heard a little bit about Crust King Khan before doing this. I tried to avoid spoilers for Silksong as much as I could, but I also was watching, enough Silksong videos that the algorithm was feeding me a lot. And fortunately, most people were chill about, putting spoilers spoilers in the titles or thumbnails or whatever, but, occasionally I did stumble into a spoiler or two. So, I had heard a little bit about Crust King Khan from some comment sections mainly. And what I heard was that there was this horrible gauntlet that you had to face every time you fought him. So I was expecting something really bad, but as it turns out, it's really not an issue almost at all. You just have to clear a certain number of arenas, and then you get a shortcut that lets you skip all of those arenas every time that you fight Crust King Khan again. So, in reality, you only have to fight one battle every time you fight Crust King Khan. But, if you're, I guess people were probably struggling with the arena battles before you reach the shortcut, which is fair, Part of the issue when talking about difficulty is that we are all differently prepared at different sections of the game. At this point, I think I had like every upgrade in the game, I'm pretty sure. I know I hadn't bought the third nail upgrade for a while into Act 3, but I kind of think at this point I had already purchased that, and I have all of the mask shards at this point, I think. So, I'm about as strong as I can be. And if somebody else, came here with fewer upgrades than I have, they would be having a harder time, so that's one of the tricky things when we talk about difficulty in Silksong, which is a popular topic. We're all at different places when we encounter certain challenges. And of course that heavily influences how we think about difficulty. So this arena here is the only one that you have to actually do every time before attempting the boss, which isn't so bad, because Crust King Khan is pretty easy in my opinion. He's maybe a little bit harder than the clockwork dancers or cogwork dancers, because all of his attacks are so heavily telegraphed that, it's pretty simple to avoid stuff. Also, it was very satisfying in this arena fight, the number of times that you can just knock the enemies into the spikes and insta-kill them. And yeah, I've edited out my deaths just because I didn't want the video to take forever. So, I'll try to remember kind of roughly how long each boss took me. This one wasn't that bad. I believe this one was about... I'm trying to remember my recordings because I recorded each of these memory attempts in like segments. Oh, but I was also thinking I could read the lore for these bosses. So, Crust King Khan's journal entry says, hardened warrior lord of a bygone age, able to command the coral crust to his bidding. For his stern stewardship, his legion seemed utterly loyal. For less combative bugs, his reign would have been a hard rule. But Crust King Khan took me, I think this one was about like 20 to 30 minutes, from the start of the memory, clearing those arenas, until I beat Khan himself. He was kind of the middle difficulty of the hearts. I'm sure you all can imagine which the easy one is. And then Carmelita was pretty tricky. I think she took me like 45 minutes to an hour or so. But yeah, Crust King Khan, you can see everything is very telegraphed. You get all of these sort of screen effects telling you where the deadly areas of the screen are going to be. Honestly, the trickiest part of it for me was avoiding Khan's actual body, trying not to touch him specifically because you're avoiding all of the coral spears and stuff. But then Khan is jumping around and doing these very quick location shifts, and that got a little tricky for me. I think most of my damage here is coming from bumping into him, or at least a lot of it is. I was also thinking we could talk a little bit about Silksong difficulty stuff. I think I want to do a proper Silksong review video. Our claws to crush, our claws to rule, our claws to save them all. So I will, talk more fully about my Silksong thoughts in that review. But I was thinking we could talk a bit about some of the hot topics I've seen online. Obtained the encrusted heart. It beats deep and slow. After Crust King Khan, I went for Nyleth, the Heart of the Woods, the Pollen Heart, I think it's called. Oh, pardon me, that's wrong. I went for Carmelita next. Pale beast, bringing ruin, we had sensed it. You writing harsh our final fate. If power you come seeking, mine is fated, mortal, time taken. Great one, I come not to see you as you are, rather I would have you recall what you were before the pale monarch, when once your heart beat bright and brave. That beating heart I would take, though know my intent is worthy. I seek it only to save these lands, to break them free from this fatal sickness born of thread and void. So here we have Scar Singer Carmelita, aged and weak, but in her memories, we will find a very different bug. So, this is a very popular fight online. I have seen the general impressions of this fight are very high, and I generally agree with that. I think that this is a wonderful fight. I did really enjoy fighting Carmelita. There's this section beforehand where you have to fight the little arena every time, and I found this not super annoying because it's not too long and not too difficult, but you know, I'm definitely not the type of person that particularly enjoys drawn out return sequences. I really just want to fight the boss, you know? I don't want long run backs or arenas or whatever. But let's read Carmelita's lore. Scar Singer Carmelita, song queen of the Scar, and their most talented warrior. This graceful ruler once possessed a skill to rival my own. At her youthful peak, her voice united all Scar in her service. Let me know if you're interested in a Silksong lore video. I've been thinking I could read journal entries as Silksong lore. So, what were we talking about before? What were we talking about? Carmelita's a very fun boss, kind of dynamic and fast-paced. Lots of darting around, and you have to be very reactive. But I never really found her unfair. There's certain the stuff that tends to bother me in boss design is stuff like Crust King Khan, for instance. What I didn't love about Crust King Khan was his repositioning. I found very hard to read. It just seemed like he would randomly dart around the map very quickly without giving me much time to react. Now, he wasn't a very difficult boss, so it didn't cause too much frustration, but in a much harder boss, that can be pretty annoying. Carmelita, though, every move she makes is super predictable in the telegraphing. So you never find yourself really surprised by her suddenly repositioning onto you or something like that. Another thing you'll notice is I'm using my tools, flint, slate, and flea brew. This was not something that I really did in Silksong up until Act 3. Also, we have defeated Carmelita. Good job, good job. How we hunted, how we sang, my children, sort of forgot they were there, like, all the time. And then occasionally I would remember and have a little spurt where I might use them. But I consistently never used them. All I really used in the game, was my needle. I didn't even really remember my silk skills. But in Act 3, I got a bit better about actually using my tools, of which I only used the flea brew and the flint slate because by that point I was so used to just using my needle, you know. Alright, the third hard boss that I went for is the Heart of the Woods. Halt, stranger. I am charged forever to guard the sacred shrine beyond. Any who wish to pass must cross their weapon with my own. Challenge the Guardian. Shrine Guardian Seth. His lore says, eternal defender of the Shellwood Shrine, his pin and symbol show many marks of their use. He offered fair warning and a challenge, a duel in the purest sense. I admire his honor and his skill. So, I have seen online that apparently Shrine Guardian Seth was, designed by a fan of Hollow Knight, who, I don't know the details, but I believe he had cancer, sadly, and wanted to design a character for Silksong. He has tragically passed away, I think. I didn't look into this myself, but this is what I've seen online in, video comments and such. So, rest in peace to Seth, I believe was the fan's name. But yeah, Shrine Guardian Seth, I really like his design. I like how he's this kind of classic sword and shield character. You don't get many of those like sword and board type enemies in Silksong, so it gives him a bit of a unique kind of classic feel. Like how he throws his shield around like he's Captain America. This is definitely the easiest heart of the three. This section is unedited. I did first try both Seth and Nihileth, which, I play very, very defensively. Because I never use silk skills, I have a lot of silk for healing, and I use the Reaper crest, which helps me regenerate silk even faster. So, I have a pretty, we have a little lore tablet here. Here we honor the seed that sprung the wood. By your grace, may all bugs pass safe to join us and our song. So as you can see, in fights, it's not that I have significantly mastered the bosses. It's that I have enough healing capacity to make a lot of mistakes and still win. If I found the reserve bind tool. Before I beat the game, I probably would have been using that a lot too. So here we enter the memory of Nyleth. And this is kind of a fun boss fight. I know she's, she's easy, but sort of unique and very different from the other bosses that you fight in this game. You have this, this spiked floor, which eventually, the platforms drop out entirely. But the Nyleth lore says, ancient heart of Shellwood, connected to all its living things. Her presence would once have maintained the wood's fragile order, allowing the safe passage of bugs across its branches. So, Nyleth, kind of the mother of the woods, I suppose, and seems to have had some sort of compact with the Citadel to allow pilgrims safe passage. Also, that was a big mistake. I tried to heal because I thought that I was out of Nyleth's range, and I thought that the healing would protect me. But then I got hit, and it is very bad to get hit while you are healing because you lose all of your silk in reserve. And very often when that happens to me, I just straight up lose the fight. It's, almost over in, I don't know, 9 out of 10 cases or something. But yeah, it's made me very, very cautious about healing. You have to really be sure that you're not going to get hit when you heal, because the punishment for getting hit is so damaging. But I'm getting kind of messed up in this fight, aren't I? For all my talk about it being an easy fight, I'm making a lot of mistakes. In my defense, I only played it once, so I was getting used to this stuff. Also, I've been on one mask multiple times in this fight. Kind of stressful. Yeah, I enjoyed this fight. I like that it's unique. Not every fight needs to be really hard. Not every fight needs to be the same kind of thing. We are life. We are growth. What world without us? Plus, Seth and Nyleth together, they sort of feel like a combined boss fight, right? You just walk from Seth directly to Nyleth. So they're kind of the same encounter almost. Obtain the pollen heart. It beats faint and fast. So there we go. We have the 3 hearts. The 3 hearts. Yeah, one of the things with tools for me is that because I'm a very needle-focused player, tools can be helpful because let's say that you can get 90% of the way to beating the boss based on your skill. Well, maybe the tools can do 10% of the boss's health for you. And so if you get to 90%, tools can seal the deal. But if you're reaching less than that,
shamans. I have the hearts, enough as requested. Enough to build your spell, yes.
Aye, we're ready. Still, it's a sad set you're holding there. Strength such as few shall ever know, and all about to burn for Farloom's saving. I'll warn you, old one, this first part might not be pleasant, but we'll get you in there, deep as needed. Now you've only to ready yourself for what comes after. Lay up on the dais, and we'll begin.
Alright, here we go. The snail shaman spell. So the thing for me with tools is like, if using flint slate could get me an extra 10% of the boss's health, then I'm just wasting it until I can get 90% of the way there on my own skill. And so I have to get good enough at the boss to do enough damage that the flint slate will get me the rest of the way. But by that point, I will have kind of mastered the boss enough that I could probably just beat the boss on my own skill and not need the flint slate. Like, it'll take one or two more attempts. Does that make sense, you know? It's like, the flint slate is like, will push you over the edge to actually beat the boss. But if you're getting close enough to the edge that the flint slate could actually push you over the edge, then you're so close to just getting over the edge on your own skill that the flint slate doesn't make a huge difference. So I would often end up just beating bosses before ever thinking to use my tool. Little baby hornet. Little baby.
Show us your craft, child. Show it splendid, as only we can teach. Prove yourself more weaver than worm.
And Hornet shows her silk, The weavers are freaky looking things. They got those giant ball heads. Yeah, so then in the final act of this game, I realized that I was not expending, my resources in the dreams, and so I started to make more of an effort to use the tools more often, because they were just an infinite resource. Whereas in the base game, you have to craft them again with shell shards. And sometimes, I don't like the idea of farming for resources. So that was another reason that I wasn't eager to use tools. Especially because sometimes you would run into a quest where it was like, donate 500 shell shards or whatever. And so I always had this idea in my mind, like, I should not spend my shell shards because what if I need them for a quest? So here we are in the Weaver's Nest, back from Hollow Knight, the first one. And little baby Hornet is talking to her mother. Ignore them, daughter. They're whispers. Greater, grander, weaver, guardian, queen. Those are their desires, not your own. Certainly not mine. Only if you resist them, you might see it, another hope beyond. But to recall these words in time so far, will you even remember me, child? Could you? A mother, before the mask, before I lay forever in duty. So, of course, that is Hera, Hornet's mother, and, nice little bit of characterization there where we see that Hornet never really got to spend time with her mother because, of course, as the price of having Hornet, having a child with the Pale King, Hera was put into service as one of the dreamers to lock away the radiance. So she wasn't able to have much of a relationship with her daughter. And here we are wandering through a beehive now. I don't know if we knew this already or if this is like lore that was revealed here, but we see that Hornet had a relationship with the bee queen. Clang, clang, clang. Good. Better. Yet still, you will need to be faster. In time, they will come for you, those who fear your nature, and those seeking to claim it. To survive our world, you must learn to sting, swift and sudden. I think that character, I think her name was Queen Vespa, if I'm remembering correctly, from Hollow Knight. You do find her in that game, and she is much larger, and also in some kind of like coma or something, maybe. And here, we remember these, don't we? Back in the White Palace, the king's molds, or these are wing molds, right? I don't remember the exact names. But of course, Hornet had another queen of sorts as a mother figure, I suppose. Silksong is very interested in mothers, the relationships that mothers can have with their children, the type of person that a mother can be. Silksong has a lot of mothers, which is interesting. It's definitely a theme that the game wants to explore. So, let's see here. Hornet in the armor of Hallownest. Alas, spider's child, for our ways you will think us harsh, you will think us uncaring, unrepentant. And so we must seem, for such is the cost of our wish. Hornet transforms
as I desire. That was the wish of my mother, of my mentor, and of you. Indeed, Spider, so much pain you must have passed to speak our hope so simply. For her you become, who knows clear our desire, and has seen fall the darkness beneath our home. I would show you the gift. There we have it. Witness the first light, the only means we possessed to resist that void with which our family is forever linked. Reach forth, child grown strong, rested from this remembrance. Burn yourself free from our sad fate. There we have it, there we have it. Obtained the ever-bloom, fragile flower taken from a deep and distant memory. Its pale light wards against the void. So, with this flower, we can now repel the void. The void that we must overcome if we are to save Farloom. And it seems that in that spell, these snail shamans burnt themselves out. Although they are a sort of suspicious and power-hungry lot, seems that they made a noble sacrifice to save Farloom from the fate that they had a hand in creating. And before we go on, I'm just exploring down here where I end up finding my final crest. Anguished aura, 8 masks hard, swirled soul enraged, 12 acnids flat, all juices strained. 6 pilgrims living, hung long to drain. Spooky. But what was I talking about before the red memory? Talked a little bit about, tools and like, if you use them as I do as kind of just a little small multiplier on top of your own skill, then they, in a strange way, become meaningless because, especially without health bars on the bosses, you don't really know how close you are to beating a boss. Except, like, intuitively guessing, oh, they're on their 3rd phase. I'm probably about to kill them. And so, without a health bar, it can be hard to know if you should use a tool at that moment. The other side of it is I am so repelled by the idea of grinding for currency, grinding for shell shards. My apologies, I had to go take care of something. And to be honest, I completely forget what I was talking about. looking around trying to find where this passageway was. But of course I need to use Silksong to get up there, as I just figured out there. Yeah, as I said, I was able to avoid spoilers generally for Silksong. I saw like pictures of certain bosses, you know, I saw a thumbnail of Scar Singer Carmelita, for instance, and Nihilith, and Crusted King Kong. Now that I think about it, actually, I saw like all the hard bosses in advance, and you know, it's not the end of the world. Like, I don't. The story of Silksong is not the most. It's not what draws me in, and so having certain story elements spoiled is not a huge deal to me. If something, you know, like in Elden Ring or whatever, had been spoiled for me, that would have been a big deal and very annoying to me because I really love the story of Elden Ring, and you know, so that would be unfortunate. The story of Silksong doesn't really interest me as much, and so I wouldn't be that sad hearing about certain spoilers. The narrative part of Silksong that I do find compelling more than the plotline is just the characters. I think the character writing is great and very charming. And so if certain things had been spoiled, like, well, I mean, I guess I'll get into spoilers here. I did say at the beginning of the video that, you know, spoilers would happen. But for instance, the end of Garmin and Zaza's storyline I found very touching and impactful, so I would have been sad if that had been spoiled. I was hoping that Sherma would get a bit more interesting of an ending. It's fine, it's not like it's a perfectly reasonable ending. It's like, oh yeah, Sherma became a caretaker and is helping other people. That's like in line with her character, his character. Sherma's a boy. I always forget that. And oh, here we have the severed arm of Grandmother Silk, which we can bind to learn a new silk skill. Pale nails, pale nails. But yeah, something a little more exciting for the ending of Sherma's story, I think would have been fun. I had heard that there was a path to the surface in Silksong, but I got very lucky here, because I didn't know that this is where it was, but I sort of figured that it would be here, because of how high this area was. But yeah, I definitely did not find that spot entirely unaided by the internet, just because I had already heard that there was a challenging platforming segment that took you to the surface. was the solution to the mist. Because realistically, I don't think that I would have ever solved the puzzle of the mist on my own. I'm a puzzle game lover. In the words of a video game critic that I enjoy, I am a puzzle slut. But that solution to the mist was I was never gonna figure that out on my own, so. And I had wandered around the mist for like probably 45 minutes or something, trying to solve whatever puzzle was going on there. Eventually I was just like, okay, you must need some kind of item. I'll probably find an item at some point that's like, helps you navigate the mysterious mists. But it turns out you just need to plug your needle in and follow the little flies. And I was like, well, shit, I was never gonna get that. So I didn't really mind getting spoiled on that because it honestly probably saved me more frustration of just wandering around trying to figure it out myself. Yeah, trying to think of any other, like, spoilers. I don't think I really had any other major spoilers for this game. Again, besides just, like, occasionally seeing a screen grab of a boss that I hadn't fought yet or something. There's definitely some stuff at the end of the game that, the very end, like the final cutscene, that is pretty big spoiler potential, but I thankfully avoided that. So I got to have those reveals for myself. So this segment here, this platforming area, I've seen a lot of people call it Silksong's Path of Pain, which is just incredibly inaccurate. This is really nothing like the Path of Pain. This is so much easier than the Path of Pain. Which I never did, by the way. I never knew that the Path of Pain even existed until after I had, like, finished. Well, wait. That might not be true. Okay, I'm not entirely sure if this is an accurate memory, but I don't think I knew about the Path of Pain until I had already finished Pantheon 5. Because I did Pantheon 5, I think that's right, because I think I did Pantheon 5, and then I went through and did all of the, other, like, challenges and achievements and stuff. I did, Steel Soul 100% and the speedrun, challenges, and when I was doing those, I started watching a lot of Hollow Knight videos online, challenge runs and stuff. While I was doing speedrun attempts, I would be watching some Scurry or Fireborn or whatever. And, a lot of those types of videos, the Path of Pain would come up, so I think I learned about it then. But yeah, I never even tried the Path of Pain. I don't even know how to get there. I know it's some hidden area in the White Palace, but I've never seen it myself. So anyway, that was a long tangent, but that's all just to say, I have never done Path of Pain, but this is nothing like Path of Pain. I've seen those videos, and Path of Pain is way harder than this. But I'm sure they'll add some brutal platforming segment in DLC. The thing about this sequence that I don't find super impressive is it's kind of just the same gimmick over and over again. You're jumping over these spike walls and then using claw line to launch yourself forward and then double jump onto the backside. It's like one move that you just do over and over again. So, it's it was a fun little challenge, but it got a little boring, I guess. Like, there was no variety in the sort of skills that you had to employ in doing it. But, that's okay. It was still, it was fun to do. I enjoyed it. And it was cool to get up to the surface and see what it's like up there. Oh, did we do it? Did we do it? Aha! We have made it. We have made it up. So, up here we see just these wastelands arrayed before us. There's little bugs walking around. If we go out far enough this way, Hornet stops and she says, "Out there lie the endless wastes. If I cross them now, Farloom shall fall to a black fate of my making. My choice is made. I will not abandon its bugs to that grim end. I must descend again and cut them free." So, no running away for Hornet. She is a brave little soldier. Skrill, common crawler that lives beneath the sand. Why so violent, Hornet? Why so violent? Just because New asked you to kill a bunch of animals, you have to do it. Nameless town. Here we have a little crumbling shack. And if you play the needle in here, a little silhouette of a bug appears. But apparently I'm not standing in quite the right spot. And you get the surface memento, worn ornament of the nameless town high above Farloom. But if I play the needle in over here, the ghost returns and says, "Friends seduced, the weaving ones beckon, sweet promises whispered, now only the wind from depths below." So, it sounds as though the weavers called this one's friends down into Farloom to serve in the Citadel. Skrill, this surface dweller is free of silk, its nature remains its own. The monarch's influence must only have stretched below it. So, we can now descend into the void and finish the game, face down the final boss. Están
miss. I fitted the shell shoe. Better like new. Better than new even. If you're planning another descent, head down, holler, and I'll get you going. Your work is appreciated, sir. Know that, with luck, the threat from below might soon be quelled, and your lands shall rest calm. Well, good. I'm only really wishing the return of the forge and more regular duties, a little purpose, routine. Frankly, miss, all these actions more than a bit overwhelming for bugs like me. I'll be glad when it's all over, providing we survive, of course. Alright. Bello has, fixed it for us. Holler when you're ready, miss. The upgrades are done. That bell's as ready as it'll ever be. So we can descend back into the void. The lore of Silksong, the sort of story of Farloom, is not super clear to me. I was thinking of doing a lore video, but frankly, I don't feel that I have enough understanding of it all to do that. So I could do a lore reading where I'm reading like the Hunter's Journal. But in terms of doing a sort of world lore video, I don't know that that's in the near future. I don't know, I sort of feel like I've been getting to understand it more, but there's just certain large questions that I still have that are hard to answer. You know, it's like, you know, for a while it was like, okay, what's the deal with the Citadel? I've seen people say that the Citadel sings Grandmother Silk to sleep. I don't know where that lore comes from. I've seen that online said repeatedly by various people. So I'm sure that that is said somewhere, because I've seen it so many times. But I don't know where that lore comes from. So for example, you know, that's a huge deal, right? Why, like, how is the Citadel, you know, is the Citadel putting Grandmother Silk to sleep? I mean, clearly it's not now because she has dispatched her silken threads in the haunting. Child, I hold the means to descend. Let us meet one final time and quell this black ruin of our making. Who are you hoping you'll find down there, Spider? An alien child and a silk-starved beast? If so, I'm afraid we may sorely disappoint. What waits below is me no longer. Even if only your shadow remains to release your mother's grip, my blade would see it slain. Then why hold even this moment? Surely terror hasn't suddenly claimed your hardened heart. Take the final plunge, Spider. Join us in my drowning palace, and let oblivion swallow us all. Oblivion may take you, child. My own life I shall not sacrifice. I have survived the fury of your land,
fear no longer. This part is, I mean, it's just epic. It's actually epic. Like, it's so good. The music here goes so hard. Christopher Larkin knocked this game out of the park. I will read some of the journal entries as we are starting this fight. Lace's entry is manic fencer who delights in battle, a bug born entirely of thread. Much silk would have been needed to see her sustained. A fragile form of life, but life nonetheless. This cutscene is so sick. Kinda reminds me of Gandalf falling in the mines of Moria, sparring with the Balrog, plunging down to the bottom of all things. And here, in this cocoon leaking with void, we find Grandmother Silk hanging on the wall, and the final boss of the game, Lost Lace. Silk spun child possessed by the void, to quell the mother's rage and see this kingdom saved. I will claim her back. This one the dark shall not take. So this is my victorious run against Lost Lace. One thing I noticed right away is that I got my cocoon back almost immediately. This fight took me about 90 minutes, and one of the strategies that I developed during it was to leave my cocoon. Oh dang, I got hit while healing. That's a bad thing to happen. I would leave my cocoon on the field and use it as like a resource pool for later in the fight if I needed a quick top up on silk. I'll also read Grandmother Silk's journal entry. Monarch of Farloom and of the primal source of silk, heart of the haunting, long lulled to slumber and desperate to wake. Oh, there we go. The higher being's threads stretched throughout Farloom, snaring its bugs and driving them to madness and discord. There you go, long lulled to slumber, okay. I guess that's, and there's probably other sources for that lore, but, the idea that the Citadel sings Grandmother Silk to sleep. Yeah, there's just a lot of questions I have about the lore still, so I'm not sure that I'm in a place where I can make an in-depth lore video. But we have defeated Silk's second phase there. Pardon me, Laces. Yeah, this seems like it's maybe not my cleanest run of this fight, but it's the one that I won with, so there you go. Also, I mean, you can see at this point, I still haven't used any tools. I think I do in this final phase. I think we kind of barely defeat Lace here. I get a little face tanky at the end and just try to power my way through, which is never a good idea. I think that's how this one ends. But yeah, Lace is a really good boss fight. She's not my favorite in the game.
boss fight, not only is the final boss, but also is like, you fight her 3 times throughout the game. I didn't find her moveset, like, the coolest, and so I was a little bit like, oh, yeah. But she's a great boss fight. Super fast paced and very, very fair, very predictable. The only issues I had with her in this and in the Lost Lace fight, I would say there's a lot of black on black going on. It's hard to see things sometimes. And then if I was sprinting across the arena, sometimes she would suddenly pop up in the muck, like right under me. But that's not, I mean, you can plan around that, just don't go sprinting through the arena. But that was one of those things where I was like, oh, come on, I was just like running through an empty area. But yeah, Lace is a great fight. I think she's a good way to end the game. I kind of thought that there would be, not kind of, I definitely thought that after we finished fighting Lace, we would fight Grandmother Silk, or, as part of the boss fight, we would fight Grandmother Silk. Partially because her, as the Act 2 boss, was a total pushover, and just really, really easy. And so I thought it was, it really felt to me like, oh, they made Act 2 Grandmother Silk super easy, and they're gonna have a tougher, upgraded version of her, as part of the final boss fight. But that didn't happen. But yeah, overall, I really enjoyed Act 3. I have complained in previous videos about my feelings around the, structure of Act 3, how you obtain it, which, I thought was kind of lame, but I've talked about that before, and I won't beat that dead horse anymore. But the actual content of Act 3 I found very exciting. I don't know, I would have some critiques about it, I guess. I don't really care for the void infected enemies. I don't really love how you get the silk sore, and then it's like you have to go over. Now there's just all these new hidden spots on the map that you could only access with Silksong. It becomes very much what I don't like in Metroidvanias, where you're just wandering around areas you've been through before, trying to find secrets. But all of that Silksong stuff is, mostly optional anyways, so not really a big problem. And, Grandmother Silk, now that we are going to, help escape with her child, is going to, charge us up with silk and give us the power to launch high up into the abyss in an attempt to escape. However, we do not get far enough, and we lose the flower that repels the void. I've been saying the abyss, the void. Synonymous, right? And there we go. Hornet is a sitting duck, except, what's this? Somebody is saving Hornet. Oh my god. It's always call him the Hollow Knight. He's actually just the knight, right? That's what people call him, or Ghost, I think. I see people call him Ghost as well. And he safely carries his half-sister back to the surface. And this part, I have to admit, this part made me laugh out loud when I watched this cutscene. Lace is thick as fuck, boy. What the hell? It's just so. You know, you see her standing up in 2 dimensions all the time. And it just looks like, you know, a regular little character design. Like she's got some big pantaloons and then skinny little legs. Very normal in Silksong. But then you see that cutscene where she's lying on her side and she's just so cheeked up that her legs are like sticking out and hanging to the ground. It's just... I know it was the last cutscene, but that had me guffawing when I saw it. But anyway, yeah, that is the end of Hollow Knight Silksong. So just playing the credits here. But yeah, I don't know, Act 3 I found, I guess here's how I'll put it, Act 3 from a Silksong for me, Hollow Knight, has a couple different fun aspects, right? There's the combat that attracts me, mainly the boss fights, and then there's the exploration, and then there's also, you know, like narrative story, that stuff. But in terms of like gameplay, I am attracted by the boss fights, the combat, and the sense of exploration in the world. Act 3, I found, became completely devoid of interest for me in terms of exploration. Also, extra special things, 2,158 Kickstarter backers, and Seth Goldman. I believe that is the inspiration for Seth. So, that's a lovely tribute that they put him so prominently in the credits. Through the darkness and dangers you persevered. Thank you for exploring the worlds of Hollow Knight Silksong. Let's meet again on the road ahead, Team Cherry. I love a little thank you message from the developers. I think it's so sweet and sincere when I see that in games. Game completion 94%, 49.5 hours. And I think that's pretty accurate. I didn't leave the game running too often. It happened a few times where I was just sitting in Bellhart or whatever, but for the most part I think that's pretty spot on. But yeah, I will, I guess I'll finish my thought about Act 3, just because I started talking, but I found Act 3 to be pretty devoid of interest in terms of exploration and discovery and stuff. It became a lot of backtracking through the map, which was kind of tedious. So, in that sense, Act 3 wasn't great. But that's not really what Act 3 was about. What it was about was, you know, the new bosses. And
I think Act 3 excelled in that sense. The actual meat of Act 3 I thought was fantastic, even though the world design and exploration kind of collapsed into nothingness. And also they had all the void-touched enemies everywhere, and I didn't find that interesting at all, really. You're just fighting the same enemies, but they have a handful of new moves. But all of the enemies have the same handful of new moves. So, I don't know, it just felt tedious. All of those husk, like globs, the new enemy type, those were very tedious. They just had a lot of health, but everything did do damage, which wasn't, by the level of strength you're at in Act 3, it wasn't a big deal, but yeah, I thought a large chunk of what made the game compelling kind of collapsed into boringness in Act 3, but that doesn't really make me hate Act 3 as a whole, because when I think of Act 3, I'm just going to be thinking of the bosses, I'm going to be thinking of Garmund, I'm going to be thinking of that stuff. So, yeah, that's kind of my feelings. Oh yeah, there was some stuff that I forgot to record. I forgot to record my fight with the Crow Father. Is that his name? The Craw Father. When you get, judged by the Craws, that was a fun little fight. I forgot to record Lost for Danya, which was, I didn't really care for too much. I thought that was kind of boring. I thought the Clover Dancers boss was just a worse version of the Cogwork Dancers. Okay, also, I was so sure that those were gay, incestuous praying mantises. I thought that the princes were brothers. After playing that segment, I was like, oh my god, they're doing an incest storyline. That's kind of weird. But then I saw online that apparently they're not brothers, so I misinterpreted that, I guess. But I swear there was it felt like a lot of the lore there was hinting at them being brothers. So anyway, sorry, that was a random note to end that one. I think I definitely want to do a Silksong review video where I will just be rambling about the game and my thoughts on it. But until then, thank you for joining me on this playthrough of the game. I don't normally do, full-length game playthroughs. Not that that's even what this was. This was heavily pared down. But, yeah, it was fun to do. And if you've watched the whole series, thank you. And I hope that you enjoyed it. I very much enjoyed Hollow Knight Silksong, and I'll talk more about that in my review.